What's up guys, Cozy here, and I am with OUG. Now last time I was on their side of the ocean in China, now we welcome them over to America. I am joined by Tara, Mulan, and Dudu.
第一次来美国的话，感觉确实和我们国内的就是差异还是比较大的，但是体验还是比较好的。然后这次来这里打比赛也是奔着冠军来的。
I mean, you guys are playing in such a prestigious org in OUG here, representing on the biggest stage.
目前的心情是蛮紧张的，因为一直没有打过这种特别大的比赛，也没有跟就是这么强的队友进行配合。可能这个队伍对我来讲是我目前待过最强的一届。我希望我能展现出我的实力，让大家看到我的实力。
Well, there's going to be a great big crowd here in America opposed to China, so hopefully that will fuel you up and not make you too nervous. Envy wanted to ask Mulan, who is regarded as #1 Ironman here we have at the Grand Finals. Are you a little bummed that it's not an Ironman meta right now?
首先我认为他们说的还是挺对的。然后我觉得钢铁侠的话，虽然这个版本大家公认这个英雄不是非常强势，但是我觉得这个英雄还是比较看 ID 的。
I like the answer there. One word only to describe OUG.
狂霸酷炫屌炸天。
This is not the full team that qualified to get here. Can you walk me through how that's like having, to have a brand new team on the biggest stage and any of the challenges and kind of what that's brought?
新的队员的话，也是就是跟我们经常训的对手。 然后实力也是非常强劲，对我们的影响的话还是有的，但是我觉得如果我们花点时间磨合的话，也还是会打得非常的好的。
You guys had the home crowd last time. I want to know if you guys have any words for, your home country over there.
就对我们粉丝说吧，就是首先非常感谢大家对我们的支持。然后虽然这一次比赛可能困难重重，就是能预料到的结局就是不尽人意，但是我们会尽自己最大努力赢下这场比赛，去拿冠军吧。
OUG and the players, great team and great org.
结束了。
You guys did good. Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you.
They come for glory. They lead with immortality. It had to be this way. There was no other way it could be. These are the best of the best. One warrior up against the world, and they survive a moment longer.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
The dance of the butterflies. It's a tango of doom. Will they stop this? Will they end this and try to push through? Oh! Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
Welcome to Atlanta, the city that never backs down, and neither do these teams. It's the final day of the group stage, and every play, every push, and every moment matters. Dreams are being built right here, brick by brick. And as always, y'all, my name is Cozy, and I am joined with the dream team. I run ship. What's up, man? Good to be together. Good to get this thing rolling and opening up day 3. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm so stoked to be here with you on the main channel right now, checking out some of these teams today. The final day of the group stage, and it's do or die for some of these teams. It is very, very intense. And again, just to reiterate, our group stage set up here, but right below us, the stage is being built, and I can't wait for you all to get eyes on. But again, crazy setup we got here today.
No, for sure. And yeah, that's one of the reasons we showed you that OUG interview, because this could be do or die for them. The elimination is right there ready to happen. And Ship, it's one thing, casting, with a co-caster, another with a friend. So fun just to get this thing fired up today, man. So if you guys want to know what happened yesterday, though, and take a look at what was day 2 and the chaos that brought us, you can see right there, OUG brought their own ship against FlyQuest, really took them the distance, and FlyQuest, one of the favorites in this tournament. That speaks volumes, my friend.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Then you see there on match 2, 100 Thieves versus Navi. Navi taking that home, not even a single map there for 100 Thieves, and I know 100 Thieves fans are not taking that lightly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Citadel Gaming, that is the game to look at, match number 3, because they went 0-2 and then match 5, 0-2, and so today matters so much for them to punch their ticket to the next bit of it all, Shib. I mean, we've seen a lot from these teams, but I can tell you just from this, you can tell that every single team has what it takes to win against another.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that it's all about who shows up in that moment, right? It's you have the confidence to win. I think you need the confidence in order to have a chance against these teams. As we're seeing the standings here, speaking of having a chance against these teams, FlyQuest and Na'Vi 3-0 here in terms of wins and losses, battling for first place.
Yeah, they've already punched their ticket to the main stage that we will be building. And if you guys can see right there, the reason this matchup matters so much is OUG will be playing Citadel Gaming. And so that matchup, if they can win through this, it's looking like how things are shaking out. That will be the matchup that one of those teams will face that elimination potentially here. But that is what you want on the biggest stage of Rivals as we take a look at the full picture of the group stage schedule today. Again, on our right side over here, Group B, that's what we will be having the pleasure to bring you. Hey, game number 2, the battle for the 1 seed over here, Fly versus Na'Vi. Love to see it.
Yeah, and then you have OUG in Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon, as of right now, still at the bottom of the bracket, but OUG needs to win this. Not only to get the first win here for OUG out of LAN in terms of all of China, but also it would help them stay in this tournament. They need this win. It means more to them than ever as you see some of the future games here. And remember, folks, right now we are obviously on the Marvel Rivals channel, but there is a second channel, Marvel Rivals AMER. Make sure you check that out, depending on which games you are trying to watch.
Yeah, Envy facing elimination potentially today. It's a big one against Chopper Mag. But let's go and talk about the matchup that we have ready to rock and roll for y'all. Listen, OUG and Crazy Raccoon is where we start today. And I've got to say, don't let just the scoreboard fool you. They've gone the distance and they've got the talent. Shib, walk us through a little bit of OUG as we talk about them first.
Yeah, I mean, OUG has been a team that has looked consistently insane in every match. They just can't seem to get a win. I mean, we can see here, you got Molan Ron, you've got Doodoo, Taro Cookie, DRP, Mash, and Sfald. I mean, this entire team has a ton of talent. The problem is they're all relatively new together. They're more of a hodgepodge of a unit, and they're still struggling with their communication. But even through that, they have looked dominant all the time. This team right here hasn't lost in China a single tournament. The only loss they've ever had was at Mid-Season Worlds, and so they want to get back to that stature. This team is confident. It's just a matter of, can they pull it out when it matters most today?
Yeah, listen, this is the battle of adjustments, if you will, because again, as you heard in the interview, they've got new sub-ins, some travel complications, so now we have both teams here trying to sub in. They've got plenty of the talent. It's that coordination that takes time over time as we look at what they were able to do against FlyQuest. And let me tell you, if you're just now stopping in by for the first time, Molan Ron is the player to watch, y'all. This man can play quite literally anything. #1 Iron Fist in the world, as you heard in the interview, but guess what else? His Iron Fist, goodness, it was insane, Chip.
Yeah, the Iron Man is crazy. The Iron Fist is crazy. I mean, we talk about Iron Fist, and I feel he's a little bit slept on in this meta, right? I agree that he is very strong, but I think he might be a better Wolverine at the current state. He's just all about brawling that front line, dealing percent-based damage, and walking them, as you see right here.
Yeah, Danny Rand, good to have some representation here in the grand finals. But, I mean, Lin Lee is the version we have here in Rivals, but looking at what he can do great against Angela, I mean, those Adam Res coming into the aggression that he can bring, and we've been talking about a little bit in the green room how he's not just that kind of, playing his own game now. He's more of a frontline brawler, and that's what you want from it. But yeah, Taro Cookie, great kind of 1B to the 1A that is Molan Ron. So they have plenty of the talent there behind them. Can they put the full picture together there? It's a duelist you want to look out for OUG.
Yeah, again, I could not agree more with that. They're very good together. I think we've talked about synergies all the time with some of these teams. We talk about FlyQuest having a great duelist synergy. Same story here for OUG. But for some reason, they just can't seem to clutch it up. They have the talent, but they keep getting better and better. Again, it's just a communication thing that will be worked on as this tournament goes on. But in order to keep moving on in this tournament, they need this win right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite literally the moment. Crazy Raccoon kind of wants to take them out with them potentially, right? Whereas if you look at what OUG can do, I do think they have the talent to go up against Citadel, and so we'll see what they have to bring. But Crazy Raccoon, let's go and paint this story a little bit. Once again, this is a team, you look at their matches, they went the distance with some of the top teams here. We saw the Black Widow play from Vital. That was probably my highlight of the tournament. They've got tons of fun and unique play comps against with their whole team synergy, Shiv. And really, for me, it goes between all the roles and what they can bring out.
Yeah, and they like locking in that Jeff, too. It is their most locked hero with 4 times. They've also did the same with Cap and Emma, so they love running the Cap as well. They run those comps that maybe are more unique. I mean, in that, granted, Jeff is very strong right now, but I do think playing around those off picks, those picks that kind of shake up the team battles, is what they live for.
Yeah, hey, for me, y'all, it has been the highlight of this tournament is J-Mac. He has been my vanguard. We're not going to really see them much in the later stages of this thing, but J-Mac is a player I will not forget. One of the best Captain Americas in this entire tournament. JT3, the man is a walking highlight reel. He hit the portal on Paulie at one point where it appeared underground. It was probably the clip of the entire tournament. He hit a raccoon dashing the air as a meteor with a Meteor M. That was absolute just pure insanity. NX regarded as one of the top duelists. Again, the talent is there, Ship. It was just pulling it all together, and you don't have a lot of time and days. If this thing went on longer to set up for our next stage, I think they would look, even more sound.
No, that's a great call. And again, folks, this team right here on the side of Crazy Raccoon, they have the opportunity to pull down OUG with them, which is a crazy thing to say. As we, once again, I just can't wait to see what they're able to do. This team has been running triple about 41% of the time in terms of strategies. Whereas you look at OUG, it's down in like about a third, around 33% of the time. So both teams are willing to pull it out, but they don't consider it the more meta for their comp.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like if you were to take two teams that play some of the more surprising stuff, again, the Iron Fist, the Black Widow, who knows what we're going to get here with them two clashing it out on the biggest stage of Rivals. We take a look at our first map, where we're going to have the Duel of Fates happen, and it will be Celestial Husk here. Perfect in time for spooky season. We find ourselves with the symbiote sword there, man, and I'm just pumped as we open up what is going to be a pure chaos domination.
Yeah, and there's a lot of structures on this map that allow you to play things like Angela, Venom, and dance for a while on point, buying you more time. Again, I don't know about you, but I'm cursed with Celestial Husk and all the dominations. I brought it over here to you as well. It sounds like you have had that as well. But yeah, I mean, these teams both can exploit that. What you're doing in domination is you're going to duel for days, and then you want to just stall for as long as possible, get that percentage up, and then come back and win an alt fight as we start the draft. Double Mantis off the rip.
Yeah, the map, folks, is Celestial Husk. Atlanta, Georgia is that location. And yes, as we know, that first spot usually belongs straight to Mantis as we find ourselves up with the Venom band because the Jeff save, you guys know the song and dance, 60% win rate and more with that team up of symbiotic shenanigans. Emma save's going to go off right off the press. Typically love to see that early here, and then if you look at the bans, then I would at least guess we're going to get at least a Psylocke ban, potentially shut down not only the team up, but Molon around.
Yeah, I mean, I could absolutely see a Psylocke ban. They love banning Emma as well. Adam only a few times here, and Winter Soldier. I mean, I personally think Winter Soldier, in terms of a ban, has been a little bit slept on. I mean, dive is very prevalent and strong in this meta, at least at this level of play in team play. You may be saying in ranked, oh, it can be shut down, but at this level of play with coordination, dive is incredibly strong. So getting rid of that Bucky enables that for your team. So they have done that here on Crazy Raccoon, which, some teams have yet to do, but they've all admitted is in a very, very strong place right now.
Yeah, especially when you have like a standout duelist that really can just go and snowball like the hero does well. But hey, right there's the tip of the cap. J-Mac got to be playing Captain America, right? They saw that. They don't want to deal with it. He had like 20 eliminations, final hits, one game. Absolutely insanity. There's that Bucky save, though. And again, that's going to help fuel up the team. Taro sometimes plays that, allows Molon around to kind of have more fun in their flexibility that they have. You look at the bans here. What way do you think they're going? They want to go with more of a traditional route. I think Psylocke here would make sense. Hella, though, not bad either.
Yeah, I mean, the Hella ban makes sense. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they got rid of Fist or something, because it seems like when OUG is down a little bit in terms of team fights, they'll pull that out and try to make a play, and sometimes it actually turns the momentum for them. So, maybe a little more targeted. Hella's obviously a great ban. We typically haven't seen a ton of teams running that new team up with Namor, though, besides teams like Fly, who are very strong with Vision, obviously, there. It was an incredible Namor. I think when you have a strong Namor player, that team up, it can be obscene. But, yeah, not very common, but Hella in general right now with that bird reduction in terms of cast time, it just really improved her level of play.
Dark Zero a little bit as well, because what it is with that lineup is it's tough to win the first battle, but once you've won that, it's such a good defensive hold. Hella can set up high ground, Namor can set up the squids, right, and then you can get the whole ocean at front with you here. As we see the lock-ins, it is going to be, and this is what I like, they had the Hella ban to the other team. They're going to run that composition, right? Yeah, you got to love that. You got to play with your ban, right, if you look at it here. And that's why I do love this format that we run, but there it is. It makes sense. The Psylocke, why not run it? Get that insane Echo team up that goes crazy.
Yeah, and they let the Emma through, which is surprising because that is their current most ban on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Maybe they don't believe OUG can run it in terms of matching them back to the same level. But again, we are going to be starting up here in Celestial Husk, the domination for the ages. First match here of the tournament. Final day of the group stages before we head into knockout. Man, am I excited. And again, folks, this is a crucial match. If you're pulling for OUG to get their first win here on a LAN event, although this team has been so dominant in China, this is their moment.
Here we go, guys. Setting up the stage is now match number 11 underway for this group. And looking at it, J-Mac did play a little bit of Angela, so we are going to have that flex over. And, not the best Angela map in terms of what you can get out of value, but a lot of high-low ground you can kind of poke and get things out of position, so I do love that. Right now, going to give the small favor to OUG and what they're trying to roll out with here early. Obviously, NX going to be going from that Penny, showing a little bit of love there to the lineup that we know. J-Mac, though, did play a nasty Wolverine. I actually gave a huge highlight to him day one, so I do like this pick as well.
Yeah, look at this. I don't think we've yet to see a triple duelist coming out here off the rip. Yeah, that's definitely a change in pace. And this is what I was saying. Crazy Raccoon needs to do something different here if they want to show up in this moment. And again, they could be pulling OUG down with them in terms of the bracket. So eyes on here as we start off with Vital on this off angle onto DRP. Just dealing some damage, locking in a bit. Going to look towards Taro and hit the high side again. Again, folks, that bird cooldown reduction allows her to use that as essentially an instant iframe and come out with 25 additional overhealth. The positioning of this team right now is wild on the high side. J-Mac now trying to press forward. Already loses passive, though. Is going to be driven backwards. Oh, wow. And wait, but no! Gets picked there by Duke.
Yeah, that is a massive opening and just saying, hey, we are here to play. And you know what I love about this is the Hella sight lines are favorable here, but not if you're in the spawn room, buddy. I mean, we're going to take a look at what we're adjusting to. J-Mac kind of switching around with Strange, now going to Mags. We are getting some fast adjustments early. They saw the comp ship, and we see this sometimes. They see the comp, they're like, okay, let's go ahead and redo the battle plan here as we take a look at what they're going to try to roll with next. And really, you said it, that one Vanguard thing was not going to work out, man. They just did not have enough sustain.
Yeah, exactly, especially against a more front-to-back like this. They're going to have that Magneto really hold in front, and then obviously Taro is going to be just protecting that backline with Bucky. Molan is just going to be doing his own thing the entire time, and you essentially, with Psylocke right now in the current meta, farm that front line, and then go to the back line, press that Q button, and just watch the back line disappear. Molan is going to be doing just that already at 90%. Spald holding on to ultimate right now. Crazy Raccoon should be gaining in about 3 of them shortly, though everybody in this next fight will be pressing Q, but 35% on here for OUG.
Yeah, let's watch Molan Ron here. He's going to try to go back line. We'll see if he can pick off Lastro before it's too late. Sung Hoon going down a little early, but able to pop back up. Going to force the invisible boundary to give a little bit of comfort, and that is going to be at least one job finish. Ooh, they catch him with the Giganto in the finish and the flush. Okay, you forgot the floaties there if you were Molan Ron.
Yeah, trade back and forth there. Alt still going to be heavily in the favor of OUG for the current moment, but it doesn't matter to them. Right now, they're just holding on for the stall as NX is going to keep the pressure on into the back line, but it doesn't matter as they're doing a great job just playing around that natural cover of that wall that is indestructible. So they're just going to keep each other healed up in the patty cake format, if you will, as out goes that invisible boundary. J-Mac going to throw, trying to hope that Invis was going to jump to the right side, but no, that read did not pan out. J-Mac now just holding the front line and still holding on to that team up there with Emma.
Yeah, finally able to get something going with Vital here, getting the eye lines. JT3 is typically the mag player for them, so it is interesting. I'm wondering if J-Mac's not too comfortable on Mother. If you look at the seduction happening now, they do have eyes on the prize, and from the top ground, look at Vital just floating down, throwing down those thorns, and there's the kneel. But oh, a big interruption there to stop and slow down all of that.
And folks, notice how Emma put the shield behind. JT3 threw the shield behind the front line so that he could not be healed. Very smart play there. That's exactly what you're looking to do with Emma. That shield is so versatile. It can shut down ultimates, but it also can shut down line of sight into the back line. But right now, 90% on here for OUG. Crazy Raccoon needs to step up, but they do have ult advantage. They just cannot overcommit.
Yeah, with Dewey trying to have at least maybe a bit of a setup potentially for Taro. Taro can really pop off in the right moments if needed, so we'll see if they can adjust, get ready. 89%, a good little cushion for them, though, so they have plenty of time to get back into this thing. Get a little bit of the cross distraction going on with Vital up in the sky. Lastro, though, what an absolute monster way to slow down what OUG needs to do. And that's going to buy their ticket right up to that 89% to match, right? I mean, it's going to be tough from this point on to be able, and you know what, OUG kind of like that, because they're going to be able to build their ultimates up for the main battle. One more left.
Sure, absolutely. Molan is going to find a pick there, too, to try to even it out. I don't love what I saw there from Dudu in terms of walking forward. A little bit too early. The team was not prepped for that and clearly, paid the price. Out goes the whale from downtown. The horn is going to land on one, and they follow up here. Actually, they don't, as J-Mac now gets a pick onto Molan. It does find one, but it's just not who's going down at the moment. DRP looking towards the back line, holding onto that Meteor M. DRP is on the sticks, as you see in the bottom right there with the controller just battling away, playing nice and slow, but Vital with a great, again, off-angle, high-side positioning. Invis using that shield on Hella is essentially a way to buff Hella. It makes her play far more aggressive and much stronger.
This is the map to take right now if you're Crazy Raccoon, because Molan's not playing their best, and usually that is the anchor of the team that gets it rolling as we have the Armitages landing down, but DRP with a beautiful slam dunk, an opening here for the buzzer now as Taro Cookie looking for more, trying to get things rolling for this team now. With the show on of MASH, we have show on show, dance feed dance, the Luna going up with Lastro for more sustain, the Neos happen, and with this, OUG just trying to get themselves some space, but it's 94% in climbing for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Molan's got a huge opportunity here to shift this right now, but 98%, they've got a touch, obviously 3% on. Out goes that dance of the butterfly. Dewey is going to find 2. Sval going to find an X now, and that's 3 bodies down. Make it 4, why don't you, as J-Mac goes down. At this point, Portal's got to come in time. Not sure that it can, unless this touch comes through here from Vital. We'll see if Vital can get there. Looks like we'll be able to, unless the KO comes through prior. It does come through. That should buy them enough time now, as Taro Cookie finds that pick.
It's right there, man. It is, like completely too close. Molan Ron, great little pick there on waiting for the strategist ults to go out, getting the slice and the dice and the finish there as Lastro now forced off the roll. Love whenever you have to see the Vanguard swap for the strategist, so it kind of throws off some of the team's equality. But you look at what they've got loaded. Sval's going to be ready to get this sustain continued, and on the other side, not much outside of there, the Imma.
Yeah, and you see there the Bond cooldown out from Vital's Adam, and that is a huge cooldown to have down in OT. Now you call that out and you find a pick on Lastro there from Sval as the team is just going to press W and walk forward onto the enemy's backline. Out goes a Psionic. Does this get value? Taro Cookie hits the sky, lands onto JT3, who gets healed up heavy. That reset will not come through. Great work there. JT3 finds Dew. Down, Vital going to bring back. Down goes NX from DRP. The trades are still very apparent, but a Vanguard down for OUG leaves the front line more vulnerable, but Magneto does a great job of keeping that space. He's going to drop back here. Meteor M goes up. Does this one land in that boundary? We will see. Does not. Still holding. Again, the trades are happening. Alt up here. The dance floor for MASH.
And I love to switch to the Adam quickly, because what was he able to do? Get that Karmic Revival. That gives him so much extra juice. Kind of snuck that into the rotation, man. What a huge play as Molan's trying to get something rolling for the team. Finding, backing off of it. Finds the Adam. This would be a huge pick for them. Gonna have that passive not available. They just popped it not too long ago, right? So at this point, gonna slice dice up and gonna have to exit that battle early. Got the Agamotto ready, and once again, it's gonna be Lastro on the other side, who's now played a bit of everyone. Strange now into the side lock, and it's OUG continuing on the show.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane. So back and forth, even through the trades. Vital goes down and looks like holding on to that ultimate. Not necessarily needed in that moment, but still, OUG down again. Dew is going to be making that shift. Dew is going to be holding on here to, coming back as Spider-Man just to get here on the touch quickly. And wow, Crazy Raccoon are owning this. OT is at a sliver. It's all about maintaining, but great positioning there by the strategist. They have to collapse on them. They're trying to put too much force here onto the front line. Got to change up that location. Lastro is going to find one onto Dew. Dew, are you kidding? Still getting these picks through. Out goes the invisible boundary from Sval. The Bond out from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Everybody is just playing safe and on their heels as NX gets another pick. And wow, Crazy Raccoon are looking very strong right now on this OT push.
Yeah, man, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark, now as Dewey's going over to the Captain America. We're seeing a whole hero pool come out of these guys, and yeah, just a great hold. I mean, look at this is just an absolute doom match out here between them with a close-up slam. That man was right near the basket and finishes the flush. Now as Vital's going to throw up the resurrection, keep these Marvel zombies at play now, trying to find another with the alt fire and the good cooldown reset. And look at the dude, a Crazy Raccoon has played this to perfection right now. Has OUG on the heels. They both committed everything they have. I mean,
wow.
Legendary more. What an absolute dominant .1. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon just looked very, very good right there. You talked about their OT and the success in OT, and again, I think OUG was just constantly switching and having conversations of what they needed to find an answer instead of just locking in for a single fight. They kept coming back with different heroes, losing alt charge, panicking, and in that moment, Crazy Raccoon made the switch to Adam, played slow and safe. They used the res effectively, came in with Bond, which is a huge cooldown, but even bigger in overtime, and managed to take that through. OUG, though, is going to be holding on to a few ultimates, but there is an answer here from Seung-hoon.
Yeah, you know what? Just great awareness from Vital, too. If he was not there with the quick fly-in, it was going to be a whole nother story if they were able to keep this thing going. It was 80%, 84 for OUG to start things off, so it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right? They did a good example of that. Take a look at the big role players, MASH, just absolutely throwing down the healing this time around. For me, the big standout, Molan Ron, definitely wants to look to do better than 9-5. We've seen much more clutch plays from that man. Hopefully he can see the star rise up in the biggest moment of his young career now. Looking forward to 29 seconds and climbing, like you said, with the legendary secondary, my guy Shung Hoon's going to go in and burn that.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll see how they play this out. Do they bait it with Molan first? We'll have to see.
Yeah, so here's the deal. When you are using Psylocke, actually, you know, there's some things that you have answers to. Loki does great with crystals to save folks from Psylocke, but actually if you're getting solo ulted with Loki, if you use that invisibility, folks may not know this, you actually can dodge the ultimate. It will not target you if you are invisible. So, you know, and there's also a solution. You may want to use that dance floor from Shung Hoon, but if there's not a lot of bodies around, you can still get bursted through right now with the current Psylocke ult. So it's tough to find the right answer in the moment. We'll see what they choose to do. Taro Cookie on the high side going to use that Galactic Legend towards JT3 on the front line, and there's the dance floor. It was pulled out from that Legend as you discussed.
Yeah, they found him. I mean, they got the lanterns out early and continued the finish there as Taro Cookie trying to find a little bit of space. We're going to go down JT3. Nice little seduction there as now we see the dance of the butterflies to slice the dice. Molan Ron going to get NX out of this thing with the shields up. They got to make the most of this. Going to go on the hunt now for Sung Hoon, who does not have the ult anymore. And wow, what a good little duel that we had there between the two ladies. That's what you want to see here in the grand finals.
Yeah, coming out on top, Molan Ron, and that is exactly what he was trying to do, but it looked dicey. Like you said, the clap came out there from Shung Hoon, and then it gets very scary. Taro Cookie going to find Vital now, and again, OUG is going to get point early on. They crumbled a little bit with 84%, and that is a, you know, not very common here in Domination. They just seemed to panic and a little bit, you know, overcommit some of their abilities in ults, and I would argue Crazy Raccoon coming back with that comp change was what won them that fight. Look at this positioning here from Molan Ron in the back line, immediately going out with Lastro, trying to burn those crystals. Does not get the crystal cooldown, and it forces out Bubble. That's a trade there for Crazy Raccoon that they will take. Still owning that height. Folks, remember, they're always on height because it does give them fight advantage, and they'll commit when they think they can, and those cooldowns burned is their time to commit. On to Vital now and dropping back towards the back line. Still going to keep eyes there, but is dicey once more. 75% HP in a Dream is still there. 100 now does go down from Vital with a nice headshot.
The little mosquito on the shoulder, you know, and sometimes you find it and finish it, and they did get the health time, but yeah, a nice stun there from Vital to finish it off. Vital, one of the most lethal in the aim department. Mechanics are on fire, play Black Widow the whole time. We saw what he did earlier, though, as the show goes on, as Lastro continues to keep this team in it, and DRP tries to find their connection. Woo! Sneaks it in there and threads the needle from the shield, and just like that, the follow-up from OUG cleans this thing up, and the point's still theirs, man, just to stay. What a beauty.
Yeah, Bruce Banner has turned into the Hulk, folks. OUG is mad, and you can see it. Vital does have ult here. Svald will have an answer, but you see Taro Cookie and Molan ready as well to commit in these fights. There's not a lot of answers. Shung Hoon will have that ult for at least one, but again, we saw what happened last time. Can they still find value through it? Yes, they can. Taro Cookie, we'll see that crack and impact potentially here shortly with some decent influence. The pressure now moving forward. J-Mac, one of your personal stars on that cap, which was banned out here on that Magneto with great positioning. Again, looking on these off angles towards the back line, trying to pull eyes away so the team can move forward, and that is what you try to do to take spaces. Molan finds Lastro, and that cooldown of those crystals is gone.
Yeah, finding that within the neutral is massive because now there's going to be no response. Shung Hoon's going to be able to get the show out, but right shortly after, we'll see if Taro just puts on the full gas. That's what I would do, play aggro here because there's not much. You count the cooldowns, you know they have nothing. Loki just happened not too long ago. So Taro, want to see that out? No, don't get hit by the whale, my friend. You took the entire 10,000 pounds right on you, my man. That was an absolute disgusting, giganto.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough right there. When the horn comes through, you got to get out. Unfortunately, great stun there from Vital. That hella stun right to the center was some crazy coordination. Molan going to jump off to reset with the team and just try once more. Again, they're at 99%. The issue they had last time is they need to have one successful full team ult fight. They did not do that. They kept staggering. They were trying to make hero plays as individuals. You need to stay as a unit, and this is the only problem that OUG has had. They're playing as individuals. They need to learn to work as a team as they are a newer composition of different players.
Yeah, you play in a duo, and you're going to hella Namor, write that down, because that is the team up in every sense of the word to set up the whale like that, not only getting the dirge, but as well as the stun with it. DRP wants every bit of it, gets the echoes out, tries to get the pressure on. Love the rotation. We'll see what happens on the backside of this thing, as Dewey's going to try to get some one-on-one of the MI Vanguard v Vanguard. Again, point is over to Crazy Raccoon. This is exactly what they wanted last time. Keep this thing ticking. I love the fight on the high ground with the big ones on the low ground, as it's just a duel of absolute fates, and it's Molan, though. Molan Ron able to clean up the rest of JT3, and OUG follows.
Oh, 2 picks and an ult pulled out from Lastro is a ton of value. Make it 3, why don't you, as they are holding this point and try to retake 60% here for Crazy Raccoon, but OUG is built a little bit differently as Molan finds another OT starting now, 99%. The retake has to start. Loki playing low, just waiting to come through, but what a shot there by Taro. Molan as well, just holding on to the point, not allowing them to get through, and they cannot. It's a 1-1.
That's exactly the point they wanted to have for the bounce back, right? You know, and what was the big difference again? Once again, I think Molon kind of got back into things, got back into the swing, and if you're Crazy Raccoon, that was the game to take right there. Don't let them get any time to adjust, readjust, and get things ready. But really, ult economy-wise, was just always in favor for OUG. Had a lot of responses outside of that beautiful whale. You know, I gotta tip the cap to Crazy Raccoon that what they've been able to pull off has been pretty spicy. For me, the Vanguard difference, though, has been the big apparent diff, if you will.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, DRP looks very good out there. So some huge Meteor M's. If you throw that rock and it lands on the dome of a strategist, goodbye and insane value. Because typically, when you're throwing that Magneto ball, it's going to be at a strategist who is mid-ult. So that trade is always valuable.
Yeah, and hey, Molon Ron, 2 eliminations last match, up to 9 for the high of the lobby. That's what you want to see, right, from the big man. NX, though, I mean, he got, what, 3 of those on that one whale. Absolutely beauty. And again, keep your eyes on NX. Him and Vital are absolutely crazy. If they don't make it, you know, obviously in our next stages we've talked about, this team can put something really special together as we move on into this early esports scene here, Shib.
Yeah, we're very much in the infancy of this esport, and that's what's a beauty about it, especially, you know, we talked about this in the past over on the other stream. Again, there is 2 streams here for 2 different sets of games. About that, you know, these teams are still learning not only how to play effectively, but how to adapt consistently to meta changes that are happening here with Rivals and these devs that are putting in some serious work to make the game fresh on some fresh changes. The space is owned here, and this is that structure that JMac will play around here on Angela for days. It's very difficult to fight an Angela who is consistently flying around and juking the frontline pressure, but again, you got to keep your eyes on the back line as Molon going to start up here with the dance. Does that find value? No, is going to pull out some cooldowns, almost gets caught there. He does. Ooh, does get caught there from NX on an off angle. Good play there. 1 down, and numbers are up here for Crazy Raccoon. Alts are committed. Of course, the Goddess of Death, who does come down quickly. NX has that Horn of Proteus available. The Whale coming in as Vital takes out DRP, and JT3 with another pick, and that is space, and that is percentage.
Yeah, nice little peekaboo there. Moment, way to stay with your target. And just a rotation from JMac. I mean, we can't highlight that enough. The skill ceiling for Angelo is so high. You have to keep your eyes on so many things at once. The call-outs, obviously grouping together for the Psylocke ult is going to help out, but also just trying to get some separation for the team. Again, JMac can do it all here in the Vanguard position, but wow, what a great opening. And this time, Shoes on the other front, right? They're able to get a little bit more of a comfortable spacing. You know, last time they went up 90%. This time they can give themselves a little bit of leeway here, but looking at OUG, plenty of setup, wombo combo potential. Let's see if we get this Whale again, though, with the old Vital setup.
Yeah, and Taro Cookie looking for a big crack and impact. Again, DRP with 1 as Fall finds NX. And you see Mash there on JT3. That is 3 numbers instantly on the retake. And that is exactly what you're looking to do if you lose that first fight, if your percentage needs to go up. But there's that dance on the structure. JMac, ooh, pulled right out of the sky there. Very well played from the side of Taro Cookie, who's been a little more patient with that ultimate, really holding on to that crack and impact, but clearly didn't need it on that fight. 45% is not a bad retake at all from OUG.
That was quick, man. That was, I mean, that was absolutely lightning pace. And really, Svalda has been hitting some insane final limbs. I've been watching that name on the old limb feed plenty here as throwing out the old voltage ball early trying. I love whenever you get Angela grounded there, you can just finish off. You know, I've seen a couple times Taro set that up, gets the Angela grounded, slams down with the crack and impact. What a 1-2 play now, just continuing to really not build up the old times 100 as Molon Ron gets Lastro out, and that's just going to slow down exactly what Crazy Raccoon needed here to continue on the fight.
Yeah, that is an ideal pick there, dropping a strategist when your team has full ults like this. Now you've got to think, do we overcommit here, down a number, or do we reset together and give them more time? The answer is to reset, but when you have this many ults available, you don't want the enemy to get the same amount of ults. You have a desire to commit, and that is the mental battle of Rivals in a nutshell. Off angle here from JMac, trying to find a pick, does not land, but a ton of damage out, is holding on to that retribution. Will that come through in a moment? I believe it will. Bang, coming in heavy. Can they commit? But no, DRP again, gonna find one. There is that Whale from NX on a Sval, Taro Cookie on a JMac. Out goes the crack and impact. Will this one land? It does, but no reset as it's matched with the dance floor.
Yeah, show on show here, and I cannot highlight the movement enough from the Angela. I mean, just absolutely perfection. DRP has landed these time and time again. That's his third. Let's go and get a 3-piece on it with the follow-up. Man, truly the master of magnetism. My guy with the quick follow from Molon Ron as well. Hey, man, DRP making a little name for himself too, man. I'm sure you're happy over there as a Vanguard player.
Oh, yeah, as a Vanguard man, this guy is locked in right now, does not want to lose this match, looking to progress forward here and just keep the wins coming. That was some real clean play, a lot of neutral battles. We see a lot of these, oh, wow, I mean, Molan doing exactly what he needs to do. Always finding picks in the neutral without an ultimate on Psylocke into the backline, especially after a respawn like that. That is crazy. Gives your team more percentage. 97, 98% here. And the team's thinking about maybe having to go back because Molan is taking them out of the spawn door. DRP now we're going to find Chung Hoon. Numbers heavily up for OUG. Molan, can you make it 3? And yes, he does. Taro Cookie going to help clean that up on JT3. J-Mac goes down. OT ticking down, and that will be a W for OUG.
Man, listen, I know they have a little jet lag over there. Maybe Molan Ron just kind of warming up, right? You know, just trying to wake up a little bit because he truly found himself in the last 2 games. And you have to play those hella aggressions early because you've got such, you know, hella finds yourself in the right mid-range, you're done. And so just finishing up with the quick dash and flash. OUG doing exactly what I thought they would. Crazy Raccoon, though, put up a heck of a fight.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of folks that I want to shout out. DRP definitely being one of them with a lot of value, a lot of finals there. Molan just devastating the backline. Imagine needing to have communication of, can you help me get out of the spawn door? I literally can't get out of the spawn door 3 times there. 15 finals from DRP there. Wow.
Yo, bro, hey, 8 finals from Svald. I'm telling you that he matches Vital and Taro Cookie. I'm telling you, I saw this man continually get those picks ready and 11k damage to boot. Okay, King, we see you down there on the Sioux Storm. Reed Richards, he's applauding somewhere out there, as we're not going to see him. We're not going to see him here on the big stage, probably.
Yeah, I mean, that is an absolute battle. As we check out the highlights here again, and we're going to see some of these names that we just witnessed. Folks, the map now is going to be chosen here by Crazy Raccoon. They choose mode and map, and that is how it will go throughout this tournament here in the group stages. Some good plays again from Crazy Raccoon, but OUG showing up after that initial map loss.
Yeah, no, it's tough when you look at, you know, the comparison of role to role. I feel like they've measured up well. I guess now, I was talking about the Vanguards. I'm going to get the edge on the strategist front for OUG, though, really kind of shining and doing more than just that healing role, right? If you could get that extra value, typically be tough if there's a dive comp, but that time just kind of pure neutral ground fighting the old-fashioned way, and I feel like the extra edge that OUG gave was what was the final decision maker, and just locking in more as that unit.
Yeah, I mean, they really did look like they just stepped it up a notch on map 2 and 3 there. They were far more locked and doing exactly what they needed to do. This combo was cool, though. The Angie combo with the whale from downtown is going to find some value, but still, you know, you look at the feed there and you can just see in the opposition just KOs for days. Again, DRP, that's 1. Make it 2 and 3 at that final fight. Just a very, very strong Magneto.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, and if we look at what Crazy Raccoon might pick, there's a few different paths they can take. You know, I've seen some crazy stuff on Yggdrasil, but there's been one map they kind of lean on shit whenever things are going a little bit rough, man. Hey, listen, I know this is your first time seeing Crazy Raccoon and OUG, at least in the casting front. What have you thought of these 2 teams so far?
I'll tell you what, OUG looks really good. Crazy Raccoon on that first map, that retake was genius. I think that shows a composed team, which is awesome to see. But OUG, I see a ton of talent. Again, looking at the win-loss ratio, I'm a little confused. You know, I have had eyes on these games after the fact. I haven't been on this stream yet to see them in action, but I've heard they're stepping up to the talent of who they're going against. And I think a team that's able to do that is a team that can push very far in this tournament. Seems like this bracket is just a very tough one to progress through.
Dude, it's truly a shame that it's day 3 because I'm telling you, the talent here has been absolutely immense, and they've played up to their talent, right? But again, it's just job not finished, right? One of these obviously had to come away with a win here, but OUG, the one that could truly make the jump into the next stage. I want to see it personally. Would love to see it myself. Y'all, that was a great match 1. We got match number 2 coming up in just a second, or map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and reset.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
我们是 OUG， 让全世界再听到我们的声音。
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Let the world hear us again, they said, as we take a look at Jeff the Baby Land Shark. It's trick or treat season, Shib. And my gosh, I gotta say, out of all the skins, Ben, that's the most adorable mascot you're ever gonna see.
Yeah, I always make the joke about kids in scary movies. That's Jeff for you. You know what I mean? Just terrifying, especially when going under with that It's Jeff. We've seen a ton of Jeff in this tournament, and I'll tell you what, that just goes to show you how strong Jeff is as a hero in this meta, and almost in all these last few metas with how good he is. But look at this skin. Are you kidding me? This little pumpkin coming at you, the jack-o'-lantern.
The candy. That's what I love about these skins and costumes, too, because they do the sound effects, they do the little things like, you know, just reloading not the fish, but the candy. It's like the little things that really, I feel like, shine here as you see the pumpkins and the music play, the bats. I mean, it's iconic. That's something like, imagine seeing this in the grand finals of it all, and that's how you lose to that.
Yeah, I mean, I love the alt VFX. I think it's a huge addition to the game here. Look at Jeff for the MVP. Eating the full candy on the reload with wrapper-on is just different, and jumping in here on those toys. Big fan of this skin, big fan of this hero right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and a little look at Namor in the Phantom side over there as well, my friends. And I expect to see some Jeff here probably in our next matchup. And they said, what? Let the world hear us is what OUG wants to say. And hey, they're doing it right here. Again, job's not finished. Got to win right here, right now. And then, you know, a little further along, that battle against Citadel Gaming is going to be the matchup to watch. But taking a look at the map pool and where we might find our next location, listen, I mean, there's plenty of maps to take advantage of. Hall of Dajalia has been in favor for sure for these teams as well. I believe Crazy Raccoon was able to get a game off Citadel there, and that was a huge win for them. So looking at it, I mean, you can have your pick of Convergence or Convoy. Where do you think we go?
Yeah, I mean, they have to choose Hall of Dajalia, right? When you're comfortable, just repeat it. Unless they're trying to shake things up on, you know, something unexpected. Maybe we see Hell's Heaven, or Heart of Heaven, excuse me, which I think is a map that's a little bit slept on. I think that smoke enables more brawl compositions, but then again, that might play right into the hand of something like an Iron Fist.
Yeah, 2 point though. Yeah, you know, if you won, that's going to give you the confidence to pick it again, right? And they played this map so well. Actually, Shiv and I were just talking about it. This is one of our favorite maps to cast because I feel like there's just so much that could go on. Point 1 is an absolute just brawl if you can get it, and then you try to carry that momentum in. If you're able to cap point 2, you get that extra time to make usually the finish. There's just always cinema here.
Yeah, and they do like that more pokey composition as we saw in that last domination. And that Streech phase there, that is the perfect comp to run. And then you can play around with those off-angle tackles going through building, very destructible location. This map is a favorite of the pros. We have seen it a lot, but again, Crazy Raccoon have picked it and won in the past. Let's see what they do here in the bans.
First of all, all right, we get the Mantis, you know, ban out of the way. We can move on to the good stuff here, as we know. But hey, right then and there, I wanted to see the Captain America save right off the get. And we saw what they could do, J-Mac, off the hero, but what that does also is it allows JT3 to play their comfort picks, which was the mag, and we kind of saw the inverse of that last time. So love the way to open things up. Venom going to be banned off the get as well with the Winter Soldier save. So a little bit of a, you know, I think they really like what they were able to do there with Taro, and then again, that allows Molon to do what, you know, he does best.
Absolutely. Now, goodbye to Emma. Again, I think that is a smart decision. I think we saw some good influence there from Emma. We talked about the versatility of that shield, locking off LOS and ultimates. And again, a lock in here of the Bucky. Another one of those picks that hasn't been banned as frequently as you would think, but Crazy Raccoon in the past has been known to ban that Winter Soldier. So again, that makes sense. And that's just doing your homework against who you're going against. Goodbye to the Star-Lord as well. Star-Lord, at this level of play, does great into triple strategist with a triple strategist composition because you can get that ult incredibly quickly. All the focus is on you. It allows you to play hyper aggro. You press that Q button, and then it forces out a ton of cooldowns in the backline.
And that is how they won last time. Inex on the Star-Lord was a big difference maker for them. So they did their homework. Great job on them. You know, realized this was their strong map. I think they expected to go here too. They got the early win. You know, that's what they do best here at the pro scenes. The save over to the Magneto is going to be helpful for OUG as we look at the next ban and taking a look at what they can go with. For me, if I'm them, I would potentially roll out with a... They're going to go with Hela again, which I respect. You know, give Vital the sightlines. And point 1, sightlines aren't great. Point 2, Hella has full dominance.
As you see the lock-in right there, great call out. That Streets phase once more. A lot of height, a lot of off-angling. And again, when you are fighting down that main, even back to front or front to back compositions, you just have a great LOS and line with a little bit of height on the back line.
Is this a Namor ban, right? Are they trying to bait this out maybe? Yeah, that'd be weird.
Would
We
make
haven't had a
sense.
lot of Namor bans out there, but I think it would be interesting. Okay, yeah, you know what? I dig it. I think they're still going to play Hella regardless. So, you know, we might see that with Vital. But I love, and sometimes we actually been seeing this a lot, right? They've been baiting these bans out. We've been seeing this time and time again, and that's something at the pro play that's kind of, as this scene ages, it's something we're getting more of here, and I love it, man. I'm all about it.
Oh, there's such a chess match here, not only in the ban phase, but in the map selection. I mean, teams are noticing what maps they're playing, the opposition is playing, and they're going to scrim and practice on that map because they want to hone in their skill knowing, hey, this is what they're likely going to pick, right? So there's a chess match there, and then the mental game of, they think we might be going there. Should we run something else? Maybe something they haven't practiced before. There is so much to this game, not only in the bans, not only in the battles, and the ults, in the timing, in the tracking, in the communication, but even in scrims and practice of specific maps.
Yeah, shout out to you Marvel Snap fans knowing to have that poker face, right? Now, you know, it always can be cool under pressure, but listen, Crazy Raccoon, they played a crazy, I know the pun in there, but they played a crazy Black Widow. Would love to see it here on the second point of the sightlines. Like I said, thought the Hella would come out either way. So we do have that in the look that they'll be rolling with. They're going to try to do this. We talk about this all the time, little the mine action that you get, and I am always in favor of take the damage, let the strategist build up the ult, and go from there.
Yeah, I don't love it either, especially if you enable some of these frontline Vanguards to come and take that damage, feed the backline.
Last time, Doctor Strange Portal was huge here. This was the play, the exact map we saw it on. Will we see it again, my friend?
Yeah, looks like they're lining that up, and they are. They are going to protect it, the jump there, so you can't fall to Portal. That's a little pro tip as we see the Portal come through onto the back line. It is going to put it right near this heel so that the strategist can play around it. Gives them height now, and this is a strategy we've seen a lot in the past. J-Mac going to switch up here, come back in with Cap, and that is a very smart play. The whole strat in the line is now going to be behind them. Well, now he gets free pressure onto their backline as they rotate and switch spawns, quote-unquote, here in this battle. He's going to fight the strategist, and now everyone else has eyes forward, and they are completely switching spawn. JT3 going to find Taro Cookie now, and again, the strategy works out immensely as numbers up in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that point, you split up anyway most of the time on Main Street in this little indoor cover, and J-Mac going to be throwing the punches. Watch this man on Cap. It is absolutely disgusting what he can put together here as JT3 is going to find yet another. They're just making quick Swiss cheese of this defense and pushing and imposing their will, but Shunghoon is going to get a nice little pick on Molan, and that's going to go ahead and snowball to Sval too. So at this point, what was looking like an easy bend, they did not break. Look at J-Mac with the quick shield pop there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a stagger. Again, there's one of those little things that as you climb ladder, you will take as a huge advantage, forcing their spawn to be more delayed and does not allow them to set up the way they want to or take the space right back, because if they lose another, it's another stagger, and that train will continue. Teams need to stack as 6. As you see J-Mac once more setting up on the back angle. We've seen J-Mac a lot. You shouted him out earlier. Very strong Cap, and they let it through this time. Maybe they are regretting that now, who's already almost at that freedom charge.
Dude, they're speed running. I mean, they're already through point 2 with ease. I mean, I feel like you blink and it's done here, as Lastro does have that Jeff time ready to roll, and that's going to be huge on this part of the map if they want to continue this aggression. Both sustain is there for OUG right now, really fighting against the wall. This is truly a hometown court advantage for Crazy Raccoon, as we're going to have Jeff with the old J-Mac to paint the trail of freedom, and look at that. Once again, finds a 2 with ease, and down does not go. They seem to find their way back.
Yeah, and Molan with an alt commitment there. Mash is going to be bringing out the dance floor too. Junghoon and Vital still holding on to that alt. DRP, though, has not missed many of these. Will this one land? Very low in HP. 20 HP does go down to Vital, who makes sure that they pay the price. Again, Crazy Raccoon looking lights out on this map.
I know. I mean, they definitely have the battle plan. They made Citadel really struggle here, so love to see it continue on now as point 2 is about to be... I mean, this is insane. There's no shot of an overtime if they got 4 minutes on the clock right now.
Man.
Vital with the hit. They still have the res too. This is OUG is caught by pure surprise here. Crazy Raccoon, they won in the ban and pick phase, in my opinion, and they continue to put on the pressure. Look at J-Mac, man. Look at this aggression.
Yeah, they are not stopping this train. The momentum is so much in the favor of Crazy Raccoon. OUG needs to reset. We're going to see a change in composition likely, or at least getting together as 6 and locking in on J-Mac, who is just causing so much mayhem in the backline. They have yet to be able to figure it out and find a solution. And again, we've seen it time and time again on this map. Teams can start to learn and figure it out and bide some time here, but if they keep this aggression up, there is still 5 minutes here on point 3. This is insane. J-Mac now walking forward, has that freedom charge, not afraid to initiate with it because you get that speed and you can walk forward. OUG only has 1 ult available at this moment, and there is that initiation. Mash is very close to ult with the dance floor though.
Yeah, man, just he's absolutely taping down the W key. I mean, just pure aggression from the cap here now as NX is going to continue to find more from it. I mean, I have not seen a 4-minute cap in any of this pro play. That would be absolutely insane on the clock. Either way, even with a minute, it's enough to get the win usually, though. Taro Cookie trying to get this team on the right track. Backs against quite the wall, seeing if they have enough support to bounce back with. And J-Mac, though, hunting for more. These strategists can't even heal. They're just trying to stay alive at this point now as you get a nice little stun, at least giving him some space fall there with the extermination. But it's J3, all eyes on him as they continue to press forward.
Yeah, out goes that Psionic Seduction. It's Jeff is launched to Lastro. There's the kick right into a wall, punted, grab, bang, right in, but still can have that dance sword to stay healthy. Mash is in a dangerous position, is going to elect to drop backwards there with JT3, and they're going to reset on point. Do is weak, but still holding on. Just going to use that to block the heals. Great positioning again on that shield from JT3. Notice, consistently placing that shield to block LOS of the backline from whoever's in danger. Shunghoon going to find one. Crazy Raccoon just keeps finding numbers, but is going to lose one from Taro Cookie. Do is going to heavily engage here with that charge, but the res is going to bring everyone right back. We have another 6v6 fight as the spawn is heavily closer here for OUG.
Yeah, that was a huge early res. And DRP goes down with the Meteor ammo. I was about to just say that those two ults are going to dictate what the rest of this map happens, and that is just a huge fall early. Svol does have another extermination, can keep the team alive a tad bit. Dewey doing a great job just staying alive through all this madness. Here comes a Phoenix down quickly with a bit of mustard on it. JT3 finds more to it. Vital going to come back. That res used, and they're doing a good job keeping this thing alive. This is the big one, and it does not connect at all. That was with sailing.
Yeah, shout out here to OUG, still holding on in that corner against J-Mac with a very unique backline in terms of kind of playing their own game and leaving Mash alone, who's still holding on, able to get that ult and get to the dance floor, onto the point. Lastro going to find DRP, though. J-Mac now on a Mo. Lan didn't, and X finds two. J-Mac now on a Taro, and that is going to be all 3 points with 3 minutes on.
Yo, isn't this J-Mac guy insane?
Wow.
I mean, he's an absolute animal. I mean, doing everything that Steve Rogers wouldn't do in the MCU, just pure violence out there from what we're seeing of the J-Mac. Again, it's why I'm sad to see some of these players go, because there's just so much talent here at the top level. Looking at what they're going to do here, the reason J-Mac is going on the defensive side of this is where we saw the portal play that took Pauly out on the stairs. We'll truly see if OUG did their homework, because if they did, they saw this clip that was making its rounds around Reddit, Twitter, and all that good stuff as we take a look. Now we're going to go offensively. Listen, what was there, like 3 minutes, 2:50, something on the clock there? Quite
yeah, 2:44, I believe, almost 3 full minutes, man.
I mean, you at least need a minute and a half, because actually when you have a lot of time like that, it gets a bit more less favorable, right? So if it's all the way to 0 and then one team has 45 seconds, huge advantage. But on the other flip, if you could just get a minute and a half, that's enough time to kind of stall things out, have the overtime kick on. So that's kind of their goal mark if they even want to make this thing interesting.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I mean, look at these stat lines, man. Again, that was an absolute walking right there. They looked clean as can be. Crazy Raccoon very comfortable on this map, and you could see it. The momentum did not stop. Vital, the only one to fall, but was playing Warlock. Who cares? You have that self-res. Bring the team back if you need to. And, you know, he didn't even need to bring the team back. Only bring an NX back one time. I mean, are you kidding me? Crazy Raccoon, this is their map.
J-Mac, 8 eliminations, more damage than anyone on the team over there, but OUG for a cap. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Absolute wild here. Now, we do hopefully get eyes on this portal play. Not sure if we're going to see J-Mac try to throw it out early. You know, we did miss the opening there, but that was what they were trying to do now. He's going to quickly go back over to the cap that he plays best. Dewey looking to go better than that eliminations that they just saw here. Now looking to take the top in, try to get that strategist play of what J-Mac did so well last time, and it's going to be a little cap on cap like the movies, bud.
Yeah, dude trying to find an off angle. Molan going to be there as well, but very low already. 150 HP in this battle, and is going to have that Jeff pocket. Will it be enough? Yes, it is going to be enough at the moment. Great play here. Jeff Cap versus Jeff Cap. It is mayhem. There's water everywhere. They're slipping and sliding. Is going to not find a pick here. Dew is going to drop back, but is very low.
Absolutely, like something you've seen like an underground scene, like just absolutely insane there. As now once again, it's the Cap and Jeff show that we're seeing. Forget the point. This is where the action is, y'all. This is the true finals in the making now. It's just trying to get away. Dewey cannot. And Taro Cookie though does find the best of Vital. That's gonna, you know, at least help them get a little bit of space now. And for me, it's Molan Ron on this Jeff ult. Can he secure it? There's an easy edge right there that can push forward to the path of victory. Fall close to the res as well.
Yeah, and Dudu's such a strong cap. It's crazy to see J-Mac come back and just do it a little bit better here. That's going to be a huge seduction. Can they play off it as Bond is launched as well on the side of Crazy Raccoon? But the whole team going to be rezzed out, finding one here with the It's Jeff Lastro. Going to try to off-map, aim it low so you cannot float backwards. That's exactly what happens as DRP goes off-map. NX going to find Svald. Numbers up now again for Crazy Raccoon on the defense. And J-Mac going to land directly on the head of Nolan.
Dude, this is quite literally the most home court advantage I've seen for a team.
Yeah.
They play like a different, it's like, it's this just the scrim map all the time. I mean, they play truly like a different, it's like they know exactly where to go and what to do. J-Mac with that save on cap was such a big win condition for them here. Looking forward though, DRP does have himself the Meteor M, can land that, make that matter, but Vital has the res. This is, with the Freedom Charge ship, I mean, I don't care if there's a minute and 56 seconds, it'd be a tough one to earn.
Yeah, I like the change up here from OUG in terms of pulling out the group. They just need to change something, right? They need to find a solution to change the pace because at the moment, whatever they're running is not working. And if you just stay on that comp forever, you lose way too much time. So a fast switch here. Up we go again on the sticks. Bang, goes down, but Cap pulled slightly backwards. Not going to do enough damage to find some value there. J-Mac did force that ult out. DRP with the same. Taro Cookie close. And it's going to be a combo there with Dudu.
Yeah, here's the lunchtime. This is really what matters. Can he get Vital with this quick eat? That's what he's going to go for. Vital knows it's coming for him. No, he's going to go for the point more and good adjustments. Oh, he does decide to quickly. Oh, it's going to come up empty. He couldn't decide whether he's going to go for the point or Vital. I think he saw Vital at the last second, tried to adjust and found nothing from it. I mean, this is pretty much the swan song here on this part of the map. They can continue to try, but right now it's all Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, really good positioning there by Vital. Got to shout that out. Who just knew that was coming, was ready to juke it at all costs. Even on Warlock, it's very difficult to do that. Tackle comes in onto Taro. Svald gonna find Lastro and Vital bringing everyone right back into the fight, but those walls are detrimental. Able to escape now, not able to look upwards. More damage there. Ulted right to the roof. Can they keep the pressure on? And another Born Again here with that Karmic Revival, and this time Svald is gonna bring the team back, but the retake is necessary. 45 seconds on the clock. They need to find some presence. No, NX gonna shut that down quickly as Do is walking backwards on the reset, and everything is happening quickly. The team is panicking, need to reset. Out goes again a Psionic that finds two. This will be cleaned up likely as Do is just gonna try to reset, but at 26 seconds on, it's gonna be a forced touch.
I mean, an absolute aggro final boss here. Just there's no space in the making that they can even find. They do have the Meteor M in the show to try to get at least something rolling for this team. Not even a tick.
Wow, J-Mac.
J-Mac's in the spawn. He's like, hey, can I join this roster at this point? I mean, absolutely a menace here as the Vanguards are pushing.
Oh, he's going to push him in with ult.
Yep.
He's going to push him in with ult with the shield.
And not going to allow any room to try to get back.
Oh, no, Lastro ate him to cancel it.
That was a speed run, folks. That was an absolute speed run in terms of what we've seen in the grand finals. I mean, that would make you think that Crazy Raccoon is absolutely undefeated. This is what blows my mind. Crazy Raccoon, they're out, right? I mean, they're out, and it's not showing. They're like, you know what, OUG, we're taking you with us.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, they just look so coordinated there. It was insane. Even on that final retake where they knew the portal had to come in, they have Cap there with Freedom Charge, and with Cap, for those who maybe don't know, if you Freedom Charge and hold your shield out and run, you'll actually push enemies away. So you could shove Cap or Strange right back into the spawn, but you know what? They didn't even need it because Lastro with that eat at the end there to cancel it himself, just very smart play, and wow, Crazy Raccoon just blew my mind.
You can't, there's nothing to even highlight on the top end there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and take a look at Crazy Raccoon and what they continue to do. I mean, hey, I don't know about much, but the recipe for success, I would say, is your Vanguards not being eliminated one time might help you out with some W's there.
Wow,
as we continue to see 9 and 9 eliminations on both fronts. NX continuing to sweep up as well. That was just perfect play from start to finish there. I mean, you know, you look at one, you know, player's Svald was able to get something rolling for that team. Maybe that's something to highlight, but other than that, you had swaps on rolls, so not much there in terms of things that we can showcase. And OUG, got to reset, reload. You get to pick the map for the final hit there, and so, you know, you do have that. It's in your court. The ball's in your court.
And you know what map that's going to be, folks. If you've watched OUG, Midtown will be coming up here shortly. And now the question is, will Crazy Raccoon maybe get rid of that Iron Fist that has been a huge problem on Midtown for everyone else? And they keep finding success. It seems like these teams really lock in on certain maps. As you're seeing Crazy Raccoon just doing some crazy work, if you will. Really, not a lot of highlights here for OUG. A lot of it just being J-Mac doing work, as well as things like NX and JT3. This team looked so strong right here, but is that map win enough for them to shift the momentum and take this home?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, we're going to be highlighting our MVPs of this stage. J-Mac win or go home, still going to be one I have to shout out. And yeah, listen, it's funny. Team from China finds New York as their home base that they'll be utilizing. And I mean, it's absolutely crazy because if the Iron Fist is out of there, it's the Psylocke. They can really play to their comfort of what they want to do.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way you ignore the Mantis ban and go with Cap ban first, because that was it. The Cap was truly going to be what I thought was the difference maker there.
Yeah, again, so I kind of discussed this with you, and I'm curious on your take, right? They have to choose Midtown, right? They've taken games from some of the quote-unquote strongest teams here in this tournament on that map, and as you see the breakdown here, folks, obviously the last map was a convergence, so this time it is going to be a convoy. So what do you think, bud?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, I do think it will be the Midtown. And I want to just highlight for people that are just now coming in, again, OUG, they have to win this. They win this, they give themselves quite literally, it's that win and get in mentality, right? And so that's the chance they want. So much to lose for this team that, even in midseason, wanting to play better, get tighter in what they could do. Again, little bit sad to see that unable to kind of tighten up everything there at the end, not enough time in the day. BO3 as well, kind of short time to get things adjusted as well. But we're going to reveal the map, and again, if we were betting, we'd say Midtown. If we would be winners, my friend, congratulations.
Yeah, we did it for whatever bucks it may be. Caster bucks, I guess. But again, OUG on this map, it's been a ton of fun to watch. And I'll tell you what, Crazy Raccoon on that map was a ton of fun to watch. I've been having a blast over here on this stream, seeing these teams duke it out. And again, folks, OUG needs this, right? So their backs are against the wall. Will they be able to press through that pressure, or will it take them down with Crazy Raccoon?
You know, if you're watching, whether it be on YouTube, Twitch, drop it right now. Is it going to be the continuation of what we just saw from Crazy Raccoon? OUG, who is going to take it from them there? And it's crazy. We just feel the land energy even right behind us as the team's set up. They're staring each other right down the eyes. Draft is ready to go. And listen, this was the Mantis ban. Is this now Cap? You just get Cap right out of there. Mantis to Emma. The other side of things, liked what they did with the Emma play. I like that.
Yeah, I see that. At least they're changing things up here. It shows that, they don't want to fall to that same trap that was led for them last time. I mean, this team, OUG, is very confident, but on that map, they looked like a team that was just not prepared for or they just did not have an answer for that kind of pressure. And, you could see the strategy that we saw from Crazy Raccoon. They clearly had set plays that they were used to doing. You saw the Jeff Cap plays, you saw the portal plays, you even saw the defensive portal plays that was prepared in case they wanted the portal off, but no, they decided not to. So we'll see what OUG has on this map, and if that can shock Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and there it is. There is the Cap save for them. So J-Mac's going to have exactly what he's looking for. Emma going to be banned on the opposite side. And you always got to save the Mantis if they aren't going to ban it, right? I mean, it's just, even if that's not the game plan, it's just too good. Mantis is too much of a difference maker here at the high level, folks. You enable your best player. Molan Ron is quite literally, if we see Iron Fist with a damage boost, good day. That is going to be absolutely the Karate Kid in the making.
Yeah, and just speaking from a world's perspective, the Americas region, although we absolutely respect the Mantis, it's not seen as frequently as these other regions, which is just really designed comps around Mantis completely. It was incredibly strong. Again, you see that Emma band there on the top side because they essentially don't want Cap to struggle. They don't want J-Mac to have any pressure, and Emma does a good job tracking that Cap and just constantly laser beam and then tackle anytime the attack comes through. The slapped in America on the back line.
Yeah, absolutely. With the mag ban as well, so DRP, looked a little bit more obviously shaky on the second map, but we saw what he did on the first one, so they're going to shut that down early too. The save to the Star-Lord is something I love to see. The Jeff going to be banned. Sometimes you see a rocket slip in there potentially, but love what they're going to do in the plan that they have dialed up. Expect NX there. You're going to always have the old triple Vanguard at times, but do expect that Star-Lord to come out with the 1-2 punch. The save over to the Venom is going to now force the Jeff ban. They're baiting this out 100%. They don't even know if they're going to be okay. Woohoo! So Jeff, I like this. I like what they have available potentially.
The right heroes could make
overall, this is looking strong on both ends. I like both drafts, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a glance on these, obviously, after the cast, watching these games back and how these teams perform, but I am very much looking forward to seeing this live in action with all of you and seeing how it breaks out. This map right here is very much known for that triple composition on defense and depending on how you can battle back. But you know what's funny is you haven't seen, there's been plenty of answers to that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, but you know what's an answer that I would consider that hasn't been as meta is having that Iron Fist go in and just pummel those Vanguards and take percentage HP off all of them.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And guess what? That Vanguard pool is limited. And when you take out Doctor Strange as well, my friend, I mean, it completely shakes up this first Main Street push because you have to play absolutely perfect if you're now Crazy Raccoon, who, when you look at it, as we actually have these, a bit swapped here at the top. But yes, it is going to be on defense first. On the aggression, we do have the Iron Fist, what we thought we would see, by the way. But J-Mac and Co. are going to be able to get set up on their front.
Yeah, exactly. So that is going to be their solution. We've seen plenty of different teams running different compositions, things like Punisher Storm. We've seen answers like Moon Knight, but have yet to see a team besides this team right here, OUG, which you'll see with Molan, who is going to be on that side on the attack here with that Iron Fist. DRP on the high side here, looking to make a play now. Let's see if that works out on the backside. J-Mac going to try to mark DRP, but there is a ton of survivability on both sides. But wow, that animation cancels clean here from J-Mac. And there's that overhealth, popping E, but still going to be low, finding that health pack. What a bunch of beautiful movement back and forth here. Taro Cookie going to try to combine and get more damage on Cap, but J-Mac coming out on top. Are you kidding me? The 2v1.
Yeah, man, I just want to get eyes on the prize here of what Molan's trying to do with the kick, the swift, and the punches now. As we take a look once again, it's going to be J-Mac looking for some backline action. There it is. There we go. We've got ourselves Danny going crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
The tank melter, my friend. After patch, this man has been fine-tuned to be the assassin of the Vanguard position. And if we take a look now, Dewey getting a piece of the pie as well. So this is allowing OUG now, as we take a look at the team names up top, to get more of that offensive leeway. And keep in mind, there's not going to be this strange available for them when they're on this front, so they have to play this perfect.
Yeah, again, I am consistently saying I think this hero is slept on. I think he's the new Wolverine on the front line, and you get to see it right now as Molan has been doing this so consistently here on Fist and doesn't even look like he has lost any speed and momentum, just walking them everyone down. Spald here going to launch the Sia now. Sia is going to be a huge threat. They're not able to burn it quite yet, and there's that damage boost on Molan, who's going to commit the ult as well, and that's a huge combo as 4 go down. What a play. The rest comes through there from Spald on the mash. Duke going to clean up Vital. Vital obviously bring back Shung Hoon, but it doesn't matter because everyone falls there on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, man, wax on, wax off, man. That was the living chi in action. Dude, when you get the Rocket Raccoon damage boost or the Mantis, you continue to stack that on what is just the absolute assassin of Molan round. Felt like they found themselves yet again here. Nice little last-minute touch, though, to keep things interesting. J-Mac going to try to paint the Trail of Freedom, going right after Mash, but good rotation over. Going to go to the back line now as Lastro has plenty of help to go ahead and snap back into the reality of the Trickster. Once again, it's going to be the slash, the dash, the assassin waltz. Does try to find something, nothing from it, and not even an ultimate, to farm.
Yeah, Taro Cookie gonna find Vital there. Molan gonna find another on Alastro. This team is looking so strong. The touch comes through, but will it be for long? Does not seem like it will as J-Mac goes down. JT3 make it 3 from Molan, who is just built different here on Iron Fist.
It's so sick to see. I absolutely love it because, again, we've seen it time and time again. Like the Black Panther got more popular in group stage, and then we saw Jeff go and explode after what they did there in Rad and win the midseason. My guess is, hey, more Iron Fist on the ladder. Get ready. I'm sure people are thrilled about that. Yeah, as a Vanguard player, I'm sure you're jumping up and down, Chip.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be calling out for that for sure in ladder, as I'm sure a ton of people will be. We see a change here from Crazy Raccoon as NX going to be going to that Punisher, and he's going to be running the Storm Punisher combo on defense, which you typically see as an answer to that triple strategy or triple strat and triple Vanguard off the rip. So definitely something different, but again, they're just trying to find a way to have a solution, which we saw the exact reverse of last map.
Yeah, just get the shotgun out up close with the fists. If you want to use punches, all right, I'll go in and get the Frank Castle special on you, right? As he backs up with the smoke grenade. The Abyss is happening with the lunchtime. Gonna find nothing from it. And just like that, Judge and Jury and all the Executioner is out, but good positioning and rotation here. Going into the safe haven, and this is gonna give them not only a little bit of life here with the rocket ult, but also not gonna find anything from that Punisher. That's rough.
Yeah, Molan is very patient there as Do finds 2 onto NX and Shung Hoon, and that is a huge backline pick. Spald now onto JT3 playing aggressive there on the Raccoon, saying, I'm the Crazy Raccoon. DRP, though, gonna find J-Mac, and that is another clean sweep. Still holding on to Taro Cookie's ultimate, which is going to be a huge threat. The idea now is to burn those crystals from Lastro and press the Q button and see who falls. Vital ready with the Omega Hurricane as well.
Yeah, Dude just continues to get a few each time with that quick prison, and man, not only do you get the Iron Fist, you get the damage up. That is just a recipe for disaster as we got these guys opening up, looking for a category 1-2, maybe a fish if the ultimate does find themselves the Mantis to continue to get that rolling for them, as now they're going to get all together, gather to me, as she says now, as they continue to punch, slice, and dice. It's going to be this dance of the butterflies now, trying to find itself its best bit of it. JT3 slamming down, no connection, the rim shaking.
Yeah, that was good movement right there from Taro Cookie, taking that height and vulnerable or invisible, excuse me, at that same time. DRP though gonna find NX. Milan waiting for timing, comes in heavy with Taro Cookie on a JT3, make it 2 as Xiong Hoon goes down, keeping the pressure on the front line. Goodbye, one more. Keep it running now, Milan, and another falls as they take point 2, and they are just walking through Midtown.
Brother, his health is always like well above 300. It's absolutely disgusting. And then Taro Cookie able to take over that Psylocke role. That was what Molan was playing, right? And so that's just such a feast and famine because you could dive together if you so choose. But I mean, right now we see how dangerous this man can be on the roll. Looking forward to what we have. Another imprisonment. He's hit every single one so far. Compare that up with a couple of options. They did that with Molan and the great follow-up there. That frontline brawler we keep talking about. On the other opposition, though, not a lot of room. Xiong Hoon getting close.
Yeah, I think now the idea is to stay as separate as possible or use something like Final Judgment, as you see here from NX, to make sure you cannot be CC to try to help burn Groot if that all comes through. And they got to keep the pressure on Groot, who does escape. Taro Cookie going to fall here from NX, who with a great play, looking up into the high side now as the construction begins. JT is going to find Do, and they're going to look towards the right side. Good retake here. They need to find one more on a mash, and yes, everybody at this point is going to fall to reset and probably not spend too much time, or it looks like they're still holding to see if they can turn this around, but at this point it's worth the reset, I believe. Milan in a dangerous spot now, and the stagger comes through there from Vital.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could get to point pretty fast as the Iron Fist, but, you know, trying to get there, I mean, that's what you need. Sometimes you just need that one win of the point to get things recalibrated for the team now. It's going to be quick, though. DRP is allowing no time. Going all the way to the back line is a classic comic book cover of Venom going up the building, looking for his prey to be the slash, the dash as Vital, trying to continue to get that mash to go ahead and ult, and he's going to get it once again, but Molan and Taro just continue to fill the highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, they're really clutching up here. Those ults are obviously enabling a lot of those duelists to make big plays. Ults available here for Crazy Raccoon, but then you look over at OUG, and there are almost 4 ready for this next fight. Svald working the way up there right now, similar to NX. So there's going to be answers here for things like that Galactic Legend. We see the Eye of Agamotto. The push could be huge here from Svald to try to counter that. I'm sure that's what that cooldown is being held for here, and you see how strong Svald's look, but DRP going down early like that's not a good look. You may not have to commit too much here unless the opposition does the same. JMac going to start up here and walk them forward with the Freedom Charge. The team is going to keep the pressure on. The team wants a reset here for OUG, but they're getting walked down, and that all was not worth, I don't believe, from Svald as a few fall from Vital and Lastro, and that is just going to buy more time before they can reset again with 59 seconds on. Good hold here.
Nothing living about that chi right there. I mean, that was an absolute, I've never seen an Iron Man ult and run back, right? Like that, an Iron Fist, if you will. But yeah, you know, what's great about this combo that's working so well for them is, you know, obviously Iron Fist and that kick able to do a bit more with the lower the health, and so you can combine that with the burst that we've been seeing from Taro. That's kind of been the main game plan. But hey, after the start of that map, going 40 seconds left, that's already a win that they're looking for here as DRP cannot, you can't get out here. So going to pop the shield, get back with the team, get that full reset here if you are going to be OUG looking for what they have for this. We'll see if Taro tries to find someone out of position.
Galactic Legend off the rip, potentially forcing something out, and that's going to make Molan go down, and that's a huge pick. Great freeze, but immediately woken up there, and that's a little bit of a communication error, but not a bad move, as it did buy enough time. 14 seconds on. Again, you need to touch with 3 seconds in order for OT to be activated. That is your goal always. Somebody has to be that guy to do that, and here comes that engagement now. 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is the touch over height by a pretty smooth move, getting the touch while walking over, and there comes the ultimate through. Gonna apply and force out crystals. Does not get much more outside of it. JMac, Vital, and JT3. And there goes that eye to clean up the rest. OT ticking down slowly. What a defense here by Crazy Raccoon that say you can't get this done on us. And Vital with a quadra to clean up. Beautiful play.
No portal to be found. They will make a man out of you for Molan. What an absolute way to finish strong. Again, this is a tough point 2 to get through, so not horrible if you are OUG, but this is it, y'all. Right here, right now, can OUG stay alive in this thing? Keep it interesting. If you're Crazy Raccoon, though, way to adjust. For me, NX on that Star-Lord was a huge answer for what was that constant onslaught, and of course the Bucky.
Again, I couldn't agree more with that. If you're using that Galactic Legend, you see that block come out there for the Fist, you essentially just go to town because he cannot escape you with your movement and your flight, and that's a decent answer, but also that backline, which is forced to commit ultimates consistently. You're always just trying to get ults as fast as possible with Star-Lord, and he really didn't have that much pressure in the sky there. Although you can do a decent job marking flight, as we've seen in past seasons with Iron Fist, especially 100 Thieves, we're running that for a little bit. It's not great into somebody who's as as mobile as Star-Lord, or can it use that right-click juke to stay away with those iframes? J-Mag going to be making the switch here to Daredevil with that. Oh, look at that Lord icon.
I was going to say, it's been how long, and this man has a Lord icon ready to go, man? I'm telling you, time to defeat the Hans. How fitting, too, if Crazy Raccoon can, pull that out now and be a man. Now, looking at what we've got here for the offensive angle, Crazy Raccoon, yeah, honestly, I like the approach of the Daredevil into the NX. Who knows if we'll see it here at the final bit, because, typically it would make more sense for him to go back over to the gap eventually. But with the lineup, what they have could have plenty of snowball potential here as we do get that swap on, ready to go. Triple strat, triple van, here we go.
Yeah, and the answer here from Crazy Raccoon is a little bit more of a traditional comp. Typically, this hasn't found a ton of success, but it's all about the confidence of that triple comp, and if they can keep them tight. It looks like they're playing a little deep, and that's in case a portal play comes through. We've seen that answer, I believe, from Envy, who portal blocked off that backline and forced them into that space. I got to double check on the team comp that ran or decided that strategy, but still not a giant fan of the positioning, but it looks like it's working, as I guess the goal here is to have Dew in the front line just dance on Car while everyone else plays together in the back and just keep him healthy while he just jukes for days, but they're going to farm ults as much as possible. And the goal with triple van, triple strat is that you want your Vanguards to take a lot of damage so your strategists have ults available to counter everything. But with one Vanguard on the front, I'm not sure it's enough.
Yeah, not only that, they've got the Agamotto and the Kraken Impact ready to roll right here. So yes, trying to sustain as much as you can, but if they go down, they have no straight portal to get back, so you have to hold as long as you can here. If you are OUG, cannot afford a quick stagger. You've got the rocket res to at least have, as long as it has not been destroyed. They're going to be going right away with it, though. It's going to be Molon Ron throwing out the imprisonment. They got to find something here. They do find 1-2, make it 3, Shib, and that's going to be at least the time ticking down that they continue to need here on point 1.
Yeah, I guess never doubt OUG on this map. What am I talking about? Looking very, very smart. I saw JT3 get that ult incredibly quickly before any of the strategists, so
seriously?
the thought I was thinking was that he was going to go in there, use that jump with Strange to use the forward propulsion. Actually, if you use Strange's jump on a low ceiling, you'll shoot forward so you can land a good ult, but did not work there. That is going to be a little bit of a healing reduction. Out goes the strat line ult. Great work by NX there to find DRP, and this is going to be a more consistent answer for triple with that Punisher, but not a damage boost to hell. It's all going to be in the hands of the guns.
J-Mac trying to push them into the window so he could get in the eyes of NX there. That was absolutely brutal. I mean, this is looking like the final act out of the MCU, as you saw every single ult pop there for him pretty much now with the reset after reset. So this will be a 2-fight win for the point of exact same that it took OUG to get originally, and that is a quick cleanup after a little bit of a falter there early. Now, whoever's over here, Roman, I think it's Dew, you got to stay alive, my friend. Oh no, it's going to be the Venom DRP, so just kind of hanging up tight, ready for the team to dive in and at least stall this thing out a little longer, Ship.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of the pool, but that is insane. Vital going to find Dew early on. The idea there was going to try to get a touch there with Venom, who pays the price with the setup from Punisher turret on point. J-Mac now walking forward, and Crazy Raccoon are playing lights out. They want to take OUG down with them in this tournament and not allow them to move forward or put them in a dicier spot and a more risky spot in progressing in this tournament. Jung Hoon still going to be holding on to that ult here for Crazy Raccoon, and Dew, who did fall early in that fight on Cap, not able to get that off in time, does just get deleted. The idea, instead of portaling back in for point 2, was that they would have the touch come through from Venom or Cap, but they were not able to do that. They just got deleted. It's very difficult to play those heroes into something like Vital's Bucky.
Yeah, oh, you dead. I mean, that was quick on point 1, man. Oh, no, is more like the org name at the moment, though. Looking at what we do have available, typically we see these teams swap, and point 1 went a little bit rough. Now going to kind of stick with what was the tried and true. Molon Ron going to be continuing on the Assassin as we see map after map. This is the moment. This is where they have to hold if you are OUG. Cannot allow this thing to get to point number 3, but if you're JT3 and Crazy, look at the absolutely relentless pressure. The Mantis ult is not going to be enough to outlast infinite bullets there from NX. Good rotation, but that buys him all the space, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he almost put the delete there right on top of Svald. It was very close. Great tracking, but good movement again by Svald. But Lastro going to find DRP, and again, Crazy Raccoon has completely changed the momentum. This might be a fight 3 battle here to see who can progress farther. This point is usually pretty defensible. Oh, Dudu is going to launch ult here. It's matched right back by Lastro with the boundary. Vital holding on ult. JT3, Jung Hoon, Mash, and Molan, as well as Taro Cookie now. So everybody is prepared in this fight. Molan in a dangerous spot and trying to ult.
No.
It gets taken out by J-Mac.
No way. I mean, that is massive. I mean, I was just about to point at the Vanguards. This is your moment to shine, but just like that, the sword was out and then sheathed just like that, and just easily giving them this point two that's so hard to take off to J-Mac. We know he's going to put the aggression on. At least DRP is there to kind of get some sustain, but that timer's going to tick up. Your cap that you need to be able to last there is not going to be available. Man, that is as rough as it gets for OUG. 2 minutes, 7 seconds. It's going to have plenty of time added on. J-Mac's going to go with the freedom charge yet again to get things rolling for the team, and this is a cleanup job here.
Again, Vital finding DRP early on, or do, and that's just the entire goal there when you're playing Bucky like that. And there is 3 minutes and 20 on the clock here for Crazy Raccoon in a map that is heavily favored for OUG in terms of stats. They have clearly been working and locking in on this map, and they look insane even after losing that first fight.
And here's the last swap off, right? This is the last stand, last hope for OUG to continue on this thing. They don't even know what they want. We went from a quick little Jeff now over to Loki. That's when you can see teams on the ropes here. But guess what? Crazy Raccoon, they were able to lock and load here, get that defensive hold. They're already halfway there, though. There's 2 minutes 55. That's 3, 4 I mean, there's so many battles they have to win here if they need to do the success job to move forward in this thing. Dude is going to kind of try to get pressure early, but right now it's the Punisher making quick work. It could be one ult away from victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting dicey now. It's all about just stalling and playing slow. Getting some answers now. Asphalt is ready with the ult to counter back here from NX, but it's all about tracking. Can NX make that happen through ult? It does do so on Asphalt as DRP now finds NX, and that is a trade back, but once more, that is a trade through an ultimate, but it is matched again as Lastro committed that boundary. Ults are getting launched once more. Taro Cookie comes in, no reset through just yet. Is going to drop back with the... Oh my goodness. Tries to use the team up to escape, but falls to Vital, and Lastro takes out Mash and NX on to do. This is a horribly dangerous position.
They're matching this perfectly blow for blow, and this is the most important time ever. If you're an OUG fan, it all comes down to this, and there's no life to be had at the moment. We're just going to see if he can get back in time. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough now. The Cap's trying to make the play. What a push up on the top. Dives in, 1.41 left, Shib. We've got now Taro out. It's just falling one by one. Lanterns popped early. Powers are his, and this is looking all like Crazy Raccoon.
Wow, what a retake and what a touch, just meters away, not even at that point, 1:41. This is insane. Again, another trade here. NX gonna find DRP up 2 numbers. As the spawn comes through, it's now 1. Is still holding on here. Freedom Charge can be matched right back by Dudu, who is essentially waiting till the perfect time, and there's the match. Sval gonna bring back Molan. NX gonna find 2 there. Taro Cookie being down is very scary. Hold on the front line, literally at the spawn door. Vital is gonna keep pressure on point those, but a crazy Bucky. Lastro finds Mash though, and that's 1 for Crazy Raccoon again. And there is that Bucky play off Agamotto launch. It finds 1 down under, comes in with a feast who cannot hold on for long, and that is going to be a W for Crazy Raccoon, who pulls down OUG and does not give them their first win at LAN.
What a way to finish. You know, if you're OUG, I mean, obviously you're just absolutely in shambles on the what if, and if you're Crazy Raccoon, what a way to make your mark as you leave this thing. I'm telling you, man, J-Mac, what we saw in Z, this team was loaded with talent. They barely lost all of their matches. What a game, what a play. Cannot believe that that is going to be the end song for OUG after that opening on domination. It was looking all them.
Wow, I cannot say it enough. Crazy Raccoon. I mean, both these teams have just been leveling up throughout this tournament, just in a very difficult bracket and in some tough circumstances. But look at these teams play. They have been so back and forth. They were so intense, and everybody showed up. And Milan could not stay on that fist for long. The switch there on the attack clearly worked out, and Vital with 20 finals.
You know what, if you're in the chat right now, go ahead and drop like a clap hands emoji, because both these teams, again, battle of adjustments. These are teams that did not go in fully into this LAN with their full teams that they qualled with. And we saw 2 teams that looked locked in step there, especially at the end of Crazy Raccoon. I mean, can I get like a caster push through on some of these teams? I want them to make it to the main stage, man. So much fun for them. We say, again, it's going to be a goodbye to them, you know, with things how they are shaking out. Most likely, again, things can adjust, but that's how it is looking in this picture currently as we take a look at what a finish, man, of these 2 teams.
I mean, again, a ton of fun to watch. Happy to have this be the first cast over here heading in to map 3, and it looking like that after OUG with a great push could not seemingly get through point 3 there, and then Crazy Raccoon, I'm telling you, that play, that dive, that aggression there has been obscene. It just really seemed to work out for them, and they were able to switch up as a team that hasn't been together for long to find a new composition that would work into a very strong OUG on D.
Yeah, honestly, it's just the adjustments from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
It felt like they knew where to go, and it felt like at times OUG was still kind of figuring out. And the Vanguard difference was what I noticed there on that last map. You just didn't have any room to give, and it was either the Venom going down early, Dew on that point 1 went down before the Venom, right? They just could not find that momentum early. Iron Fist could do what they can on the offensive side, but it was the adjustments, like the team did with the roster on the field, got them the dub.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to run double dive Vanguards when you're going into Bucky. I'll tell you that. And you saw how successful Vital was on that Bucky on those initial picks. They were forced to retouch their strategy on retake on these plays was to come in with a dive Vanguard, get to the point, and then start building and healing around that. But when you fall before you even get to the point every time and you're down 5-6, it is a totally different game, and that is the counter to that strategy, and Bucky needed to be removed.
Yeah, and if you have an NX player like that on Punisher that doesn't miss, yeah, good luck out. You can't out heal it. It's done there. As we take a look at our standings, and again, unfortunately, we are going to see our bottom 2 seeds at this point. You know who is absolutely losing their minds happy right now? Our Citadel Gaming fans. They were able now to easily qual in, and that is going to be such a different story for this team, because Citadel Gaming, talk about a team that came in here with all the confidence in the world. They have looked nothing like the team that we expected, and now you have time to get right for that main stage. But man, just brutal if you know UG fan.
Yeah, again, one thing that you and I talked about in the green room is sometimes these teams that are top seeds or that have the talent to be the very best, once they start losing, they get in their heads and they cannot stop losing, or they're just not playing the same. And we've seen that from multiple teams across the bracket. And, you know, it's a testament to not only the teams maybe struggling a little bit in the mental of how this all works when we're here, but also just the talent of all these teams together. Every team here, it can be any given day. And as we saw right there with Crazy Raccoon.
And what I want to see is Crazy Raccoon, they already knew they were out, and they gave OUG obviously their best. Hey, if you're OUG, you still have the game against Citadel, and if you're Citadel, you're already in, but guess what? Show that you can get right back on the track. You have to go in with a clean dub to feel confident at the end of things here. As we look into, again, if you're just now coming in, this has been building that foundation. The house is almost built of the stage of the grand finals that we will be kicking off on Halloween on Friday, so we'll be looking for that. Guys, we have another great matchup. If you thought that was crazy, man.
Yeah, I know.
Na'Vi FlyQuest, are you kidding me, Shib?
Yeah, I can't wait for that matchup, folks, and we are going to get eyes on with that right after this break.
ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. If you just missed it, we just said essentially goodbye to OUG. And funny enough, in the break, I got to talk to Citadel Gaming. You know what they said? Just a hats off to the sportsmanship of Crazy Raccoon, who had essentially nothing to play for, but outside of your org, obviously, and went the distance there to really make OUG have to fight if they wanted to stay in this.
Yeah, I mean, they just looked like a super cohesive unit. And again, both these teams, we had the conversation that as this tournament was progressing, they just kept looking better and better. And they were always performing, as we see there, the 2-1 OUG, losing that one to Crazy Raccoon in an upset.
Yeah, funny enough, too, we were kind of at the bottom of the totem pole for that group right now. Now we go to the top of the totem pole as we look at FlyQuest versus Navi. So not only in this group is this that one seed, who's the best team going in, and seeding obviously matters a ton, but also in the entire thing, who's the better team out of it? You have Navi, if you don't know, that was Rad Esports, won the mid-season final, small adjustment there, but really the same core team. And then on top of that, we've got FlyQuest and Shib. Dude, this is our first game both casting.
I know. Right? Yeah, I haven't seen either of these teams in FlyQuest right now. Again, the battle for the first seed. This team is definitely in the conversation for the best here of this tournament. Sparky, Vess, Energy, Vision, Zelos, and Cooper, all of which are in the conversation for the best of their role. And that can be said as well for Navi, and that's why this matchup means so much. Taking the #1 title. Every single one of these players is incredibly strong.
Yeah, early on, asked every single team who they thought, had the chance to win it. And a lot of the early say was Citadel, obviously, and FlyQuest. Now it's FlyQuest as we see Vision get a 4-piece eat there, and what they can play. That man is an absolute animal, an amazing pickup for this team that has been the difference maker for them. But across the board, as we said, stacked with talent. For me, all the players here can play elite level play. Vess and Spark Chief insane on the Vanguard position. For me, Spark Chief's such a dominant Hulk. Seeing him adjust to these other roles, I think, is where at least if you are going to be Navi, want to look towards that direction.
Yeah, and then you look over to the duelist line, which is one of the, we talk about good duelist combos, and I would say that Energy is obviously insane on virtually every single, hero in terms of the duelist role, but then you also have Vision, who comes in as one of the best name wars, which enables that hella name war combo that's a little bit more slept on, or at least underutilized right now in this tournament.
Young stud. I mean, Energy is literally just now, I think he's 17. That's crazy, man, when you look at it. And if we're going to keep it a buck, man, this team, they have everything they need to win this whole thing. Their only enemy is themselves and the pressure behind it. Everyone's saying, if they can continue through and not have the nerves, well, they're showing it. They're undefeated thus far, same as Navi. One of these teams have to take an L today, and we are going to find that answer for you folks as we buckle in for an absolute awesome matchup. Again, FlyQuest, who we just looked at. Now let's take a look at Navi.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, we've had the chance to speak with them at Midseason Worlds, and this team is so cohesive, and they've got more pickups. I mean, this team is so good at that dive composition. You got Rajaro, Fate, Jerky, Level 1 Crook, Trust Me, and Naga. And Level 1 Crook was the MVP, obviously, the Midseason Worlds, running a mean Mantis and that backline in general. But then you also have the entire frontline that looks insane. Like, Trust Me runs not only bans, but runs plays, runs comms, and everybody just fully, trusts him, and they do combo well on these one-shot compositions.
Yeah, I still have the confetti in my shoe from when I was welcoming him on stage and giving Crook the congratulations from him. And you know what? That addition now, because they did have a little bit of roster mania, having Jerky coming to this team has been electric. This man is more than performing for them and has been a big key to success for them to continue to push on against their fellow EMEA rival here in Citadel that we see now. And looking at it, you're right. Fate, one of the best strategists that we have in this tournament, the man that made Jeff so popular, as I like to give him the call. And yes, they just, again, not a lot of weak points for this team.
No.
You see them sound, you see them ready to answer the call. It's the coordination for me, Shib, to give them that edge as well.
Yeah, and I was going to shout out Naga, who's been playing a ton of the Star-Lord. That is a comp they really seem to like right now. They have Fate with Cloak sometimes, even running more of that mainline healer, but really seems to like that Terra Cloak for more damage, and that is not slept on in these comps. They've always been a damage boost composition team that finds ways to make that additional percentage of damage super valuable, and that is their biggest strength. They honestly don't run triple that much either. 38% of their games are running triple. Outside of that, it's more traditional, which just goes to show you that it is not always the answer.
Yeah, honestly, if I was going to highlight one thing about the team, if you look at midseason finals, Envy absolutely walloped them in the first 2 times they matched up, and guess what? When it counted the most, right, that's when they won the whole thing.
Yeah.
That defines this team, I feel like, right? Like, it doesn't matter what happened at first, just get ready. Now, right now, they're undefeated, so it doesn't really matter all that much. We're going to see on this bin don't break mentality between them. But yeah, look for the battle of the duelists and look for what's going to be a clash there on the Vanguard position. FlyQuest, we've highlighted, they don't have weaknesses. Na'Vi, not much as well, and so it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and their strengths are different compositions. I really do believe that, and that's what's, we're going to find out which one comes out on top. We could highlight all players, as you just saw, them all performing across that reel right there, but it's just the question of, is this going to mess the momentum? The team that loses this, we talked about some of the best teams, once they start losing, it kind of gets in their head, and it stays on that path, and, this is going to be that match. One of these teams is coming out defeated and not undefeated, and I'm not sure which is going to be at this moment.
Yeah, man, seeding matters so much when it comes to the big stage like that. And for me, you know what? I think Na'Vi won't have the nerves up there. FlyQuest VP, the new to lands, when they hear the crowd cheering as we look at the eyes of Wakanda Bass gazing down upon us for our first map. And you know what? Actually, we were just talking about this. I have not had the privilege of Wakanda. You had it like one time, correct?
Yeah, one time. Yeah, so I'm excited to get eyes on Vermintide Charlie. No, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they do here. I mean, there is some diveable positions here, which does favor a bit towards the side of Na'Vi. And again, folks, that is the team that took home the W at Midseason Worlds. And this team has not missed a beat here as they are consistently winning across this tournament, a team that just really performs at these lands.
Yeah, good Jeff map right here. And if I'm going to say, if you want to go ahead, they have the aggression there in Na'Vi, what you just said. And FlyQuest can take some time to adjust here at the beginning of things. And so I want to see them attack the Vanguards head on as we have our Mantis ban early from what you expect from FlyQuest. But it's going to be the Imma they want to take away from FlyQuest on the opposition now, and that's going to be Vess's role a little bit. We know he's a dangerous mag, but I like the Imma to, kind of get rid of the dive threat.
Yeah, I think that Vess really pops off on mag. I think he, in my personal opinion, one of the best mags in this game right now, finds a lot of neutral picks and does not miss a ton of those meteors. Struggled a little bit yesterday on a few of the matches, but has owned up to that mistake and says will not happen again. And that's what I think you need to have as a player at this level. You need to take accountability and learn from your mistakes and not blame, right? It's all about taking accountability, and I think all of these players do that very well. Na'Vi as well, a team that when they lose have said to me, you know what, we just didn't show up and it's on us and we're going to bounce back, and I think you need that. Both these teams incredibly strong, both of them undefeated. I'm so stoked for this as we say goodbye to Adam and Cap.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and get rid of the Loki there. Obviously, you don't want to have any of that damage boosting ability for the Mantis that they are going to be able to save. And with the Mantis there, that is going to fuel one man, the man full of energy over there, and what they can do with that damage up. We saw that work for success a little bit for OUG. Obviously, came up short there at the end, but fueling your best players is one way to do it. Captain America, trust me, is an absolute fiend, so we are going to get that ban rolling for them, so you can expect the Venom swap over most likely. Psylocke Protect is interesting. Oh, hello there, too. Yeah. Ship, I mean, there's a lot to break down.
Yeah, I mean, another ban towards Trust Me with that Venom. They really like that damage boost Venom composition, so they do not want him to be able to make that happen. And again, in that more divey frontline is where Trust Me feels comfortable, so removing that is going to be the play.
Yeah, you know what, Blaine's right in there with the ban. I gotta say, we see this a lot where teams attack one player, right? You try to find the weak point, kind of like the pillar, the foundation, if you will, of the team, and not saying the most limited hero pool, but like the biggest difference maker, if you will, on what to get rid of early, and that's kind of what we're seeing in the attacking strategy of it all. Taking a look here at what we've got up above, again in blue is going to be Na'Vi, and FlyQuest is going to be there down below. Energy on the Psylocke, I expected that. Jerky v Energy, man, is going to be pure cinema.
And we begin right now, setting the pace here on Domination as we see the rotation there. FlyQuest versus Na'Vi. Who comes out on top? Who sets the pace? Domination, very much a tone setter. There has been conversations of, oh, you know, if you win in Dom, it doesn't always count, quote unquote. But I'll tell you what, it does definitely get the momentum shifted in your favor as we start off. Right now, composition's on screen. It looks like FlyQuest is going to put Spark Chief over there on that Venom that Trust Me loves so much. And we will be seeing Vess on that Magneto. Vision, very, very strong on that Jeff. Some big plays off map. Energy on that Psylocke. Zelos on the Invis. And on Na'Vi's side.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it here on Na'Vi, I got to say, with this altogether, best of 3, the domination matters that much more, man. It really does. And on Na'Vi, yeah, having Jerky to match the energy, we typically see that whenever they find the other. Luna on for Crook here is going to be a look that I want to go ahead and try to focus on early Fate has been able to swap over to a lot. Cloak's been a comfort pick there as of late, but the Raccoon is so good here in the Dom early. Best, I will say, is my favorite Magneto. Can absolutely go crazy with those meteor aims, and what he can do in the neutral, trust me though, showing off right away. Navi being aggressive. Hey, listen, as you know Navi says, they're showing it right here.
And we begin now with a dive early on here from Spark Chief, forcing out that E early on. Good tackle there as a good escape once more from Energy. Trust me, playing a very strong Emma. Not always as frequent, but very, very consistently strong. A ton of damage out towards the backline of Vision, who was able to escape in that moment. And the pressure is being held here by Fly, but very low in HP, because that is what Emma does. Bully that front line very low again. The spin to win here from Jerky, gonna find one. Trust me, onto Zelos, and they will retake this point early on, or hold this point, excuse me, and get that percentage started.
Yeah, you want to know a big difference right now between these two teams? Hey, one team up available, one not. When you have the Echoes rolling for Raj, for Jerky, Energy, it's going to be tough to match. And so he highlights that early. It's going to go over to the Hela. Tough to match that, right? The Echoes can just speed you up so quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in that. Not only do you get double shields there from Rajaro on that Magneto, but you can have essentially almost an invisibility iframe there from Jerky when you're on that Psylocke, and it helps you win those 1v1s immensely. So there is going to be that switch up, and Vision also going to be making the switch to that more traditional comp we mentioned before with that Helen Namor. Energy already going to find one through the Psylocke. Jerky not able to make that happen as Vess finds that neutral pick without using an ultimate again. FlyQuest turning this right back in their favor. They just have to get this point early if they want to turn a better chance. 36%. Trust me, going to commit ult here. Energy going to find one. Crook comes right back from the res, the BRB from Fate. Trust me, still holding this space and owning for as long as possible, and that's exactly what they're looking to do as they now bring out the dance floor here from level 1 Crook to bide even more time and get the team back.
Yeah, they're really committing. Oh,
wow!
My Legend is dead. I mean, what an absolute huge hit and pop from Energy there. If he doesn't nail that, it's most certainly going to be the end of the Goddess of Death, but instead, the 1-2 Thorns with the name written on it of Star-Lord. And I didn't love that commit early there from Trust Me with the seduction. I get what they were trying to do in the stall, and then they all went with it, right? Crook into obviously what Naga was trying to do as well, but man, FlyQuest not only got the point back, locked and loaded as well, buddy.
Yeah, I think the idea there was they were just going to wait on ults as long as humanly possible, hoping that the team would be able to get back to point and still have that dance floor, at least keeping the rest of the team up on point. But, I mean, again, just some really good focus on damage there, giving them the lead. Rajaro now going to walk forward and try to take this back quickly. 57% is still a decent hold on point one. Out goes the Sia from Fate that is deleted instantly. Cooper going to match up right back on Mantis. Here goes a big meteor. Does this land? Weak and throws. Tries to get an off angle. Rajaro not able to make that work as Vess, Cooper, and the rest walk backward together. Zelos now going to be playing behind the shield. Still, the team in the side of FlyQuest doing a great job on that retake, dropping back and resetting. Everyone healthy once more as Vision and Energy now get two. FlyQuest looking lights out on the comp that they know and love and has not been banned out. Still going to keep the pressure as Energy gets a two-piece. But level 1 Crook finds Vision. Energy again, why don't you make it 3? Are you kidding me?
Gets the passive pop on that on top on Raj there. Now, if you're looking at what they do, the adjustments made so quickly. You know Energy loves his sight lock, but he's like, you know what? Let me go with the Hela, get that mid-range battle going. The sight lines are easy, especially when the walls are broken here. That's what you want to see here from FlyQuest. Still has that Goddess to throw up. The sustainability in the invisible boundary, and Vess moments away from the slam dunk he does best.
Yeah, and we're going to see a change in comp here from Navi to try to match that back as Naga is going to be on that Phoenix now to try to find a different solution. Again, FlyQuest did a very good job after losing point early on in adjusting composition. Now Navi trying to find their answer to do it right back at them. Level 1 Crook holding on with the dance floor. Trust me here with that Psionic Seduction, but you see Energy, Goddess of Death. You do have that invisible boundary. You have the Meteor M and the Horde coming in. The big old whale to land on top. So there's a lot of answers right now. Let's see who comes out on top. Vess.
That's what he does best, right? I mean, he just continues to get that neutral pick early. Jerky, I wanted to see them try to either get Cooper's ult out or just try to get him out of the match entirely there with 70% in climbing. That's a huge one to get unable to climb up for that next bit of sustain. Trust me, gonna get Energy the biggest threat on the field. That's gonna certainly open up things, but Vision looks to make this a tougher take than they wanted. Best with the neutral as well. They're getting it done the old-fashioned way, Ship.
Are you kidding me? Still, I thought they overcommitted there. I didn't think that was worth it, but they're still holding on point, and out goes an answer from level 1 Crook, forcing that out. Naga gonna be ready here soon with the Unsung Inferno to come in heavy. Nobody falling just yet. They're coming back with the portal immediately, and they're still holding point. Vess gonna find Rajaro once more. Come on now, Vision onto Jerky, and they take map 1.
The V's getting it done, bro. They just did it with the fists, man. I mean, nothing was done outside of a Triton and a ball of metal, and that's all they needed there. And they match ults, bro. That was, and I gotta talk about the sustainability of the Venom too, to keep things sustained and keep the point on lock for them. Dude, that was, man, FlyQuest, when they're playing on all cylinders, man, they are scary.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi has looked so good throughout this whole tournament, but I'm telling you, this seems to be a comp that FlyQuest just can't get a hold of. If they get a hold of this composition and they damage boost something like Energy, who's got 7 finals, or even Vest now with 7, and you know what, I don't even doubt that they're going to put some damage boost there, because why not? Vest is so consistent in these neutrals. 13-1. Again, Na'Vi has the skill. Can they bounce back?
Yeah, you talked about it, right? What was the big difference maker? Vision was playing Namor before it was cool. I mean, this guy has been playing Namor for so long on
Shroud X.
Yeah, back in the day was the best. We really see the best Namor. And now he's able to play it into a meta so favorable. And when you have energy for the team up, man, on Hela, they do go for a different look here, though. And so they're going to, I think what they're predicting here is Navi's going to adjust. So let's go and adjust to it as well. And guess what? They guessed perfectly. They switched back over. Naga went over to the Atom. So we did have a Jeff look for a second. They might switch back after they see that again.
Yeah, Energy, they love using that speed boost out the door, too, which is another one of those niche, like, smart things to do. So always smart to pop that Jeff up for a moment, but they're very, very strong on that Jeff either way. So it's always an option for them, exactly like you're saying. We see now Cooper does have one ult available here with the Resurgence ready to launch, but Rajaro's Meteor M could be the answer to that if it finds value. Coming in heavy, Smart Chief doing a great job here on the Venom, just drawing attention. Use those cooldowns. E-Pop maybe a little bit too early. Rajaro coming in heavy on Energy, who with a great escape there with a very fast bird. Jerky going to take out Vision, try to get point early on as Na'Vi is up a number now. Make that 2 on a Zelos. Do I see 3 here from Jerky? Oh, no, I don't. As Energy turns that right back. Rajaro going to find Cooper, and Naga going to bring back Fate and more.
An absolute Grim Reaper himself on the top end there. And it was good to get Vision out early. You know, they're going to go with into the splash zone, because if you have yourself the Namor whale to really get the kickback, the knockout, that is how you get things rolling for the team. Listen, Na'Vi, FlyQuest, this is just a matchup 2 on fire. Even the servers can't take it. I gotta take a little second of a break here. But yeah, breaking down what we saw, at least Na'Vi looked to get right back on track. For me, man, it's just how dangerous FlyQuest is in the pure mechanics in the neutral.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing, though, so far from Na'Vi. Them switching over to that Warlock comp has already shown success. It adds a little more hit scan in the back there from Naga and the Rez, right? They saw value on some of those ults. Immediately, everyone's right back in the fight. They have point priority, and that's what they do best. Na'Vi does a great job of stalling the point, and that's where on first map, when I saw them lose it like 45%, I was like, something's not looking so right with their comp, and they must need to change stuff up, but they found the answer, at least so far.
Yeah, the answer for that was Energy throwing a couple thorns and getting rid of Naga there pretty quickly. Yeah, no, for me, you got to highlight something huge. There was one roster change, and it was Melio going from Na'Vi over to Citadel, right?
Yeah.
Guess who was the Atom player for that? Melio. Yeah. So now you have this kind of new adjustment for Na'Vi to try to get things rolling, and Melio did play a big part on that team, so it's going to be interesting as we continue to see them. Obviously, none of them have been defeated yet, so we're seeing these two teams facing stranger tides, if you will, between it, and this is already such a good matchup here, Shiv.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this team is looking strong. Both sides are looking strong, but you know who else is strong right now in the meta? That is Namor. As we look over towards Namor's new skin, personally, if you're a Namor main, I would have to check this thing out. I mean, this thing is so cool. There are a lot of these new skins, obviously, in this Halloween season coming in here. Dia de los Muertos style, looking beautiful.
Ooh, that Spanish tongue was good there, Shiv. Al caliente, my friend, as you look at the dance, the move, and the shake there, giving little Coco vibes as well. Love to see it here. But yeah, man, overall, I mean, what a great hero to highlight with what we saw from Vision just moments ago, throwing down the Tritons. And the whale is ready when we come back. You know, he was picked early in that first fight. So, you know, typically when we go off a pause, it's right back into the action. Look for Giganto to make his big appearance.
Yeah, a little bit of a sound change there, too, on this skin. But, yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to switch comp up, or they want to say this. But look at these squids, man. How cool is that?
And the sound effect there is awesome from the whale as well. Just a little bit more of that echo. And hello, can we get this map? What map are we on here? I would love to see this nice little bit of, again, tip to the homage of what they're called back into. And again, the Pumpkin Jeff we saw earlier, Jeff O'Lantern, what a name. What a hero. But yeah, listen, when it comes to what we're seeing early in the matchups, trust me, and as that anchor of the team, you just talked about them having that sustain, I think they've been able to identify that pretty early.
Yeah, see, my thing is, I don't know if Fly is going to need to change comp again, that's what I'm looking forward to seeing how they adjust. They now have seen the new comp that they're going into. Do they want to try to go in there heavy, or do they want to go back and readjust the composition, because the Adam Warlock adds a whole new element to the game?
No, for sure. And one of the reasons I pointed out the Jeff swap early, obviously, yeah, for that particular fight was the bubble to get them out. But what a great answer to Adam typically is just the quick Jeff hunting for the prey, as it typically is. Energy left alive 2 on that last map. We're going to see if he's able to sustain and not get that early stagger for the team, because the rest of them are just moments back. Again, we're setting the stage for whenever we do go into our map once again. But yeah, it has been kind of the effect of what Energy can do on the opposition. And, you know, I expect him to flex over back to Psylocke if things do get a little bit rougher than right now it's going their way.
Yeah, that's not a bad answer. I think Phoenix is pretty good too, because obviously when you come back from Warlock All, for those who don't know, you have 80% additional HP, and that's that overhealth. You come in with Phoenix at the right time, all that's immediately deleted, and you're doing damage as well. And then it's very, very dangerous to try to, you essentially just put them in a very dangerous position. It's very readable to know where that ult's going to be. It's all about positioning. It's all about timing. And one thing that we need to know when you're playing Warlock, which I think some teams that maybe are less experienced running the Warlock hop, and that by no means is Na'Vi, is essentially, when do I ult? And if I do ult with Warlock, the team has to essentially int. You have to go in there and commit fully, knowing that ult's available, because if you're positioning yourself for that fight, your team has to know that and fully commit.
Which is going to give an advantage to aggressive teams right off the bat. We were actually highlighting this a lot when we were checking out the VODs of yesterday and teams that did struggle. But again, 4-3-2-1, we find ourselves on the Warlock, as we just said, with Naga on ult, ready to go, Energy off that top end, and everyone else joining back into the fray as FlyQuest make their way back to this very point. Na'Vi, though, with that early hit on the point, is going to climb up, and they're going to go aggressive, man. Love to see it.
Yeah, and here we go now as Fate is holding on to that Fate of both worlds here with the dance floor. Crook going to have copy as well, and that's a lot of time to be able to stall on point, and that is what Na'Vi is looking for here, as they are already 20% in climbing. FlyQuest has some answers. Vest may need to land a big meteor here to make that shut down. Maybe even we'll see the whale coming in from Vision, which is launched right now towards the back line. It does land, but does not find too much, just gets rid of a clone, or yes, actually one, as Spare Chief comes in.
I saw that too. There was like an elimination, but none on there, and that was going to be more from it now as we continue to see the rain from above the AC-130 in the form of the Goddess of Death there, quickly getting the picks needed. Jerky, big one at that. Best does not miss these, but there's going to be a Magneto Shield on top of the nice little move up there from Naga. Now looking at the shield up, the Surge is out. That's going to get the healing reduction. Rolling with it, Vision to find one, Best the other. Who needs the Meteor M when you got the old primary, my friend?
Yeah, another, just compliment to those neutral picks. Good positioning there to body block, or just not enable that additional percentage on point. 51% for Na'Vi is not their traditional stall, but it is enough to give them a comfortable start here, as we see Cooper ready with that resurgence. Vision with another whale already. Rajaro has an answer here with that Meteor Ram. Naga with the res though, and Jerky could be terrifying with the scariest dance in the game, the dance of the butterfly.
Absolutely, and that's where the Imma ban isn't as important, because of what Best can do there, and all together that damage up the beginning from Mantis is a mistake we may not see again, as we have the dance execution trying to find its prey, but we got Jerky instead going down. Nothing going to be slashing about that, but now with the whale down, the splash zone is on, and the fear is out. Slam down is the dunk, and it's going to find no one here as they rotate down there behind the stairs. Great job putting the pressure on his FlyQuest, but Na'Vi has everything it takes skill-wise. Naga's had this ult for quite some time now, circling around the sun a couple of times. We'll see if they're able to break through. This is a team when they get the point, they can hold on typically, as it's now 51-51.
And we will now start off with another huge fight. We will see some Qs popped here. Fate and Naga ready, and again, this means that Na'Vi will likely play very aggressively. There's nothing to lose when your team can come back heavy here with that Karmic Revival. Vest building that ult does now have it. Energy Spark Chief as well, right on the same tail. Vision is going to find one on a Trust Me, and there will be that Undead Squid now as you're trying to, just trying to do enough damage to Naga, and it's just not able to pressure through it.
Yeah, Venom not always the best to burst down there. What I'm watching here with Best, look for him to break the Imma shield to be able to then land the Meteor M a lot cleaner, is what we're trying to see if he can land down. Best, though, not connecting on that one. Jerky gonna find the best of Cooper. Good night, Guardian of the Galaxy, and Mantis once again gonna be Crook, keeping the team up, back-to-back shows. Tough to land now as we're gonna have Energy flying towards his objective, but Raj quickly finds and ends that fate. But once again, it's the Vision and the Chief that continue to give this team vision of the win here. 95% and climbing, gonna go back to the point, but they will touch the 99, which is ever so important, as they do look to restack and reload.
Yeah, that's all they were looking to do there. They just didn't want to overcommit, which it doesn't look like they did at the moment. They're still holding on to Vision with that whale. Jerky going to find Cooper, making it a little bit slower. They're going to just buy time on this hold right here until the team is ready. Cooper should be back in a second now, right through, and as the team once again will re-engage, Navi is going to have Jerky with that ult. It looks like there is the drop back now, and the change right back is Energy going back to that Hella, and the team is now on the high side together, essentially making sure that they can't get held in that alleyway, which is a very difficult spot to push through, which is what we saw FlyQuest doing right after they took point. So now that the team's out here, but Rajaro going to find one early, and that is a huge neutral pick. Vision, though, is going to cancel Jerky mid-ult and shut that down. As Vision again with the whale. Does that one land? Up goes Rajaro, bang! But no, not going to find one even through that ultimate. Once more, Vision now in a dangerous spot is going to be a little bit low, but gets immediately healed back up. Vest just playing around those shield cover, 97% back and forth in OT.
Yeah, Vest now is going to get the huge pick there on Fate. Big props to Navi being able to locate, knowing Energy's not going to stay on the Strange. Found him off and wandering there as the Hella, born again, ready again, win again, turning the wipe to a win potentially. Naga's going to pay the ultimate price for bringing his team back from the death. Raj going to find Vision, big one at that. Vest has hit these all the time. They're huge,
wow.
But they do not land that time. Now is the quick shield able to protect the team. Now trust me, once again, all eyes on the leader of this team. Trusting himself to get it done. Fate's going to have the show to provide extra comfort. Energy low, looking for the quick health pack to respawn, going to dump on, but no one's there on the point chip.
Eyes out, cries out, gets the team walking towards, and they do pay for it as we are heading to Map 3 Imperial Institute. And this is going to be a heater. Everybody now, nerves through the ceiling, heading and fighting for the #1 seed, Navi versus FlyQuest.
We knew it was going to be just an absolute bloodbath.
Of course.
Here. I want to highlight again, to find Energy there wandering off because the Strange portal went on. You would expect everyone to go through, but no, they're like, okay, we know the swap's going to happen. They've studied this team, found Energy early, the momentum dies from there, right? And so that's exactly was the path to success. And nothing able to land there for what they wanted in FlyQuest. Even with the early trade, getting Jerky out, trying to do their best, their vision goes down. After that, 10-10-10 across the board for FlyQuest, and the stats looking a lot better on the other side of things.
Yeah, a lot more even across the board there for the side of, FlyQuest. But again, I mean, this team is bouncing back. I think Navi has found their solution. These teams are playing chess, and everybody else is playing checkers right now because they are consistently shifting comps and trying to find a way through it. And I'll tell you what, this is clearly working out for them. Even after losing that point at 51%, they bounce back, they stay calm, and they take home Map 2. Cooper now going to reset on the high side, trying to deal some damage, get that ult charge quickly. Fate is going to have that ult there for Navi. FlyQuest doesn't have much answer early on in terms of ultimates, so odds are in Navi's favor for this early point take.
No, absolutely, Cooper. One of the best, top 3 in my opinion, strategists in this game currently of Marvel rivals in the early scene. Spark Chief now swinging around, trying to get some early pressure rolling. And yeah, to your point, they can either use this and try to save up the tank. They're trying to ult track and see what they have rolling on the opposition. Now it's going to be just right into the fray, popping the shield. Ooh, not a good swing there. Forced to take the elevator. The Venom does not want to do that. And the chase down, you'd love to see. It's going to be Spark Chief suffering early. Can he get out? Doesn't look like it. Good play by the strategist, keeping him up and ready to go as the Arm of Dangerous lands down from Cherokee, trying to find that Kraken impact, having no impact this time around. Raj goes down, goes up. Another dip dodge. Getting out of there, the patches O'Houlihan south of Energy.
Energy is going to find one right after that, too, on a Naga, who likely has the res, and yes, right back in it. Again, FlyQuest did a great job baiting out ultimates and not allowing them to get value. Energy is going to find Jerky now, just playing lights out here, finding these headshots. Cooper going to go down from Rajaro with some really good movement there, using the flight to find a high side angle. Vest, though, right back at Trust Me, as again, the res comes through here. The copied up, the double res composition here from Navi is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we had, 2 Atoms out there popping it at the same breath, if you will. That is absolutely a communication. Fumbling there a bit for Navi. Cannot have a mistake like that at this level play against the #1 seed as well. And that is definitely going to be a tough one at that. It happened at the same tick. I kid, maybe Adam res now is what the calm was. And
Great
they both
call.
took it as their, call here. Shib, Vest does have the ult for them.
Yeah, brutal. Odds are Level 1 Crook had that copy or had been holding it, and maybe was in a spot where it was necessary. There, there is some potential reasons as to why it happened like that, but yeah, that cannot be what is going on here. And oh my goodness, Vision, come on now. 2 immediately found up on this high side angle, throwing those squids out. And you know what happens when you land those squids? Undead squids pop out and the team just starts walking in. Wow, FlyQuest with 30% on now, and Navi in a dangerous position.
This is one of the hardest maps whenever you get pushed in the spawn just to readjust, right? I mean, there's so little room for error. You can take the high ground as these Namors and Hellas to rain down, quite literally the hell from above. Vest able to continue to have a defensive approach too. And again, when you lose both those strat ults, now you just have to completely rely on Fate to sustain you through it. Vest can delete that if so choose and lands. And Vision, though, getting a little low, forced to pop the important blessing FlyQuest into the deep as he finds himself looking for the prey, and they're all calling on Vest and Vision right now.
Good positioning here by Sparchi, Fate, and Trust Me gonna come in heavy. Down goes Vision early. Well done by Na'Vi as they're continuing this pressure forward. Trust Me getting a few trans, but it is not enough. Vest in a dangerous spot potentially. Oh, I was thinking about kicking down into the basement, divide more time. It's essentially a forced stagger again. Rajaro gonna find energy though as down goes Spark Chief, just trying to stay on the point for as long as possible, but goes down and will give them that take.
Vest has 1 health. He's had 1 health, just struggling to find health back that whole time, and he does at that. That was a good recap, man. Actually, a very solid win for Na'Vi. That needed to win with just the neutral. Was able to get a lot of it done that way here as Spark Chief almost out as well. Naga does find the best of him. That is a brutal blow when you look at things here. And when you go in and measure what we have ult economy-wise, again, just slow down here, FlyQuest. You're up 72% if you need it. But Na'Vi, I'm just blown away with the continued resilience of this team. Again, we showed it there against what they did on
so
Envy.
smart.
Now here they are again.
Yeah, they're just so smart. I mean, they don't overcommit there. They don't use strategist line ults when it looks even dicey, even if they lose 1 to a pick, because they know they're still up in numbers. I mean, again, this team is just so cerebral. That is their strength, and they consistently find value in that, and that's how they win their maps. FlyQuest coming in heavy, though, with these ults shortly, but it's going to be matched right back. It's all about who gets more value with these Qs. Jerky going to start off here early on. Everybody going to stack together to ensure that doesn't get too much value. Cooper pops all at the same time, though, and now the team's got to walk heavy as Vest finds Naga, and that's not a good. Another double stack as energy hits the sky. Vest with the Meteor Ram, Vision with the Whale, but Vestas lands on Fate, who does have an ult, and that is another huge trade for them as Naga reses right back and brings the team with it.
Yeah, it is just trying to locate where that was happening, and yeah, wow, both 1-seats here essentially getting double res or double support ults is not what you want to see, but you know what? Hey, blow for blow, it's going to match. History finds a way to repeat itself. Vision is going to get the hit there on Crook, and Energy continues to get it done, and wow, what a quick putback. Ults do not matter right now. I mean, they're just able to throw down. We're just seeing mechanics at the finest level of playship.
Yeah, FlyQuest is looking lights out, but so is Na'Vi. One of the things that I like just to call out here is, yes, they do have that Luna, which they are switching now over to Cloak, but the double res makes a lot of sense because when you have this amount of anti-heal on Fly, or the healing reduction, a lot of these strategist line ultimates aren't as worth it as bringing them back into the fight. So a really good comp, but once again, they just got to show up and take this back. FlyQuest, though, holding on to the point right now, 93% and counting, 73 there for Na'Vi. No ults available. There's been a lot of value in the neutrals throughout these battles as Spark Chief has a huge slam, bringing up the back line.
Yeah, it's looking like FlyQuest is going to have a lot of ult economy just advantage here. Cooper's going to be right here, and if I'm them, pop the undefeatable right away. There's not going to be something to match it. You just saw all those other ults come off cooldown. Vision, though, they don't need it. Friends, gather around. FlyQuest, gather around me, Cooper says, as they continue the relentless effort. FlyQuest takes map 1 against Na'Vi. It's the best versus the best, and we found the results on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a comp that I think we will see changed up. They are so dominant there with that team up with Hella Namor and Na'Vi. You know, I liked the idea of their solution. Don't really go down that route where healing means everything. Instead, just res the team and consistently fight and try to stay on point. But the problem was there's some overcommitment, there was some double stacking ults. But what do you know? The Magneto here in this tournament that's looked insane. Vest coming through with the MVP.
Once again, just farms it. And yeah, you know, when it comes to both these strats, you know, ulting at the same time, the bit more punishing one is the Atom and the Loki, just because of the length of time it does take to go ahead and get that. And just the where the fight happened to be, because you had the Psylocke ult happen. That's what triggered it. And of course, that's just an impulse thing usually. You try to calm that beforehand and say, okay, if this does happen, we know it's coming. You ult first. But that time, both just trying to stay alive. You know, cannot fall there. As we take a quick look at the highlights and what we saw there, 38, 41, 35 elims for FlyQuest, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and we're going to see some strong play from both sides. Both teams looked very, very good in that matchup. Again, it is a domination, and we've seen a lot of success in midseason from Na'Vi on Dom as they do a great job stalling point. But some big plays here in these neutrals are what brought FlyQuest out on top. So many neutral picks there from this crazy combination.
And one thing I think Na'Vi does so well is their team coordination. And when you have domination, it's almost just this mechanical matchup, right? It's almost just like pure raw talent, a bloodbath, as we like to say. When you go to these other game modes, that's where a lot of other attributes can shine. And that's how they won that midseason final. So expect them to bounce back. They get to pick the map as well, as we have an electrifying matchup here. Match number 2, Atlanta, Georgia. Ship goes, bringing it to you.
Come on now, this has been insane already, and this is what the battle for 1 seed here in this bracket can look like. Again, Na'Vi and Fly duking it out in every single one of these maps exactly like we wanted. And I'm telling you, I'm having a ton of fun. I can't wait to see what they choose.
I'm just air guitaring over here, man. No Luna song right now, just jamming it out. And listen, guys, this is our kind of early preview potentially of what we will see there on the biggest stage. Literally the biggest stage in Rivals history to date, coming in just a couple of days here as they get ready, y'all. Listen, we need a breath of air here after we just saw an absolute crazy domination. So reset, reload. We'll see you in just a second. We're going to take a quick break.
have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're FlyQuest.
We're here in Atlanta.
And you're watching Marvel Rivals Grand Finals.
Of that energy, the energy not on the shop, but that was like you're watching Disney Channel vibes, kind of like, you know, you're watching FlyQuest. Hey, listen, man, Na'Vi has everything it takes to make this thing back interesting, and I cannot wait to see the talent unfold here as we continue on to what is this absolute awesome matchup. Easily, for me, talent-wise, the matchup of the day.
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun just to witness the raw, like you're saying, talent on these teams in their various hero picks, and they've been rotating. Again, it's a chess match with these teams, and again, we talk about the cerebral picks of Na'Vi. They always have a solution. I liked what they were doing. It just couldn't quite execute it at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm just like, I love being a fan of this game. You know, like, it's so easy to cast when you just love what you're watching, and at the highest level of play, I'm like writing it down. I'm like, all right, okay, if I plan on playing Hell, I'm just going to follow what Energy did there, vice versa. Trust me on the cap. So cool to see it all put together. Big ban phase. I think we're going to see some adjustments for Na'Vi as well. Yeah. And maybe how they approach, you know, we saw that in the last matchup. Get rid of the name or the Hella if needed.
Yeah, and again, just talking about like just being a fan of this while we're casting, you guys should see us. We're just pumping each other, hyping each other up. It's just a ton of fun to witness. But now, again, folks, for those who do not know, this is going to be a selection from Na'Vi in terms of mode and map, either Convoy or Convergence. So it's balls in their court. It's all dependent on what they want to choose, and they have a lot of set plays and some huge just cerebral team comps. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they try to run and what they change in terms of their bans against Fly.
100%, the Emma, I think, is not going to be banned this time around because it just doesn't have as big as an impact. We just showed it there. You cannot give the damage up to FlyQuest. And Vest is like, fine, I'll play Magneto.
Mag,
like,
yeah.
no problem, right? So I expect the Emma to be swapped out with the Mantis. Then they don't have to do the Loki ban followed by the Mantis save. And it just kind of opens everything else
Sure.
up for that pick ban phase, y'all. Listen, we saw a lot of Adam Warlock. I like to call it Marvel Zombies because it's kind of rising from the dead there. And speaking of Marvel Zombies, an absolute insane game mode added. If you have not played, I mean, this has been all the buzz around the block.
Yeah, I've had hands-on with this PvE mode, and it's been a ton of fun to play as I was up there on the leaderboard for a little bit.
Yeah, dude, Blade is the MVP here, man. Blade is absolutely disgusting. If you're having a tough time in the old Nightmare 4, Blade is the answer to it. You can build up buff stacks and ready to go. I mean, this pretty much looks like what we've seen Punishers, at least in this tournament, without the buffs. But, man, what an insane cool mode.
Yeah, and we saw a little magic. Maybe we'll see some more of magic. We're still definitely up in the conversation for playable, maybe even in that meta. But again, ton of fun to play. A lot of different options to make these builds stronger here. And you just, you work your way through the difficulties. You eventually go to a more endless mode as you head to a 20-round mode and try to get through some of these bosses. This is so much fun to play. Make sure you get hands-on. I know the audience has been loving it, and I'm telling you, if you haven't tried it, give it a chance because it is a blast.
Dude, because here's the thing. No question, Marvel Rivals represents Marvel Heroes the best I've seen in any video game. And hero shooters, people vibe with it, they love it. But people just want to play their favorite hero. And that's what you get to do here in Marvel, the Zombies. Getting this PvE mode, I think, testing the waters a little bit. Guess what? They found a huge fish here because everyone is loving it. We want more, Nettie.
Yeah. I've been seeing the feedback consistently. Give us more heroes, give us more maps, because I'll tell you what, these devs just consistently find ways to shake up the way this game works, whether it's patching, whether it's new maps, whether it's new heroes, or adding a mode like a PvE mode that has been insanely successful in terms of just numbers and fun. Like, I just have so much fun on this, and that, finding more ways to play this game and still having a good time, I can't tell you the last time that's happened.
No, for sure, and it's a good cycling of game modes that we've had. We're going back all the way to the Big Brain Blast, and we've had the Ultron Auto Chess, if you're a fan of that. I believe that will come back eventually with even more fine-tuning, and so excited to see, them kind of, again, test the water, see what, the audience is liking here. And again, you're looking at the charts, it's booming right now with Marvel, Zombies, and Rivals. But again, speaking of it, I do expect to see Zombies ourselves here with more of that Adam comp, what we've kind of come to see.
Yeah, I mean, that comp is definitely in the meta. There's no doubt about it. But apparently it's not always the end-all be-all solution, because even through with that, we talked about even zombie comp, talk about the zombie squids out there, right? Every single time you got a pick there with vision, it would just bounce right back. So let's go back and you talked about how they got to change the ban phase here to go against Fly. Again, this is going to be Navi's selection in map. What do you think they're going to,
I think we're taking it to Asgard. I'm pretty sure Navi does like themselves some Yggdrasil path. If I were to expect something to happen here, it could be that map that we see them pick to go ahead and reset and reload. But, and FlyQuest, they're good on Yggdrasil for sure. I wouldn't say it's like their highlight of where they play best or anything like that. FlyQuest kind of, they're good around the board, but Navi, I expect to go that way. They could take it over here to Hall of the Dahlia as well, or just throw us a complete curveball. We're actually finding out right here with you guys that is going to be Hall of the Dahlia. It was one or the other I thought was going to go, and again, we get the pleasure, man. We're going to Wakanda twice, my guy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this map, and I haven't had a lot of eyes on it throughout this cast, so I'm stoked to see it back-to-back here in our two matches together, but it does lend itself a lot to that 3-2-1 composition that we know that these teams can run. Trust me, does a good job of that, but he wasn't allowed to play any of those dive vanguards, and I think that was a big win in the banning phase of FlyQuest. Now, they've got to turn that back around. I agree that I don't know if I've loved the Emma ban because, if you leave Magneto open, typically Vest is going to be on that Magneto.
Sure, for sure. And I would say a couple things to look out for. First, Jeff ban could be happening a lot more here now. Also, this leans to the aggressiveness of Navi, right? Try to get that point one immediately. If I'm then go on offense first. Sometimes the team that picks usually likes the other team to go on offense, but you go on offense first. We're seeing that right now. Here's the deal. Energy on Hela, point one, it's just not there. It's so tough to get those sightlines. So bring that aggression into momentum, make them struggle early on point two. You can get that point just as easily. Now we continue to see they're going to go with that Emma ban once again to slow down and stop anything that they would have against the dive here. And now we're finding ourselves with the same probably Loki ban here.
Yeah, again, these teams have been working on a ton of things behind the scenes, and trust me, obviously, is a very, very strong Emma player, but I'm curious if they will allow that Namor composition to come back through here with Hela, because if you take that high side, even on defense, although, maybe right where the poke can get dove down, if you remove all the dive here, as we say goodbye to Mantis and Venom again, so they don't have that simple one-shot combination. Again, folks, for those who maybe don't know, if you damage boost with Mantis and you go under with Venom, if you do have something like a Luna there with the damage boost, you can take out anyone through any combination elimination immediately, but when you double damage boost like that, but outside of that, even the damage boost alone from Mantis Wither and all will take out various heroes and the backline instantly, so you can just press the Q button without having to land tentacles, etc. Now we see Cap here banned out once more, so again, the double dive Vanguard removed, and I think that's a good decision, but goodbye to that Hela,
yeah,
exactly like we thought.
Exactly. It was either the Namor or the Hela. I think the Hela is definitely the answer to get there. Vision is going to lean over to the Shark if they do have that available, and with that save there, you know, Zealous plays a good Shark as well, but with Vision not having to be on the Namor anymore, they're going to look to flex that up. I expect now the Psylocke Shark kind of comp with that dive push in as well. Adam Warlock going to be banned. I'm actually liking what Navi's putting together here, buddy.
Yeah, again, they're learning, and we knew that was going to be the case. We'll see what they lock in here. I'm curious. It's going to be obviously a staple of their comp, maybe the Warlock again if need be, but yeah, this team looks really, really good.
Yeah, looking at our last save from each side of things, we've got the Psylocke going to the lower half, which we saw Jerky do plenty fine with the ban on the top end. And the last bit of business they can pull, maybe go Mag, don't let them have that full echo hit, but no, if I'm them, you're going to go with the Jeff opposition. Yeah, that's a smart move.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of off-mapping potential early on attack there with Jeff, even on defense. So looks like that is going to be what we're seeing removed so far. Lock-in, obviously, of the Jeff, and it looks like what you're saying was correct. Vision likely going to be on that Jeff and has found some big games here in this tournament so far, helping them take home some of these wins. But we'll see a little bit of a same composition in terms of just having a lot of bodies coming back after getting KO'd with that BRB and with that Karmic Revival here from Navi, who will be on attack.
Yeah, I like Navi calling on their own number here and saying, you know what, put us on offense first. Let's show them what we're made out of. Let's try to finish this thing strong, and then we know exactly what they need to do to get the job done. Now, as we see the offense approach and what the strat is for Navi, in the defensive end, we got energy over to the Phoenix. So, you know what, take away my Hela, I'll just play the next bit. You know, and listen, a lot of nerfs to Phoenix. Still a very good hero, and we often see that. You know, no Raccoon, though. You sometimes see that on the defensive end to get that huge in-song Inferno ship. Anything jump out to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's also an answer to Rocket, right? I mean, when you do get rid of that Sia instantly there with Phoenix and still find value through it, it's impactful. We talk about the damage boost composition that we've seen from some of these teams, and when there's a low ceiling, you can use Phoenix with Rocket together on the same team to instantly almost KO virtually everyone, because that 40% damage boost is huge, and when you can't break the Phoenix as it's coming down from a low ceiling, it's very detrimental, but it is very niche, and it's forced on specific windows and locations, and holding an ult for something like that is tough to do, so haven't seen a lot of it in this tournament so far. Wow, using the jump there to get up top. Very, very smart. That's actually so smart as a unit. Everybody playing on this high side as one is so cool to see, but he is immediately pushed off. So they've clearly been doing their homework.
Yeah, can't get back up there after that off. And, you know, listen, we have the two Jeffs pretty much in this entire tournament here with Vision and Fate, right? So Vision look out to be a big threat here for them. And when you talk about that top end approach, now it's going to be, trust me, trying to go on the lower half of things. And again, this kind of just closes off sight lines if you're trying to hide from energy, seeing the rotation up there. Jerky has his job and his assignment. We'll see if he continues to do that. And look at Spark Chief. I love the aggression, but man, that was a big commitment.
Yeah, big commitment, and on defense, being down a number like that when you have no way right back into the fight is going to force your team to retake, and they are switching spawn essentially in terms of how they're going to attack, but being this separated is dicey because now some of the focus can go towards those coming back from spawn and make it, again, a dangerous situation. But here comes the retake shortly, and out goes that Sia with some really good positioning there from Fate, so the team can use it to its best advantage, almost on the touch, and here comes a huge counter with damage boost. Bang, coming down from Naga to immediately shut down Vision. Big play by Naga once more, who is playing a very strong Bucky now. Spark Chief gonna be dancing inside of this invisible boundary. Trust me now. Getting the team walk thighs out, cries out from Trust Me. Down goes Cooper, Vess, and Spark Chief, and Navi will start walking off point one.
That's exactly what I thought would help this team, the aggression, and it's all about that first Jeff. Well, first of all, if they can even get there, they did finally, but wow, locked and ready. The comms on perfect there for Naga, just erasing the Shark into Sushi quite quickly there now with Jerky and Raj, able to have things fueled up for their team as well, and continuing. This is such a point of momentum. Carry on what you had there from the first bit. Plenty of time to get it done. 427 is a lifetime in Rivals. Best trying to look to slow them down. He can start that by hitting the best special, that Meteor M. Let's see what he got.
Yeah, now Alt's going to be slightly in the advantage of FlyQuest in this fight as Fate goes down early there to Energy, who is going to be switching over. Also a very strong Bucky player. Vest now taking the space right back, ensuring this cart does not move any more forward. You want to try to force as many fights as possible. The cart is all that matters, folks. Take that into ladder. If your team goes down, make sure you're falling on that cart so that it can't get free space and just force you to have less fights on these various phases. This one being the streets phase. Team's going to drop back now as Vest is going to try to maintain position. He's still doing a good job, but in the back line, team is in danger. It's matched right back by the resurgence from Cooper with a good answer. Jerky going to cancel that and take the height.
Yeah, got what they wanted out of that either way. Remember, Jerky had the most eliminations in this tournament as his sidelock. This man is dangerous here as one ball goes down the other. He finds its mark. It's going to land all blue here for FlyQuest, able to get it done. And this is exact. They had to have the win here. They had the commit, and they also had the pressure with 3 minutes and counting down here now as Zelos gets the finish pick on Naga. 4 reset going to happen here. They have Fate to go with the aggression, and Energy's just trying to find a little bit, maybe opposing his fear to the other team. Right now, man, keep this aggression up if you're Navi, though. I'd go in there with Fate heavy.
Yeah, I like that initial take there, using it to take the height and just get a little more damage out. Built that ult already at 30%, so big play there by Energy, which again, just those small little things are huge at this level of play. Jerky gonna find Spark Chief now, keep the space forward, Invisible Boundary matched right back, and they are holding, but again, down a number now, and Zelos commits that ult. Vision gonna be looking for something as down under with Jeff, gets a huge eat. Will that be able to get off map? Is gonna get walked down, the damage boost on Rocket, just juking for days. Vision is gonna hit those bubbles, who tried to set that up prior, but is gonna fall. And that was some really good work there by Fate.
I've got to be honest, I'm actually surprised he tried to go through that pillar because that is kind of something you learn pretty early as a Jeff. It looks like the space is there and you can't go through. Vision, as just a veteran Jeff player, thought that we would not see that, but instead going to try and take that angle. Rough look there because he had 3 with the escape as well, but looks to bounce back. That's a brutal one to make up. Spark Chief 2 needs him. We need him to reset if you are a FlyQuest fan. Navi, look at all the part here as Naga's be close to that Kraken impact.
One thing that I really like there from the side when you're looking at Vision is he preset those bubbles to be able to get more speed boost towards off-map, and that's something you should take into ladder, folks. That was big brain.
Yeah, absolutely. Pillar being the only stopping force as now Spark Chief looking again, can't even find any room to breathe now. Going to quickly go up to 800. Good use there of the strategist and eyes on the prize. This Naga pick would be massive for him. Oh my goodness, that's the one you need as Energy finds the best from it. Again, he yells. It's the trademark, if you will, of Energy. The punch, the move, the stagger Energy. This is the FlyQuest special. He lands it from the full court.
From downtown, Vest weaves it over the shield, and still they're going to find a nether on a Jerky. And that is another big retake there from FlyQuest. Jerky has ultimate available, Naga as well. The answer again from Cooper, whose job at this current moment is to counter every single one of those dances. The dance of the Cutterfly consistently going to be countered right back. Again, these teams just so much good back and forth play. A great first take there from the side of Navi, who are now being held up on the streets phase. 1:12 on here. Pulled right through. Trust me, you're going to have to use Diamond. Almost has that Psionic Seduction. Here comes Rojaro with this Meteor Ram, which bang does land, but just clips the edge of the wall there. Does not do enough damage to anyone, and Vision going to take the height. Is going to find Jerky, and that's great focus. Are you kidding me?
What? Absolute crazy landing every bit of it. Finds another Naga from afar. Goodness gracious, he's a water type, just born for it. He's evolving in front of our eyes, y'all. Just a Blastoise in the making. I mean, listen, right now, they've got, they took 4 minutes down to 30 seconds just like that. That momentum's so important to carry through. Navi, they've got the Qs ready, though, right? You get Jerky to go in and try to bait out Zelos and then try to roll from there. You got to hope Vision doesn't land, though, this much. Lunchtime, he's hungry, man. He's starving. He just had the old one not land the connect, so we'll see if we get it again. Energy, though, right there with that impact, Mr. Ship.
Yeah, that Super Soaker has some serious PSI from downtown here, just dealing a ton of damage and able to find 2 in that fight without using an ultimate. That was wild to see. Jerky, though, is going to find Cooper with that damage boost, and that is some really good commitment, and I believe it is going to get them enough value to walk forward a little bit here. Out goes some counter ultimates right back. The team trying to maintain presence on the point as FlyQuest is going to use that. It's Jeff. Vest still holding onto that Meteor M, and that's going to counteract Naga likely. Yes, it is. Up in the sky. An eat here from Vision is going to find Trust Me. Try to deal enough damage or at least displace for long enough. Good movement there with the bubble from Vest. Naga still gets a pick there. Spark Chief goes down. Jerky is going to find that. Trust Me, though, even being eaten by Jeff and on that off map is going to come through with full HP and still get a pick. Hand delivering them to the back line once more. And now they are pushing through, and it's going to have to be a forced touch here from FlyQuest with no ultimates, as Trust Me does have that Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're really close to everything. I mean, Jerky, we'll see who gets there quicker. It's going to be Cooper or him. And I think it's going to be on the side of Jerky as everyone's kneeling in front of Mother herself, finding Good mag bubble to keep Spark Chief in this
Huge
thing, but
kick.
it's going to be the quick punch, the diamond form, that makes Vest pay the ultimate price here early, or energy for that matter now, as we look forward to more. It's going to be the slice, the dice, Jerky finds it again, but the undefeatable coming at the same mark. Here comes the up, the down, the slam, the connection. No hit there, as now we find ourselves meters away, the amplifier on. Volume turned all the way up here for Na'Vi, as they're just vibing out with confidence.
And Na'Vi walks through point 2 there. That looked very smooth and very coordinated, making sure each ult was utilized before they committed another, ensuring they didn't have to overcommit if not needed. Again, Na'Vi really well played in that moment. I thought the movement there from Fly to counter some of those ults was awesome, but was not enough into the mental capacity of Na'Vi. They just keep pulling through in these streets phases.
Yeah, we're seeing Jerky come online here too, you know, getting a little bit more sharp with the Psylocke lethal that we continue to see now, as Cooper is going to go ahead and try to get this team the edge needed. Again, lethal here, the duelist in the strategist position, if you will. Now good rotation once again. Kraken Impact coming online for energy. Gonna try to find more, try to get the look over here as Vision does his part as well. Now I'll go with the legendary, again, Galactic Legend up, and in that the invisible boundary. Vest gonna go ahead and counter that as well with the Meteor Imp, so a double defensive effort here. Gotta make the most of that if you're Vest with no connection to it. That's one they might want back ship, as they're using a lot to try to keep themselves alive, and you belong to me. Shouted from the echoes is, trust me, pushing in. This is the aggression that they continue to have and what makes this team great.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great retake there. Level 1 Krug gonna find Spark Chief now with a nice early pick on a Vanguard in the front line. Out goes that dance, so the Cutterfly does not seem to find anyone. Frozen right after landing with a Kraken Impact is a huge freeze, and notice how none of the team is gonna wake that freeze up. A huge eat here from Vision, who might be able to escape. No, not for long, as there is no follow-up. Rojaro with a 2-piece now, and Fate gonna find Vest, and Na'Vi are gonna keep this momentum in OT, heading towards point 3.
Yeah, they fully committed there. I almost wanted them to reset and then kind of take this last bit in the final hole, but they went all in. Vision unable to find success there, and the clock stoppers on energy right before he hits the ground. My gosh, now time is ticking, overtime on the meters as well. Rojaro trying to land one that hits, does not connect this time, but the spin to win. Oh, the quick hit from Naga going down. Ship, this is the final moments.
Oh, wow.
This would be a massive hold and a massive victory for Na'Vi. Trust me, finds more. Crook, Jerky getting it done for them.
Yeah, and everybody's trading, but this time more in the favor of Na'Vi as Rojaro finds Vest. Down goes Cooper, and they are falling quickly like dominoes, and that should be 3 points.
That is an absolute massive win for Na'Vi, being at 20 seconds at the front of the line there, and just a complete, honestly, a bit of a falling of the tower there if you are FlyQuest, with some of those ults just not finding success there. Again, wish maybe you would have held on to those towards that back end. You never know if you're going to get enough time, so you do have to try to set up with what you have. But with the early pick, again, that clock stopper moment, that Crook hit on energy was insane. The man was literally punching the ground as you saw him come down. The tentacles were put away there once again. But taking a look, you know, at least you got the time all the way down. FlyQuest just has a match.
Yeah, I mean, that timing of that freeze has to be perfect with that CC immunity. Like, this is just such high level of play. You see this team back against the wall. Na'Vi is just so good. Being able to do that in OT on point 3, which is a very defensible position, your spawn incredibly close to where the point ends, usually lends itself to, you know, very difficult to push through. But even in OT, halfway through that point, they just stay consistent. They find picks, they get one, and the team rushes forward. As you see Jerky there with 11 finals, 7 on the side of Trust Me, who really seems to value that Emma at this moment. Rojaro, 18-3. The entirety of this team looking so strong. A ton of damage out there across the board. And we will have to see a strong performance from Fly to push this to overtime.
Yeah, honestly, the stat line is beautiful. We're actually seeing just the best of the best get highlighted. I mean, Crook in the strategist position is just so dang good. If you're a strategist player, you got to take notes there. And Raj was not connecting so much on those Meteor Imps. If he lands those, this team's going to get the easy dub here because he's continued to play that real well as well. But again, it's going to be Vest and Spark Chief on the Vanguard side of the FlyQuest. Spark Chief going to open up the portal. They know exactly where to expect it. Get on that health pack early. Spark Chief now going over to the Venom, I'm sure, to go ahead and catch up with the team as they all fly in. No, going to be the Angela, the one-wing Angel ship.
Yeah, and notice the portal play there was to try to isolate the back line, but the communication from the front line saying, hey, nobody has pushed up, they're portaling, the team elected to drop back together, so nobody was there upon that portal spawning through. So again, just another smart play by Na'Vi to ensure no one gets picked in these early fights and not give up this point too quickly, try to burn some time here. So they rotate spawn now, very similar to what we saw prior, but the only difference from the strategy from Na'Vi on that high side right is that there is no trade in terms of value in numbers. Everybody's still evened out right now in this fight. Best in a dangerous spot, going to force out some cooldowns as they walk forward. Angela there from Spark Chief, going to put some pressure on the height as Naga is on energy, and the trade is 1-1 here as Rajaro's down in energy. Zelos now falls from Naga in the height, and Spark Chief at 18 HP does go down with a chase there from Jerky.
I was going to say, Raj going down was probably bigger for FlyQuest there, losing out the Vanguard and able to push into the defensive wall, but no, unable to connect, and the finish and the flush from Navi. Like we highlighted, in other game modes, you start to see the whole picture come together, what Navi does so well as Cooper. Oh, the stagger is going to be brutal here. Cooper, get back to your team there. You can find the, forced way, if you will. But yeah, good job here as now set up for success, have the amplifier. Jerky can try to get something out if he wants to. Cooper's still a little bit away.
Yeah, I was going to switch to that Luna, and one thing I wanted to call out as we were looking at stats, level 1 Crook on this Luna with very, only falling a few times. Luna, very diveable, although still has that defensive cooldown, is kind of in a dangerous spot right now with how strong dive is in this meta. So being able to only fall a few times like that just goes to show how strong level 1 Crook is, who's, again, that MVP at midseason Worlds as they took home the cup there. Vision now going to be engaging here on that Phoenix, a comp we don't see as traditionally. Rajaro finds one. Energy now onto Naga with the reset, trying to find more. Fate's going to bring back Naga, so the number's back in their favor again. Jerky going to find Cooper, and they're still holding on to all these ults as Jerky gets another Trust Me on a Vest, and FlyQuest is crumbling at this moment into Na'Vi, who are looking so strong.
Yeah, not even giving them an inch, man. And if you look at what they had to use, really nothing, right? They just got it done easily, and it's Jerky, again, just really showing up here, and they've got everything they need to continue on. There's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. FlyQuest is going to have to win a battle they are not favored in right now. If the house was betting, looking at it, hey, we've seen this song and dance before. Zelos here going to be looking at potentially setting up the Guardian boundary to get things rolling for them right away. Invisible Barrier is going to be the first thing that's up for them. They're going to try to use it aggressively, it looks like here, Shiv, as once again we do have the in-song as well. It's going to go ahead and have the flash, the dash, and the finish. Spark Chief pushing in. Alice trying to get down Crook. The big difference maker of that team, Shield is up. Butterfly 2 effect, can't use it. Aggressive now going on the defense.
Oh, good pullback in there with the force physics from Zelos to force Jerky early on, and I'm telling you, that is a huge pick. As out goes the Galactic Legend Eden by Vast, who tried to land it out of the sky. Does not work out, and that's a tough look, but does eat enough damage for the team to stay healthy. Match right back now by Cooper, walking forward here with the Fate of Both Worlds, and now is Rajaro's chance at it, playing by that shield, but it does land, but it's just not enough. Good work on the movement there. These teams movement, the movement is crazy, keeping the pressure on.
That would have been the best POV of all time for that hit the Star-Lord in the end. You saw the purple there at the end, but Energy able to dodge yet again from Rajaro. But you are going to have the res back. Trust me, getting that res is a big one at that. The Vanguard going right back to full and going to allow the cooldowns with it. Going to hit the top of the building. Nothing from there. From Vision, trying to get this team a little bit of life and finding the white room. Once again, Vision, though, does find Jerky. That's a big one at that. Spark Chief pushes in. It's Energy. Spark Chief giving this team more life. They could not find on point 1.
Wow,
man,
wow. That was insane damage on the back line there. Beautiful work by level 1 Crook to find that pick and turn the momentum heavily backwards on Energy, who tried to make that play. Who's going to force the portal now through. No ults available here for FlyQuest. No ults available for Na'Vi just yet, but Spark Chief going to find one on the level 1 Crook, and that's a huge pick as that puts them up heavily in terms of strategists or just raw healing numbers. Naga on this height is very close to this ult and looking for it quickly. Playing around that. Oh, good ult on the counter, but it is matched right back there. Oh, they doubled up as Cooper did the same, switching to damage to try to get this pick onto Trust Me, and they do.
Yeah, they see that now at least you can go damage mode, right? So you have one for the sustain, DPS for the rest. They do end up finding success here. Good for them. But I mean, I'm telling you, what an absolute way to get things rolling for the team. Only 2.5 minutes compared to the nearly 5 that Na'Vi had to work with. And I gotta say, someone get this guy a skill cape. Level 1 Crook needs to be level 99. He's absolutely cooking.
Yeah, the experience is flowing here for level 1 Crook. But again, FlyQuest, a little bit of overcommitment in that moment, is going to make this next few fights difficult as they are going to be low. Zelos getting that ult back relatively quickly, though, at 33%. Level 1 Crook there at 58%. Fate with some really good timing I want to highlight, using that Sia, that Cosmic Yarn amplifier, right after Vision landed. Good patience on that to ensure it doesn't get deleted there by the Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the Fear going up to go ahead and stop what is the legendary, but 1-2, make it 3, Shib. Absolute pure domination there, even with the best Meteor Im for the defensive play. It's all the offense on Naga, looking all the more confident here on that early trade and battle. FlyQuest committing a lot as well.
Not only with a 3-piece, but 2 ultimates pulled that got no value. You can't get more value than that, folks. That is a huge ultimate there by Naga, who has been really loving Peter Quill. And here comes the engagement now from FlyQuest. as Energy with that Kraken impact, seen some success in the past. Sparksheet does have the chance here to keep the team healthy in the back line to hold on until Cooper can get that ult back. Same with Zelos, who's at 90%. As we begin now, here comes that dance of the butterfly from Jerky out of the back line. Good focus, and they do find 3 through it as the whole team is going to pressure in. 1 minute on, Sparchief likely going to reset or drop out, and yes, Rajaro going to find Vess. FlyQuest with even ults across the board in terms of against Na'Vi, and Rajaro going to try to take this space to try to get an off map here with the right click.
Yeah, masterclass in ult tracking, right? They knew exactly to go ahead and pull the trigger on the Dance of the Butterflies because there's going to be nothing to stop it. A little bit of diamond kicks in there too, and it's all but over. Trust Me does have the seduction as well to try to keep Energy at bay if they go in that way now. Cooper's Zealous, they got to lock in. They cannot double ult at the same time. We've seen that a couple times now. A little bit off of what FlyQuest usually does. Raj has that Meteor Ram once again. Will this one connect? Doesn't matter how many you get if the one that matters the most hits. Now as we see the seduction coming out from Trust Me, trying to land this thing, Shib, and it's going to be the full commit from Na'Vi for another third defensive effort.
Yeah, and that was a couple ults there committed, but the side of FlyQuest dropped back. But this could be huge here from Rajaro, looking at Energy, who does get bubbled up. Really well done in patience again by Vess, but Rajaro still going to find Cooper, which is a huge pick here on their side as Na'Vi's keeping this pressure forward. 8 seconds on, having to commit that ult. Naga very slowed in that boundary, still able to escape as out goes Phoenix from Vision with the Ensong Inferno, and here comes Naga heavy onto the front line now. A ton of damage out. Trust Me, going to find Vess. There's a second pick onto Energy. That is 2. Make it 3 here shortly as they are dropping away. Will the portal come through to touch? It will not at the moment, and that is going to be a W here for Na'Vi.
Wow, Na'Vi picked the map and they said, yeah, call my name. Let's set those expectations early. From point 1, I thought would give them the advantage into what was the different of the strat bands, and Dahela loved everything about it. They stuck with the Imma base. They carried on from there. Pure great performance from them, and you're happy to see it. Wow, Jerky, welcome back to the spotlight, my guy. Absolute craziness as we take a look at the final stats, Shib, and it's going to help tell the story of what we just saw.
I mean, that was really well played. Jerky with 19. Their Energy obviously was 16, 33, 31, and 33k damage respectively up the board. Jerky, Naga, excuse me, and Trust Me. Are you joking me? That is so much damage on that team.
Yeah, man, and look at the difference of the eliminations on the strategist front. Fate and Crook were able to stay alive nearly that entire time on the defensive effort. Cooper and Zelos really making a permanent home there in the spawn room for a bit. Looking at all together, that was a big difference maker, obviously, as we see then the big gap in the healing, even though we did have Vision on Jeff a little bit to make up the difference. But yeah, taking a look at the highlights, what we just saw from this action, would you expect anything else, folks, except the 1-to-1 from the ones, Shib, as we find ourselves in a match 3?
Yeah, both teams looking to come out here on top in terms of the seeding. They want to ensure they get to the big stage in the best position possible. Gotta shout out how beautiful that engagement, that start was here for Na'Vi. Everybody on their team taking the height there, using that rocket jump. That is some big brain strategy that you don't see often, folks. This team very much known for doing that, but it could not be countered. The idea to push them off was there, but it just only got 1 as the whole team pushed in through point 1, and that gave them enough time to make sure they could press through point 2, which was not able to happen from the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, they really handled point 2 with excellence, as we saw a little bit of the end there from Trust Me. The classic America versus EMEA is living up to the hype, folks. The best of the best. Duel it out here in Marvel Rivals Atlanta, Georgia. Zelos and the strategist look to reset with Cooper. We'll see what they pick here when we go into our final hit, man. Listen, with the domination going down early, it's so hard to recover like that in a best of 3. Big props to Na'Vi getting it done.
It's going to have to be Convoy now, folks, but again, this is going to be the map chosen by FlyQuest. So this is obviously something that they are going to take. All these scrims are going to be insane, but we are going to see if they can bounce back and take back the W from Na'Vi right after this break.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're Navi. And we're here in Atlanta to win the Grand Finals in Marvel Rivals.
It's time to go 2 for 2.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back yet again. We find ourselves in map number 3 between these two top heavy fights, my friend. And listen, again, this could be the early preview of the Grand Finals, but seeding on the line, being undefeated, going into the knockout stage, also there, it's lived up to it, man.
Yeah, there's a couple things we need to see from these teams. We saw a little bit of overcommitment. First off, I want to shout out to that insane start there from Na'Vi, which they are known for, taking that height. I mean, using those rocket jumps to have the whole team position up on that high side angle, which sometimes you'll see a Namor take with Bubble, and then the rest of the team goes down main. Having your whole team up there is a unique thing that teams don't really scrim against a lot. It's unique, so it definitely worked out. But you and I talked in the green room. That alt utilization was a little bit strange from both sides.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, if they did not go with the Mantis and the Invis there to endpoint 1, FlyQuest would have had something to respond to Naga, and what they did as well, and Vez pulling up that Meteor Im after 2 already fell. There's just a bit disorganization. We keep calling it out today. Like, once you kind of stumble, you know, it can kind of lead to more.
Yeah.
But right now, you know, just like Na'Vi just did, FlyQuest, you're picking the map. And looking at what we do have for the map choices, I mean, listen, we're going to be finding ourselves over here in Convoy, and it's not going to be Yggdrasil, I don't think. My guess is Shib is Midtown or Spider Island, most likely. They play Spider Island great. We've seen them in Midtown be pretty flawless as well. Favors a lot of what this team likes to do in terms of the play with Vision and Jeff and so on. We've got, like, Noah Racco, by the way.
Yeah, again, these teams have had success a lot, as we are going to be seeing them going to Midtown. So if you look at their past history, especially, you know, because how often they've been winning, a lot of these stats on these maps, it's like, you know, they have been winning a lot of these different maps. What would they choose? But Midtown is going to be the choice, and that's going to lend itself for that triple comp.
Absolutely, and hey, we'll see if we get the Trust Me All on the New York hometown favorite. Once again, we find ourselves in the pick ban phase. It's been Emma and Mantis time and time again. Will it be swapped up? Honestly, if you're Na'Vi, I'd stick with it because the plan has worked thus far, and there it is. Yet again, we see Emma Frost, White Queen, not being available there for FlyQuest, and once again, a lock in the same pick bans, and kind of just tells us the tale with the Emma save, the Loki ban. We know what they're going to do down on the bottom. Let's see who they ban next up, though. This is where I expect to be some changes from FlyQuest. We'll see if they go in yet again with something to slow down what was the absolute heat here in Ignite from Na'Vi on Wakanda.
Yeah, and again, I think Trust Me is really valuing here, and obviously for those who don't know, maybe haven't been here much in the past, Trust Me does a great job leading the bans here for his team. There is communication across the board, but typically leads comms and bans with some help of teammates. But very much valuing that Emma, who has been locked a ton in this tournament, a very strong Vanguard that bullies frontline. And if you're going to be running triple, having a Vanguard that can bully the frontline is a huge win. Again, even more value here in locking out and making sure they remove Loki, which in this more dive-focused meta has been taking a huge bump in terms of where he's located in the meta.
Absolutely. I mean, they're sticking with what has worked there, and no damage boost for FlyQuest and those lanterns that cover the entire map. I swear, Shib, you look at Captain America being banned. Again, trust me, not going to get that hometown favorite. As we just pointed out, the Atom as well in return. This is a team that plays Atom very well, and so they continue to just go with what the game plan has been. If you're FlyQuest, you should expect that, though, and adjust here on the back end, the save. Going to what I would expect to be potential. You know, they could go a couple ways. The Hela is what I was hoping, though.
Yeah, they're going to lock out.
And
they got to get rid of Namor again.
Yeah.
See, that's the tricky thing, and that's, again, just smart play by Na'Vi. That's a comp that they run so successfully. Let's remove it right now. I have no doubt. Unless something, maybe they do a Vanguard, I guess, to help shut down the triple. But odds are it is going to be Namor here, and then back to maybe locking in a Vanguard for themselves. Yeah, yes, that is the case. So again, a smart play. This team's banning very, very well.
It is, and honestly, I think maybe you can still rotate and have Vision go over to the Jet. The Psylocke save, though, why not with Jerky and what he was able to do? Again, the new addition to this squad is really showing up for the part with the ban now. They're gonna have the team up with Emma. The Jeff is going to be banned. Cannot allow Fate to continue to end the fate of FlyQuest in the form of the baby shark. Jerky showing Iron Fist. Don't think we'll see it, but a little tip of the cap maybe to Mulan Ron. But we might because it is the offense. A couple approaches, right? The Moon Knight. There's a few things you can roll out here.
Yeah, the blade's there. Not sure we'll see it, but, if you are going to combo with anything, it would be that Groot hug, you like to call it, right there with that strangling prison, because that that reduction in healing can be a huge detriment and help you sweep right through Mantis Assault, because Mantis can still be CC'd in that ultimate, so you actually can be stuck there, and then when you have that reduction in healing, you are in trouble. But, I don't know if it'll happen, but it is something to call out.
Absolutely. Chat, viewers, you're watching it right now. Drop it in. What one seed is going to win? We've got FlyQuest versus Na'Vi here on match number 12 to end our final day. We have more matches coming to you, but this one is electric. And we see the defensive effort. We'll pay attention to that roster at the moment. Jerky going to be going to the Storm for the damage boost, but other than that, kind of what we expected. Energy, Star-Lord play here is so good, right? And maybe, just maybe, they had the hella save just to force the Namor, and then they continue on that Star-Lord, you know, instead.
Exactly, and that's another smart play by Fly. I think that was exactly what they were looking to do there. There's no other option but to get rid of Namor, so allowing them to play something they want to consistently play here as we start once more. Change up right off that blade quickly. Well, the Squirrel Girl here from Naga, which does a good job shutting down triple, but in this moment, there is no triple. It's more traditional, actually, with this 3 triple strategists as we see a switch in comp.
I was going to say first in the tournament there. I was like, okay, we got the SQ coming out. Naga doesn't know what he wants to play right now, buddy.
Another swap there to the Bucky, who, you know, is just so strong in this meta. We've talked about it already in this match here. Vision is going to be on that Jeff. Cooper on the Mantis that does get through in this moment. It's going to be heavily damage boosting Energy, and we'll see Energy a lot of the time using that spin to win over the back line. Sparcheap falls though from Jerky, and you gotta say, this Psylocke has looked so good, it may have been worth removing.
Yeah, Jerky there with the quick finish. If you're Sparcheap, you got to identify that they have everything to stop you in your tracks there, and you can't get that early pick now. Now that forces FlyQuest to completely rotate back and give so much space to Na'Vi on a point, you know, that they both have Strange, they have access to the portal. Jerky finding himself at 1 HP twice. Wow, lives through it. Absolutely insanity. And able to get the 1-2 quick pop there. Wow. Sparcheap is going to find a little bit of lunch there in Fate. Vision going down to Raj, though. Ooh.
Yeah, and another pick here from Jerky, ults available for Na'Vi, and there's that commitment. Gonna find another on a Vest now, and it's matched right back by Cooper on the back line. Not sure how I feel. I guess they are just gonna try to fall on point here to bide more time, but not sure it was necessary. A little bit of maybe overcommitment, or just likely going to see a switch up here in comp.
Again, both these teams punch their ticket through, but it's all about pride here as they find themselves getting point 1 pretty confidently. They're gonna be able to push though, and at least sustain this thing forward, Vision. Vest, Energy, and Zelos locked and loaded here, but plenty of response there from Trust Me, who's going to go ahead and use this. Oh, defensively doesn't even want to use the Meteor Imp. Trust the full rotation and the respect there from his team. Lockstep and communication. Energy just trying to find something from it. Wow, what patience for the team.
Yeah, I mean, really good movement there. Trust Me, gonna find Cooper early on here with the Meteor Rev, and there goes that boundary, and that Meteor lands from Vest onto Jerkies, and you're not the only one that can throw the rocks here, as Sparcheap gonna engage here with the Feast of the Abyss very shortly. The combination, using those tentacles first to do even more damage, essentially count to 2 to land it at the same time as Energy now finds Naga, and that is another good trade for Fly, who are coming back with a vengeance. Level 1 Crook in a dangerous spot. Out goes that Crystal, burning 25% of the HP of the max HP of anyone you do pull that from, for those who maybe didn't know that. And again, good retake by Fly.
Yeah, we had 2 swish of the basket, the bigger one being on Jerky there. He had the ult up and ready, so it was a good job to get him out of that fight. Was about to go into the backline too, so he's able to clean that out just in time. So that was a huge one from Vest, but I love Trust Me's patience, able to at least punish a little bit after that ult, but now it's going to be a good retake. I mean, this was bigger than it looks. Minute 19 seconds left, man, and they had the whole recharge on the ult. Looking at it, Vision going to go ahead and just try to separate the team here as he finds himself a huge lunch. They're going to have to stack up, nothing to respond to it. Finds 2, including Crook, who's got himself the ult, and he's going to take them all the way away as he's now just trying to find a nice little hotel suite for them.
Yeah, and this is a 4 stagger. This is a really good play. It's the neutral pick from both. I mean, again, we saw that early pick there from Vest. It was matched right back. A huge Jeff ult coming in. FlyQuest still holding on to 2 ultimates. Even through that, again, Na'Vi maybe playing a little bit right now, nervous at the moment. Looked so good off the start, but FlyQuest came back with a vengeance, taking that point and really making some big plays. Energy holding on here with the Galactic Legend. Cooper does have an answer, and Vest as well to try to counter potentially Naga or make a big play on a Jerky if available once more.
There's Energy throwing what he does best. The Galactic Legend is going against the show of Crook, keeping them up alive. Cooper also going to undefeated pull the entire Soul Resurgence of this team and giving them a surge towards victory now as the sword is out and Jerky's looking for what they've done so good now. Trust Me trying to follow up as well. We have no connection. Ults are flying. Qs are pressed, but no limbs in the grave so far now as Vest pushes forward, has that Meteor Imp as well. Disappear up. This is going to be that moment. Fate Oh,
that was a huge feast right there on a level 1 Crook in the back line who was trying to stay healthy, but the dive is just too much. Vest lands, but it does not find enough value. Yes, it does. His energy cleans up Naga there, and everyone is falling now as OT ticks down. That's another pick here for Vest looking towards the back line. Trust me, in a dangerous spot. A Smart Chief cleans it up. Cooper on a Fate, and the OT is ticking down. This could be it here for Navi on this push, and it is.
An absolute performance. What a way to just stop the absolute threat that is Navi for a team that's so aggressive. Best way is to put that light out quickly here. A tremendous job from FlyQuest on the defensive front there as we look towards now what will have to be quite literally for the dang history books if Navi wants to put this defense up.
And you can hear the hype behind us from this matchup already being intense. Now it's all about the attack here from FlyQuest. Navi, a team that is incredibly smart. Can they do this right back at them, but hold them a little bit tighter? Again, this is a map that is known for spawn holding, or not necessarily spawn holding, but point 1 holding. And they did push this point very far, so it does enable a few fights guaranteed for them. It's just a matter of can Fly clutch up, but they have been known for doing that.
Absolutely, here is just pure. I wish you guys could feel the energy here at LAN and you could experience yourself shortly. Again, this is one stream we have going on over here. It's a 1-1 FlyQuest Navi. The other side, y'all, is Envy versus Chopper Mag. Winner going to be going on most likely from that. I think now Envy has to win against VP as well with what they have going over there. Both streams, just pure entertainment. But right now, it's the final fight. It's Navi ready to go on the defensive front. And hey, you know, Vision going to flex the scroll for 5 seconds as well. And maybe they roll it out. Energy's been deadly on this Conchi.
Oh, yeah. No, this is a really good choice for Energy against these compositions. We've seen it a lot in the past, but it's looking like you're not going to actually run at the moment. But, you know, definitely an option. They definitely discussed it, likely, as they do start up here now once more with the exact same comp that ran in on the defense. Naga is going to be now back on that Warlock, which they have found success with, but there will be no copy for the double res. Instead, Fate is going to be on that Cloak, which we've seen a lot from Fate in this tournament. Really loves that damage from the Terror Cloak.
And again, some teams like to be on offense first, others defense. We saw that with Navi and what they picked there. And this time around, when you know where you have to go and it's only this far, you can play your ults differently, right, Shib?
Yeah.
As we take a look here as Energy's climbing up and ready, Spark Chief at 50 as well. Jerky's going to have to get a lot of free little hits there, but it's not going to find success early as now it's going to be Vision getting the quick pick. Jerky could be having to swap over to the Doctor Strange. No, it's going to be probably Trust Me in that role instead. Holy, Spark Chief finding the whole lunch.
Yeah, that was a huge play from Spark, heavily distracting the back line, looking for another. Vest going to clean up Naga, another fall here from Fate, and this is a huge take here from FlyQuest and Momentum, trying to hold them at the door now. They may not be able to get the portal through. Yes, they are, as the portal is starting here from Rajaro, as it will fight right near exactly where they're looking for this ambulance. But again, that was a fast take, really well played by Spark Chief onto the back line, coming in, finding 2 after that is a huge play, and here goes the next fight now. Spark Chief available with the Feast of the Abyss goes down. Energy going to find Naga, a huge eat there of the Feast, and out comes a huge bond, and this is going to keep the team healthy for the moment as Naga is building towards that ult, trying to res on top, but not enough percentage just yet as Jeff is going to find that pick, and that could be huge back in here. The team just trying to focus up, ensure that it's not on the bond, and try to take that 1v1 as it matched again with the dance floor up in the sky, and here comes a huge throw, but it does not land this time, and once again another ult here from Trust Me, trying to make them walk in trance with the Psionic Seduction, kicked into a wall in the back line, matched right back once more by Jerky with the Galactic Legend, but everybody is just trading and positioning as Spark Chief gets the first pick, make it now matched right back by Jerky onto Zelos, onto the strat line.
Yeah, now Naga's going to have potentially the chance to come back here. Great job from them being and having patience over and over in the sustainability, but time is ticking, folks. There's no meters to give, my friends, as Jerky now continuing to flip, dodge, and tip there. As Peter Quill now, the Augmentor opens up, lands down, Raj tries to find success. Rise comes the rest of Navi, but it's going to be short-lived there with the quick success of Fly now trying to get and move on, but everyone's coming back into this fight. Minute and 40 Shib on the clock. The ults are reset, ready to load, but Energy, look for this legendary. Fate's gonna have to match it, but no, by Spark Chief.
Spark Chief finds one there onto the back line, frozen immediately low. Down goes the E cooldown. Zelo's gonna find Trust Me. Vest now out of Rajaro, and that's gonna do it. FlyQuest take home the first seed out of this bracket.
They are flying high into the grand finals knockout stage, Shib, and we found ourselves the 1 seed. FlyQuest, Navi lived every bit up to it. If Wakanda was the hometown advantage for Navi, well, my friend, it's gonna be New York there for FlyQuest. How fitting for the American team.
What an absolute match to watch. Vest going to come in once again with this MVP, and we've said it time and time again, one of the best Magnetos in this game. It may be worth removing that from the table, especially, maybe not getting rid of the Emma. They're valuing Emma a ton on Na'Vi, and it's been successful, especially on map 2 there. But wow, FlyQuest looked very good. Shout out to Spar Chief, too, on those attacks.
Yeah, I was going to say Spar Chief really rose up
really
in the end there, and I've got to say, yeah, I've not seen a defensive effort that well against Na'Vi. Listen, you're talking about the former champs. Right now, this is the team to beat. I don't care who's rising it up and down.
Sure.
They're the mid-season champs, right? Your FlyQuest didn't even qual for mid-seasons.
Yeah.
What a way to go into the most important stage of this entire thing. But yeah, man, from start to finish, I'm just excited to see both these teams there.
Yeah.
And what is going to be an inevitable clash at some point between the two. But yeah, highlight the whole team and the restructure of what they put together there for Mat 3.
Just give me more of these twos matching up. This was a crazy one to watch, folks. A ton of fun. I'm sure those in the chat are getting hyped up right now for either team. But again, FlyQuest comes out on top as they push through with an insane attack. Very fluid. Only a few falling. As Vest and Energy only going down one time. Zelos as well. Really good movement in the back.
Yeah, let's highlight again. What did they do? Hey, we flashed the Emma, or the Hela. Look over here. No, we wanted the Star-Lord all along. Folks, if you're just now coming in, you've been here the whole entire ride. Look at the adrenaline that took us to match number 3 between these two elite organizations here in Marvel Rivals as we see the clips from FlyQuest, the energy with the quick Thor taking out that Peter Quill, Legendary, and Fate doing what they can on the Luna.
Yeah, I think having the necessity to ban out Hela Namor in some capacity does enable them to have more of a quote-unquote meta pick situation, and they're taking advantage of that. The question now is Na'Vi going to be able to go back, look at the tapes, and find a way to get around that, and maybe find a composition that they're more comfortable into that? Because I'm telling you, FlyQuest, teams having to force that out, for example, even like we're in 100 Thieves, they're forcing out Psylocke because they don't really have a lot of answers for that. It just puts them in a worse position, and they clearly took advantage of that here.
That's a good point, too, because we did not have round robin in the mid-season. The big thing about this is it makes you play every single team, at least in your group one. So now you can at least have tape going into, we have a rest day on Thursday going into Friday. Teams can reset and look at what they need to change. But the same story here in America has been FlyQuest and their flexibility. Bringing in Vision there has opened that tenfold, right? And yes, you said it. What a perfect time for Namor Hela to be in the meta because they're able to have yet another threat. You got to take rid of their Adam, got to get rid of the Jeff. Doesn't matter. They're able to play something new.
Oh man, that was crazy. We saw that ending there, coming in with a Feast of the Abyss on a Strange who just eyed the back line, and then you come in and you take out Strange together. That coordination, those call-outs, so beautiful across the board. A ton of fun combinations and crazy plays from both sides. Really well played across the board, and congratulations to FlyQuest, who are now #1 seed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Spark Chief, too, early on got that quick death, right? And then just quickly flipped it and was able to play, I think, the match of his tournament so far. As we take a look at the standings, how we find ourselves after that matchup, again, FlyQuest going to be 4 for 4. They are perfect right now in Group B. This is, again, they've been calling it the elimination group, right? Just so much heat here in terms of talent. Na'Vi 4 and 3, Thieves are 4 and 2, followed by Citadel. Again, all the teams you see in the brighter blue are going to be qualling what we saw from earlier as well. But we have seen amazing sportsmanship from Crazy Raccoon beating OUG. I want to see that same fight against Citadel, even though we've seen that story unfold.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we talked about how, that just is a testament to a team that is still dedicated to the sport. And I think OUG is a team that has a ton of talent. Citadel, known for how strong they are as a unit, also picking up Melio and getting even stronger as a unit. OUG needs to step up, but we've seen it from Crazy Raccoon right to them. Can they do the same thing? And that is going to be the next match we will be watching on the stream.
Man, it's always entertainment whenever we get to cast, buddy. I mean, I'm telling you, it's always been a good one. And, this is probably most likely, this is my casting I get to do. I'll be doing a lot of hosting after this, so it's fun just to wrap this thing in a beautiful bow. That was the American EMEA Showdown, buddy. Classic at that, my friend.
Yeah, again, been a ton of fun to cast with you, brother. And, folks, we will be right back with some new casters right after this break.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
And welcome back. We are getting ready for our next game right away here. I am once again Tension, joined by Ryan Central. We have been dragged kicking and screaming away from watching the Envy and Chopper match because we have some incredible matches coming up for you. We have exited the qualification zone and we are entering into the zone of seeding.
Now, yeah, it's pretty much a case for some of these teams that we're going to be watching that there's zero chance for Crazy Raccoon or OUG to be able to qualify for playoff starting at DreamHack Atlanta. In fact, having a look at the standings, we can sort of see that our top 4 teams coming out of Group B are set in stone. Now it becomes a case of who is going where when it comes to seeding, how they're going to play in that first sort of wave of playoff games, whether it's the 4th seed going up against the 1st of Group A, etc. It's a little bit of bragging rights, but also making sure that you give yourself the easiest path to the Grand Finals of the Grand Finals here at Marvel Rivals Ignite.
And you mentioned that Group A. Right now, as everything stands, it's kind of looking like Virtus Pro may be coming out ahead. And I know for Citadel Gaming in particular, that is a team they're going to want to avoid. While they have a lot of experience playing against them, they're still going to want to try and avoid a team that's been playing exceptionally well at this tournament and a team that has given them a lot of trouble in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this game, we were sort of expecting it could be a whimsical one. If OUG managed to get the win over Crazy Raccoon a little bit earlier on, it would have meant that this game was quite literally a qualifying elimination game.
Yeah, it could
but
have come down to that.
alas, it wasn't to be the case because Crazy Raccoon made sure that Citadel Gaming had their proven ticket in for playoffs. And it's been a story of 2 very different days for Citadel Gaming. Starting off on day 1, 2-0 up with a nice win over 100 Thieves to really cement their position. But yesterday, going down against Na'Vi and also FlyQuest on some of their most impactful, strongest maps, it was a disaster, really.
But what's important to bring up here is that Citadel, while they struggled on that second day, even that first day is mired in a little bit of struggle, as they so far have not been able to take a series in a 2-0. Every series they have won, they have dropped at least 1 map, and that is why they find themselves so low in the table right now. We've been seeing them get stronger, but it still seems there looks like there's some feeling out issues with this current meta.
Yeah, it seems that like Citadel Gaming, they want to try and make triple strategies work, and what we've seen, you know, FlyQuest, for example, sort of taking apart Na'Vi. Na'Vi were very dedicated to this kind of like standard comp of 2-2-2. FlyQuest still want to run that triple strategist and showed that it can actually be the better approach to go in with so many other teams moving away from it. Citadel Gaming have been following almost like the same formula to what FlyQuest have in a different region, both sort of agreeing that this is the approach to go for. However, for Citadel, it feels that it's just a feeling out situation, seeing how they can play up against some of these other types of composition.
They really seem to be, like you say, struggling against certain types of composition. They're still feeling it out for themselves as well. But we are seeing moments of brilliance. Like we said, they are still putting up fights in every single one of their games, and it has allowed them to 100% qualify for that playoff stage. Now it's just about avoiding those high-seeded teams from the other group.
There's a lot of focus on Tanuki, I think, also, with just how much Jeff they've been playing too. It seems that looking back at what we've seen from Stage 2, for example, Mantis was being like the top pick, top band. Then it would be like Jeff, Ultron, which is just non-existent this patch, really. We've really not seen any teams pick it, never mind actually take it out in a ban or protect draft. Now it seems that there's a lot of teams moving away from the Jeff, but it's something that Tanuki and the rest of Citadel Gaming want to work with. For OUG, I think when it comes to the sort of meta, the ideas, the philosophy, their approach is more of a screw it, we ball attitude, because whilst this is the top seed coming in from China, unfortunately you have 3 substitute players coming in to try and represent them. And whilst we've seen the likes of DRP and MASH playing in EMEA for Chopped, it's nice to see them here to sort of fill in some of those slots. They have been an inch away from playoff qualification for quite some time and just missing out.
A shout out to our colleagues over in China as well, the Chinese commentators for Ignite. that we had a little group chat for mid-season, and it was just flooded with sad cat gifs on the last round for OUG. As once again, like you said, they're missing a couple players. They haven't been able to... They've put everyone on the line. They've come so close to winning every single time. And not only do they come so close to beating teams, they come so close to qualify, because any one of those could have been an extra point that could have put them in this situation against Citadel. But it's alas what could have been. Right now though, the important part is, can OUG continue to show and keep that pride going for China after such an incredible LAN performance, and potentially play spoiler to Citadel, or can Citadel get that extra point and try and avoid Virtus Pro?
Yeah, I think there's a lot still for stock, I suppose, for Citadel with this series. You're going up against a team that wants to try and play 2-2-2, and if Citadel want to keep committing to triple strategist as a philosophy, as an idea, it's a good team to try and play it up against to see exactly what they're going to do. So when it comes to the draft, yeah, most teams are going to try and take out the Mantis first, maybe even try to go for a one-sided Mantis. But because we are seeing OUG sort of play more of a 2-2-2 setup, having that character in for DRP, or both Dewey can also play that character, means that they're going to try and go for that first. Meanwhile, Citadel Gaming, they want to give Tanuki to Jeff.
Jeff's on the board. That can also be a Ken Jeff as well. They've got the flexibility on this roster. They can really mix it up when needed. But we will see the Adam Warlock taken away from OUG, where they started to creep it in themselves. Venom removed, though. You don't want to give either Enzo or Polly that Venom, as that backline dive can be extremely difficult to deal with, especially with the anti-heal. Molan currently hovering a little bit of a Psylocke of their own, so perhaps we'll see that kind of dive out of OUG. As Citadel, they're going to take away the massive rising star character of this LAN, the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, just one of those characters when it comes to the duelist. Like, he suits a lot of different compositions now. It seems that Bucky is just the most well-rounded, most resolute, I think, for duelists. You know, Psylocke can sort of sit in those positions.
It's anti-dive, it's protection, it's burst, it's everything.
It's always decent, but the Protect on the Ember Frost, because it wasn't actually banned out from OUG, means that it sort of balanced itself out. Both teams are want to try to play it, and certainly when you've got OUG actually banning out the Venom and the Cap, just making sure that you have some option there to work with is a solid one. And the Adam is going to be the final ban for OUG so far.
Counter Adams both taken out. Neither team going to be giving that up. Mantis slipping through the ban stage for CTG. OUG could try and protect it in this final spot if they wanted to go for that damage boost, and they do. Mantis all the way from start to finish. OUG picked that up, and now they can still run Psylocke. They can still run a little bit of extra burst damage if they want to. While they won't have that Winter Soldier, there are plenty more options in terms of that quick blow-up potential. And Citadel looks like we're going to be heading over to that Tidal Dirge team-up. And Amor being hovered along with the Hela, neither of which being taken away currently.
It would be for the first time. It feels, again, like we sort of were saying that Citadel, with so many teams moving away from triple strategists, that they were the ones, certainly from EMEA, that were still sticking to it, because Na'Vi went more for 2-2-2, Virtus Pro definitely preferred to sort of play that more as a standard setup, just because that's what their strongest composition has always been. So for Citadel Gaming, maybe using this chance, like whilst it is a group game, we're seeing in the round robin for Group B, there's not much stock added onto it other than seeding. Citadel using it as a chance to get familiar with some of the other compositions that we are starting to see here in Atlanta.
That Citadel point is still going to be important. Not only do you need to get used to those compositions, you also need to be prepared once again for that seeding. OUG currently hovering something a little bit more aggressive. We'll see if that makes it out the door with the Thor and the Wolverine. There we go, swapping off of that. But there is a chance that is just for the Penny Mine setup for that extra armor with the Rocket Network team up. Citadel, much more stable here. They've got great range here. While they don't have Invisible Woman for the protection for the Hela, they do have the Zootopia backline to give them both incredible healing output, plus a little bit of pre-armor in theory if they want to do it. And they have backline harassment from Polly, of course, but this time on the Angela instead of the Captain America to keep the pressure onto OUG as Molan tries to step out of spawn, gets burst, but is going to be able to tank on through thanks to that Iron Bulwark.
It's a bit of a switch around with how these teams idealistically have tried to approach them. It is Citadel Gaming trying to go for, like you sort of mentioned, the Zootopia backline, but very much these hit scan characters trying to go in for these fights. The chaos is already happening, having got the other streams so far, but for OUG, able to get the first pick onto Enzo, but to be right back means that he's going to be back into this engagement, just on the edge of OUG, actually taking the objective. There's one player that's actually come through, that's actually found his way to stall in for Citadel Gaming. For OUG, however, they're just on the precipice of taking this point for the first time.
Polly's able to tank on through. Quick update for the other stream. Chopperbag just beat Envy in a 2-1, basically making it near impossible for Envy to qualify for the playoffs, and Chopperbag basically secured. It comes down to those last few games, so make sure to check that out as well. But over here, Melio going to be picked off by Molan Rad on the flag as Fold, going in with the Soul Rejuvenation, pushing on to the point to try and control this. OUG trying to get control, trying to show that they are still here to fight. If they can't qualify, they're taking you down with them. Alex falls, Ken falls, and they are trying to push back Citadel.
Looking for their first series win so far in their groups. OUG were looking to be the team that was going to take the point first if it wasn't for Citadel just having enough tenacity to be able to fight back. It's their common identity, I suppose, something that we see consistently from them in EMEA. But for Citadel Gaming, having enough characters, certainly that can fight from a distance, means that Melio and Tanuki both looking to find flanks and crossfires from each other, and maybe some space for that Horn of Proteus to come through, alongside a potential damage boost from Alex now, as that Yarn Amplifier is available and ready to use for Citadel Gaming as they're trying to take back this point.
The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier plus the Horn of Proteus is essentially a one-shot for anyone. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to be dropped a little bit early for the protection against Molan Brad with the Galactic Legends. Enough to burn on through with them being taken down, creating once more one of those squids. Mash with the Fate of both worlds, buying at least a little bit of time for OUG so they can contest this. But here they come with the Heavens Descent, Horn of Proteus into Melio, sieging away with the Goddess of Death. And OUG are routed.
It's a nice combination. Polly's had a lot of his characters taken out of the pool from OUG, but the times that we have seen him play Angela have been perfectly fine, terrific even. For OUG, 52% on the board. Citadel looking to try and claw it back, and there is a Sonic Seduction available for Dewey, but not too much else. Quite a lot was used in that fight. And OUG going the triple strategist, actually going for some Ultron play with Taro Cookie, with so many teams moving away from recently, not even nerfed, but like buffed in some areas, reverted changes for OUG's Ultron. The Rage of Ultron is going to be available for this next fight. It's just whether they can actually get a pick, as Citadel Gaming not afraid to go for this engagement. They're not sat back waiting. They're forward facing and holding with their own Psionic Seduction available for Enzo.
A little bit aggressive there from Tanuki, is going to get picked off. Melio goes down at the same time, both getting caught out here. Tanuki will revive at the Battle Rebirth Beacon, means they can keep this pressure on as Polly is forced to back up. Able to find the pick with the Assassin, down into the Icarus Axis, and takes out Molan in the 1v1.
So the seduction is going to be used from Enzo. There's an It's Jeff from Ken that's also trying to see if he can grab onto anything. Dewey's looking in for that fight. Speaking of which, Ken now just in the back line, trying to give some support and some cleave healing for all of the people that are now on the objective, as Tanuki has found himself too, alongside Melio. That's half of the roster down for OUG. Not able to get any progression onto the point. It's looking at Citadel Gaming might have to force out a portal play from OUG to actually touch. Yeah, Mullenman is going to switch over.
DRP utilizing the Emma team up there to just make sure they can avoid Melio shots and land the final hit. Portal is forced out from Molan Rad to give OUG one last chance on this defense at the first point as they're trying to zone away Citadel, but Tanuki and Ken are just hanging out up here with the double fish on the high ground to siege away. Push up from Molan to try and create some zoning potential. Enzo gets locked down, who's currently holding the point for that 99. Overtime beginning to take down Mash with the Fate of both worlds. No defensive ultimates yet ready for Citadel Gaming, meaning that we will start to see OUG creep ahead in terms of the sustain, unless the burst comes out. Tanuki takes down Svolb.
So far, Citadel holding on nicely. OUG running out of options here. Zabira back has been used. Heaven's Descent has found Polly another pick in the end as Vald. Nowhere near having invisible boundary, but there's just less people on the board for OUG to keep that front line alive. Taro Cookie is very low on HP, and the Yarn Amplifier is going to allow a little bit more damage to be thrown out. Citadel Gaming not willing to give this up now. There's still a respite. OUG, even if they take the point, they still have 48 points of progression to get. But they have to jump off of the point for a second. The Citadel Gaming take first.
Citadel in control, able to push back OUG making them fight for it, but that high ground control seems to be really what's getting Citadel these points, and then when they choose to strike, Tanuki and Melio are always on the flank. They're honestly playing a bit like Polly today, where they're just wrapping around and popping out when you least expect them, getting huge burst damage and then retreating, not getting picked off that many times. Polly only going down once. Melio and Tanuki will go down the most in this game alongside Ken for the side of Citadel. So far, Svolb and Mash are suffering for that. We're talking about how they're flanking often, and of course the strategists are the ones who will get punished by that.
Not to mention that you have got the one-sided Mantis that wasn't in play at all from OUG in that last round. Now they've decided to try and pick it up, and it makes sense. Even if it wasn't really as like hard meta as it seems to be at the moment, this second point that we're seeing on Benim T'Challa is so good to have the name on the Hela, because there's so many open sight lines, the crossfires, just the bunkering that could set you up once you take that point first. But OUG, they don't have any ultimates to work with. In fact, it's just Melio that has got that Goddess of Death handy, and Alex not too far away from having another Yam amplify themselves.
Which means they're going to have a huge amount of burst damage, and you look at what OUG have to deal with that. 60% on the Soul Rejuvenation from Svald, Mash 20% towards a Fate of Both Worlds, meaning that they do not have any kind of defensive tools to deal with this, but they do have numbers advantage, as Polly is the first to fall. Melio's going to pull the trigger, not even needing a Cosmic Yard Amplifier here, so just going to go into that Goddess of Death. The Mind's Aegis will block it, Magnetic Curtain also blocking a little bit of the damage, and they are just not finding much here.
No, it seems that just losing Polly out in that fight just sort of took some of the wind out of the sails, and even Melio gets taken off from across the map. Bierback is going to bring him in, and Polly now returning into this engagement after going down first on this second point, able to find a trade on the other side. Soul Resurgence used then from Svald. 2 of your teammates have just gone down, including you. So OUG maybe having an opportunity there to try and punish Citadel Gaming, it flounders.
Citadel continue to live up to their name, creating an enclosure, moving up to the high ground and raising the drawbridge, trying to make it impossible for OUG to step back onto the point. Aggressive ultimates now available for OUGs. They have Goddess of Death and that Horn of Proteus, which is matched by Tanuki, so they do have an opportunity to try and get through this, but they have to make sure that they can try and get it when Citadel are on the point. But Citadel, their composition is built around not being on the point. It's built around just picking you from the sides, and that's exactly what we're seeing. They're all completely spread out.
Yeah, just having your Vanguards be so pushed up and aggressive, both strategists being high mobility, able to get you in and out of fights as and when needed, and then your 2 duelists just sat 2 postcodes away, being able to do chip damage from a very safe position. I wonder how many eliminations have gone against Melio and Tanuki at this rate. Enzo, though, takes the full brunt of it, but it seems to be the common thing that happens for Citadel Gaming. If there's one pick that goes against them, Polly somehow finds another on the other side.
OUG's hand was forced there as the Jeff came in from Ked, was avoided by Bash with the Fate of Both Worlds, but that meant that OUG had to push up, and they've already been able to get 2, but they have not been able to flip the point. As the portal comes back in, Citadel, they don't want to give up a single percentage here. They're just going to be able to reinforce it. Polly will be able to come through that portal quite quickly, so as Enzo stays up in this fight, which he will not, there was a chance they could contest this. It looks like OUG might finally be able to flip this. Evans instead, Horn of Proteus into the backline, but Tanuki is the first to fall here. Mola with a perfect angle. Melio goes down, damage output is just removed from Citadel, and OUG are finally able to get the flip at 75%.
There seems to be a nice combination there with that Heaven's Descent Horn of Proteus, but then you had the Yam Amplifier. Actually, it was the Horn of Proteus on the other side. Actually, Polly got everybody tied down, and Molanran used it as a counter-attack, because then Alex was a little bit late with the Yam Amplifier, so at least there's still some stuff for Citadel Gaming to work with as they try and retake this point. But it's hard enough. With everything that you just mentioned about what makes Citadel Gaming's comp so good, it repeats on the other side because it's pretty much a mirrored composition for OUG to be working with too.
The difference being they don't have a Jeff, as an example, who can also assist in those flanks, but what they do have is the Mantis to damage boost that Hela, keep that pressure on. Melio, though, is going to Astral Flock aggressively onto the point. Goddess of Death drops down, and suddenly they're completely vulnerable, going to be taken out here. Polly, though, was able to use the distraction to take out Spawn, and Enzo takes the 1v1 versus Do. Ked is up on the high ground, sending in the Joyful Splash for as much sustain as possible, and while we did see Citadel come out pretty well in that fight, they weren't able to take any positioning. Alex brings back Tanuki. It's Jeff! Assassin's charge! Taro is down! And they're into the backline looking for Mash, which they will get. But can they get away with it? Tidal Dirge for the anti-heal. Anti-user Mapfield is just going to yeet them off the edge.
Smash that actually got a win over Citadel Gaming in Stage 2, playing for Chopped. The revenge for Citadel is a little bit later on in groups. And that fight is going to go the way of Citadel Gaming. There's still that portal play for OUG. It was Enzo that used it before on the other side, as now we're getting towards like 90%. OUG having a lot to work with if they can stall out these kind of fights, and Dewey's going to be the one that swaps over to go for a final touch of second. Could be the final touch of this first map.
Looking for one last portal. They're going in for a flank from above. Portal onto the point, but they're getting zoned out. Polly and, of course, Keda keeping the pressure on, leaving not much of an opening. That harassment. If Taro's not sieging, then where's the reinforcement? But on the actual point, Polly is dropping low here. Molat is creating a huge amount of a distraction here, but it's picked off into the squid. Hornabrodius, Melio double, setting up beautifully. And suddenly the numbers for OUG aren't looking that good. There's no BRB. Fate of both worlds will buy him a little bit of time, but the silent seduction will potentially pull them in. Media M finds no target as Enzo goes into melee. Carbon Crush to lock him down. Heaven's Descent! Tidal Surge prevents all healing, groups them up, and we will see OUG burst off the point, and they are taken down. That is going to be map number 1 to Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming, we've sort of known them as being pretty good at domination, but this event, certainly the last couple of days, has not really gone in their favor, with all of these games pretty much going to full best-of-3 series. But here, able to win up against OUG, who's been pesky in the right areas, and doing it in a different style. We've been seeing almost Tanuki exclusively on a strategist with these kind of setups from Citadel Gaming so far this event. Now that we see that sort of 2-2-2 setup with the Hela and the Namor, it's looking a lot sharper from him, and OUG not really having too much of a response. Eliminations, it's a complete difference.
You can see that while the eliminations are different, the actual amount of times people were taken down is mostly even until you get to the strategist, and that's where the difference is. Alex and Ken are staying safe while joining their teams on flank. The power of this kind of Zootopia backline, where you can be so mobile, follow up when needed. You saw Ken there in that last fight for a bit, just keeping Polly healed up while fighting on the point, and then just quickly retreating to rejoin their team, and that's where the value is coming in. 21k healing and 25k healing compared to 12k healing and 26. While Mantis healing output is a little bit lower, there is still, of course, the need to make sure that your Vanguards are topped up.
Yeah, they were also on a different strategist because it was 3 of them as well, as we saw Taro play the Ultron. So, yeah, even then it still seems pretty small for Svelte.
Still doesn't add up.
Yeah, it's where you're going to try and find those picks. But so far for Citadel, being able to actually show a different side than we've been seeing, able to sort of show quite a lot with the different compositions. Not that I ever think the Citadel are like a one-dimensional team, but it's just that what they've been playing so far has been very standard for them, which maybe is a reason why Na'Vi and FlyQuest were able to get such a good read on them in the end, like knowing what map Citadel would like to take you to with Yggdrasil, knowing the kind of priorities they put in the draft and trying to get a one-sided Jeff. Citadel Gaming using this game, which really only means for seeding, as a way to try out stuff and show that they aren't just a one-trick pony that they might be seeming at this event.
It's really good to see Citadel starting to spread their wings a little bit. We have seen them play like similar competitions to this, but like you said, they are evolving, they are changing throughout this, and honestly, overall Ultra Gaming are making them work for it as usual, but Citadel, this is very strong looking in terms of performance from them.
I imagine that OUG have been loving to go to Midtown, but that's not a bad map for Citadel Gaming either. They love a sort of nighttime brawl over in the streets of New York, and it's been a map that's gone well with them for the most part, albeit we've not seen that much of it in Stage 2 in comparison to Stage 1, where it was one of the maps that actually qualified them for the mid-season finals. So at least there, it's like OUG, they have the choice to take us somewhere a little bit different, see if they can maybe throw in a curveball, knowing that Citadel Gaming's results on Jalia haven't been great. Maybe that's a choice. Maybe that's a choice.
It could be an option, like you said. Well, Jalia hasn't been their best performance, that could be, but we haven't seen it as much from OUG, so we've got a lot of flexibility when it comes to that. We're not even going to make you wait. We're making up for the time that we had in those previous series on some of the other days where we had some teething issues, and we are just going to bring you straight into it, and it is going to be Midtown. OUG, like clockwork at this point.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming haven't played it so far at this event, but usually they would go to Yggdrasil for one, but also it is just usually like the convoy game mode full stop, whether it's Araco, whether it's Midtown. That's always worked really, really well for Citadel Gaming, no matter what. It just seems to be the way that they're able to just keep stalling fights, keep Polly standing on an objective for 7 minutes, those kind of things.
They have
but also
strategies as well.
Yeah. So, fair play to both the teams, because there's only really just bragging rights for OUG and Citadel to play for. Citadel for seeding. Both teams are like, let's just go into it straight away. Let's not wait around. We don't need to talk strats. Let's just send it.
Tanuki, don't tease me with that Black Panther. We have not seen at this event so far, as it seems to be Daredevil and even for one game Magic who have taken the role of those melee duelists in these first setups. But this is the map where OUG have been busting out the Iron Fist basically every single time. Are Citadel just going to ban it out? Because at this point, that Iron Fist has been problematic, and while some teams have dealt with it, you don't get a lot of chances to practice versus Iron Fist. But now, though, we're sticking standard. We're not going to see Mantis on either side. But Citadel, they could guarantee themselves a one-sided Emma Frost here.
A Protect on Magneto first is something, I suppose. Like, for DRP, I'd say mostly. But, like, I feel like Venom would be such a...
Shields for Iron Fist, potentially?
Probably. Or just to go for, like, the mitigation... protect the president as much as he possibly can. But Citadel Gaming, going for something that we are seeing a lot more outside of like one-sided Mantis to one-sided Jeff, is like the Emma Frost. So this time, in the last map at the very least, Emma Frost was protected from both teams. It meant that there was no ban. So a one-sided Emma Frost on a game mode like this, smart from Citadel Gaming. Lots of teams going in this direction too.
Captain America going to be taken away. That is, of course, the Poly Special. Salute in chat. And there it is! Well deserved. Finally, we have seen Molan Ran force the Iron Fist ban here at the Grand Finals for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Love to see it. We love it when we start to see those real special picks getting banned away.
I'd count that as a win for OUG. They take the map. It feels like a sort of Exodia moment of like, all right, you've been forced to ban out the Iron Fist. It's chopped. It's done. But it does genuinely make sense for Citadel Gaming. If there's characters that you're worried about and like all of the synergies that can make up to it, especially with, like you said, if you're sort of protecting the Magneto because it's how it's going to play with the Iron Fist, it basically makes it all for naught. The Adam is going to be banned out too. Knowing the Citadel Gaming, your triple strategist, Adam Warlock is in there quite a bit. And the Venom is also banned out, so it is just trying to go for the divey compositions for Citadel Gaming, to go for something a little bit more brawly in their approach. Stuff like Groot, we're seeing a lot more of at the moment.
Adam going to be one-sided saved here. Last ban for Citadel. They don't have Venom on their own side, so they choose to take away the Jeff from their opponents, as they had the option to either ban out Venom or Jeff, and it looks like Jeff will be the priority here. The first objective point, Venom can be useful, but you'll see, like you say, a lot of teams lean more heavily into Groot and stuff like that. So with that Jeff taken away, you're at least removing that extra movement speed and some burst damage, and importantly, it does mean that Citadel now have a one-sided Jeff, which OUG do not have in Citadel. While they haven't used it in a while, that's teasing us. I don't know if that's coming out the door from Tanuki.
Could you imagine? Please. Because I think that says a lot, though, because it is, like, I think a lot of teams, when talking about Sparker from Virtus Pro, there was a genuine sentiment that came out quite a lot. It's like, why is Sparker, one of the best duelist players in the world, on a strategist? Doesn't matter which strategist. Why are you putting LeBron in goal? It's that kind of vibe. So I think here it's a little bit of like, if you know, Tanuki with the Jeff compositions, it hasn't been working out. He is on defense. He is locking it in. This is just sending a message. But I would have loved to see a head-to-head Iron Fist here, you know?
Defensive Iron Fist as well. OUG have mostly been using it on attack, so this is interesting. But the thing I was going to say before I get distracted by Tanuki aura farming is the fact that Tanuki is their Storm player, and Citadel, having a one-sided Jeff, opens up the strategy that they've used quite a few times at this point when you're dealing with triple strategists, taking them out via using Jeff Nado. But this is aggressive from OUG. They've got Venom and Thorn as the front line, with the Wolverine and the Star-Lord here as the back line. They are going heavy on the damage.
I was hoping to see Molan Ran actually pull out some Daredevil, really. I think that works. Tanuki, well, we didn't see much of the Iron Fist on screen, and DRP, who's over on the Thor, takes him out near enough instantly. It's the... Emma Frost is able to grab him up. The disengage is going to be a little bit tricky, even when you have the crystal connecting onto him. Damage not quite there. Molan Ran is taking a big hit, able to just survive by the skin of his teeth, and Tanuki's going to be back in this engagement still on the Iron Fist.
Extra mobility, very quick character to reinforce onto the point here. Molan just looking for someone to pick up, see if they can get a quick pickup, but no, they go down. Holly once again showing that not only are they a dive tank, they are an extremely proficient Groot. And Tanuki rejoins the fight, going to try and chase down that Thor, look for the run back. Get back here, DRP! Entering into the 1v1, the percentage damage is going to be good, but the crowd control the DRP does offer does make this fight a little bit more difficult. There's the lightning domain. Tanuki forced to back away. That awakening rune, a little bit hard to deal with. with, and Tanuki's actually getting chased down here. Psylocke not respecting the 1v1. Molan Ran with the pickup here. Deflect, dive away, Guardian Shield, and they've rejoined the team.
Pretty sick. I mean, if I had seen that fight of like Tanuki and the Iron Fist going up against UTC-4 in that corner, I would have just assumed it was AI if I just saw the clip, you know what I mean? It's just a little bit unorthodox, but that was always the strength of Citadel Gaming with how they're sort of working. Molan Ran switching away from the Wolverine over to Psylocke, has the ultimate, already picked up 2, picked up 3, without needing to really do anything else. So that's in the back pocket, as well as a lot of stuff for OUG. A very clean fight with a small dedication on the Amplifier and the Feast of the Abyss, which is a lovely combination.
Setting themselves up very nicely here. God of Thunder coming in for the first engage on the setup after the re-engage through a portal of Tanuki to bring back this fight to allow Citadel to keep this going. Silent Seduction coming on out from the side of Enzo to see if they can lock down anyone of the OUG with Mash Fade of both worlds, though they are attacking through this quite nicely. And with It's Jeff nowhere near, suddenly Citadel are extremely vulnerable to Molan Ran, who's trying to find the right angle here for Dance of the Butterfly to melt on through Guardian Barrier to try and absorb it, but it just will not be enough to protect Melio, and they even get Enzo before being taken down.
Vagamoto only connects onto Mash, and I'm not seeing that HP. Oh no, there it goes, it started to dip away. Able to survive just a little bit more as Taro Cookie has a Galactic Legend in hand. I feel like now's a good time to use it, but it might not even be needed. You've got the Portal play and everything used from Citadel Gaming to keep stalling out this engagement. And whilst Polly did have to strangle the prison, you don't want to use it here. Feels that Citadel Gaming are able to stagger out these fights a little bit and just keep buying as much time as they can, but it feels like it's been a while since we've seen all 6 take this coordinated effort together.
Strangling Prison coming on in for the setup to try and lock them down. Taro's got a good angle here, and Citadel aren't seeming to find the defensive position as in comes the It's Jeff onto the backline, gets the Luna, but there's nowhere near for an environmental to take them out, so it's just going to try and remove them from the borders. DRP is popping off, gets the triple, and Citadel Gaming's defenses are disintegrated again. The structure falls, and OUG continue their push.
Yeah, it's so far working out pretty well for Citadel Gaming. Tanuki switching onto various characters, having to move up to the Strange. Now back onto the Star-Lord. And Melio now actually is over onto the Rocket, so you have triple strategist. It is just a moving chairs around. Tanuki back on the Jeff, there we go. And so now, yeah, it seems to be what they're trying to build around. Nice to see Melio a little bit on the Bucky as well, just a character that we've not seen Citadel Gaming play all that much recently. And a little bit precarious from Dewey as Polly's managed to be able to grab the catch, and the counter-attack on this defense coming in thick and fast.
And this is exactly what we need to see from Citadel. OUG are going for Thorn and Venom. How do you deal with that? If your opponents, they even had Psylocke and Star-Lord at one point, which they still do, you need anti-dive. Your opponents are trying to pressure your backline, and one of the best options there is Bucky, the Winter Soldier. And Melio is going to be reacting with that, with Enzo bringing up one of the other best options, aka that Emma Frost.
The Thor's very good when you have these very death ball compositions that can't move anywhere, but when you're picking a fight with Jeff that is just incredibly mobile, there's only so much that DRP can do. He's going to switch over to the Venom to allow a little bit more of that dive composition alongside Dewey that's on the Magneto. Dance the Butterflies used from Molan Ran, but it seemed very out of sync of what everybody else was doing. Enzo's going to use the Silent Seduction alongside the Fate of Both Worlds, which I think was forced out from Molan Ran's ultimate just a few seconds ago.
Chasing on in, looking to put some pressure onto that point and force them to retreat even through that Fate of Both Worlds. Galactic Legend comes on in, but Polly has already set them up. Taro's just looking for a trade-off at this point. Polly is chased down, but is able to retreat around the corner. It's Jeff for a little bit of extra protection for the team with the extra healing as Melio looks to Jules, can't land a Trooper's Fist. Tainted Voltage comes in, and now it's Tanuki on the chase to try and get Taro, but the healing output is too good from Svold.
Has to disengage all the way back out to Spawn. Might be looking to change up the character from the looks. Yeah, Molan Ran is going over to the Storm. Taro over onto the Bucky. So not the Jeff Nader on one side, but they just want to go for an ultimate that's going to harass exactly what Citadel Gaming are trying to set up on this defense. So they're mostly playing close in together. They moved away from the Rocket themselves. And right now it's just a triple strategist, both set up again with Ken having to use the invisible boundary under a lot of pressure. Enzo goes down in the middle of it though, just from all of this like damage that's been thrown out. And Feast of the Abyss waiting for DRP, seeing what he can kind of grab up and stack himself on. And the follow-ups there, at least from Molan Ran, the Storm has actually been working out quite well for them so far.
The pressure's working extremely well. Taro onto that Winter Soldier as well, giving them some extra harassment and some crowd control of their own as DRP is trying to zone Citadel Gaming away. Can't move forward, 2 bodies, so it's at half speed here. Try and make its way onto the point. Enzo getting sieged on in there with the extra pressure. Back with the AoE shots. Knockback with the man cannon. But everyone here is here for Citadel to try and defend this with only Meteorem available for OUG yet. Straggling present from Poly for the opening of the fight, forcing the retreat as do try to protect their team, but they just can't do so. Completely wrapped around. Moland's going to return, but no one else will. Tanuki is going down. The numbers just aren't in their favor right now. The Meteor is popped. It finds nothing. Omega Hurricane has to be used just to make sure they can keep bodies onto this point. The damage output is good. Kraken Impact to try and finish the job as Melio is resetting through the point, removing the bodies. But timer has been bought. Seraphis is going to portal back onto the point to give the extra couple seconds. Wolverines come back from Do as well, so they can try and force people off the board. With everyone dropping low, DRP is going to Thorn for extra rotation. Cosmic Guard Amplifier for a little bit of bonus health and some extra damage. It's Jeff, was able to grab at least one. The car moves forward as Citadel have to rush the point as they got Taro removed from the board. Tanuki with the protection, and finally, OUG step off the point.
There was not enough wick left. Just a brief moment for OUG to jump off of the point was enough for Citadel to stop it just before the second checkpoint. And I guess at this point it is a case for Citadel Gaming to try out some different stuff now that they're going back to the kind of more standard thing that we've seen from them. And this is what I wanted to see. We saw a glimmer of the Daredevil of Tanuki on Yggdrasil's path. I think it was against FlyQuest, but we haven't had the chance to cast it so far. It would be nice Tanuki, I would say.
Would be cool to see any just of the interesting melee characters as they sort of fell off. We actually saw a lot of magic during our actual Ignite stage.
Yeah.
But that was the main one. We didn't see much Black Panther. We didn't see much Daredevil, obviously, because it came out after our stage ended. So if we're getting to see that, I will be pleased.
Well, it's like I think back to the first interview that we had with Enzo after the first Citadel Gaming win of Stage 2. And he was like, one of the things that we really wanted to focus on when we came fourth from the mid-season finals is we need to be good at any character because any character could be meta. And I remember them making very quick adaptations to what the enemy team were running. Just very quick, like, okay, they're doing this, and it kind of counters our composition. You go this, I go that, bing, bang, bong. They managed to sort of turn paper into rock against scissors. So it feels a little bit like Citadel Gaming have sort of had this general idea of what they wanted to work with, but it's been a little bit firm. Now, there's no better time to just show out a little bit of Daredevil. Like, we all expect Tanuki to be able to play it. He's going to go for the Iron Fist because he definitely wants Merlin Rand to be feeling it a bit more. Who's playing the thing, which is essentially Iron Fist. Right?
It's pre-iron, it's Rock Fist. Moving on to the backline. Ironically, the thing's Carapace is actually stronger than Iron canonically, as Tanuki is forced to back away, taking a big chunk of damage, but will be healed up and be able to pre-armor up with that bonus health from the meditation very shortly. Molag coming on in with the anti-street charge, but is going to get caught. But one of the few things that can lock down the thing, that Carbon Crush going for the Fantastic Force team up for a little bit of bonus health. Do is also charging in here. They went very aggressive with their front line here with that Captain America thing combo to try and prevent Citadel from just pushing forward, pushing on through. But Tanuki has found Zoo, who will return at the Battle Rebirth peak, and the extra bonus damage is going to be pretty useful here. The Straggling Prism will, however, set Citadel up for the final push, and with the It's Jeff, everyone sustains as they were dropping low on the point.
It's such a good POV to be just watching Merlin Rand just absolutely squaring up. Buy one, get one free with these fists, and the Globering Time is going to be used, but the Invisible Boundary is going to silence it, as well as that Sonic Seduction is just going to take him out of the server. OUG holding on for a good amount of time in this first point of Midtown. They still obviously have like the Strange Portal and stuff to work with, but Citadel Gaming cleaning up house with big dedications with some of those ults.
Pushing on through. Portal from the side of OUG not going to be utilized here. They do have Karmic Revival built up though, so they can go in for one on-foot defense here, and then potentially portal back, and Strange was not bad out. Trying to push up onto the point, the Street Charge once again, trying to zone away Tanuki with all that extra mobility. And they're almost already built up towards that clobbering time, because it was good at the half cooldown, but that percentage damage is proving to be very difficult to deal with. The Straggling Prism onto the point of the Kraken, Impact for the reset. Tanuki got Taro Cookie, which means that Cocoon will have to be used. The Karmic Revival's already out though for the revive, brings back Mash, and Tanuki is trying to chase down Stragglers after they come out of that Adam Warlock Karmic Revival onto the point. The mobility is huge, but the evasion is effective. Small can't escape forever though. Clobbering Time will come out, but it feels like they're delaying the inevitable unless Freedom Charge comes on out for the bonus health.
He managed to survive with a little bit of help that was coming in from Ken. That's in that engagement with him. It's Jeff that's available, might not even be necessary, as the point is pretty much on the edge of being touched. Now the portal is going to come out from Taro. But there's not too much there to try and stall it at this moment. I think an Invisible Woman is going to have to be the one for MASH to keep things going for the time being. The Arm Amplifier thrown on top to allow a bit more damage, and enough actually for DRP, who switched over to the Wolverine. You got Black Panther in play. This is just like a bingo card of all of the characters that we've not seen yet.
The delay is good, like you say, the Black Panther coming on out to just try and push onto the point. The damage output is good. MASH takes out Melio, and after getting that hold, is just immediately retreating. You cannot use this BP for a full defense, so they're retreating back to spawn with the hypermobility they have and move back to the cap.
Oh man, I mean, this is what you want to see in these kind of games, really. OUG trying to pick up a map, and Citadel Gaming have struggled to sort of get their wins in a 2-0 fashion. Have to try and push things a little bit further as they're less than a minute down. There is, in the hands of Polly, that Strangling Prison. He's waiting to see if Melio can get online with a Kraken's Impact, because that combination is so good at clearing out the fights. Last Stand is going to go into the invisible boundary for OUG. It's a perfect pick on to Alex, interrupting the invisible boundary that they just set down just a second before. A great pick in the end for DRP, who's the tank player, the Vanguard, able to switch over to this role. Just the adjustments that OUG made after this portal play seem to have been working. There's 30 seconds left for Citadel.
Drive them back one more time. Citadel have to regroup with 20 seconds remaining. Looking at the ultimate economy here, we have that Strangling Prison. We're about to have its Jeff and Living Chi, and of course Kraken Impact, whereas OUG, all they really have is that Config Yard Amplifier, and they're about to have Aya Magamoto. But with DRP down, they're just going to have to rush on in on something fast. The Wolverine should do the job, using the elevation, pulling them into the bus, and that bus could be taking Citadel to a higher seed here if they can keep them trapped. Tanuki into the backline with the Living Chi, but he's not able to find anyone in the backline. Aya Magamoto comes on out. The immediate focus, it's Jeff. Swallows multiple members, trying to take Strange away from the point to keep them far away from their team. But we're still seeing a lot of interruption from Due with that freedom charge for the bonus help onto the point. Molan's up to 50% on the Karmic Revival, which could be enough as we see Tanuki fall. Citadel are dropping low. They have no defensive abilities, whereas OUG, they are healthy. They are holding. Enzo is down. Tanuki is down. Polly is down. And Due's charging through. And Freedom is pushing onto the point, and they are locking down Citadel.
Sweet Christmas, what on earth is going on? That was a dirty way for OUG to be able to take this map. Citadel Gaming definitely going into it with a more lax approach, you could tell from like the Iron Fist, but OUG, that's either one for the record books or that's one to delete the VOD for. And me right now, Tetra, I can't decide which is which, really. A good way for OUG to take a map and potentially take their first series, but playoffs is out of reach for them. And Citadel Gaming, unable to go through the stage with a 2-0 win.
Well-deserved MVP there, by the way. The substitute coming in from Dream Plus in China, the Chinese substitute for this team, and they saved that point so many times. They dived the point, they sustained with Freedom Charge for any extra sustain they needed, and they were able to delay long enough for Portal to come out from Taro Cookie. Just absolute chef's kiss play from Due.
You got DRP as well. It's high up on the eliminations of final hits. It was a little bit of a musical chairs, I think, on the roles that the team were playing at a point. But considering that this is just a slapdash team that's been put together for Over-Under to sort of replace some of the players that were unable to make it, the synergy is there. These guys could do very well if the Ignite is coming back for 2026. Maybe this is a team that you want to be looking to pick up. But at the very least, I think for like DRP and MASH from the EMEA that we know well, like they're showing it like, when it comes to Orgs next year, potentially, like, yeah, we can play at all sorts of teams. We played with, like, 4 Chinese players, and we took a map of the Citadel, you know? But I think for Citadel, it's a case of trying to make this 2-2 work a little bit more. But there were instances, right at the end, where we see the Strangling Prison used from Polly. Melio did have that Kraken's Impact. It wasn't used for whatever reason. Maybe they felt that the fight was easily won, so they didn't want to dedicate another ultimate to it. But there's definitely those, like, bits of synergy that you would sort of expect to be in play. Non-existent. It's odd. It's hard to really gauge what Citadel want to do.
And it has been shown in their matchups as, once again, Citadel continue their theme of every single series they've gone into, they have dropped at least one map, in some cases 2, of course, in the ones that they lost. Citadel have yet to get a clean series, and that is going to continue. They're still feeling it out, it feels, but you're running out of time. Yeah, you're in the playoffs, but that just means there are even less games available for you to really just try and fix up these issues before you have to start playing against the best of the best, which they already are, because this group is terrifying.
I imagine my general sense is because we did like have no break, we just ran it straight to map 2, that we would do the same. Like Citadel would just be like, yep, let's go here. The one thing to say is that usually they'd go to Yggdrasil, but because we've already played a convoy, we have to go to Convergence. So I think it is Central Park, so it's, you know, a couple of blocks away, I guess, in game, but it's something that we haven't really seen like twice, maybe at most. Also, complete segue. Oh no, you have it too, because you were telling me before about the top button stuff, Henry VIII. Like, because I was like looking in the camera, the feed, I was like, wait, you've got both your buttons up.
It's a
like,
little hidden.
Are you just throwing me asunder? But no. But we're looking at, I imagine it would be Central Park, but this is like a good chance. It's like they picked it once. That's how much they really try to go towards Convoy. Maybe you just go Heart of Heaven. Honestly, just for the poos and giggles, as they say.
There's a lot of options here, like you say, with Central Park being one of their main options, Hall of Jalmir not being an option that we potentially see from Citadel that
Probably
often.
not.
They seem to lean a bit further away from it. Heart of Heaven, though, would be the more wild choice, and with you already being qualified, maybe getting your reps in on that could be extremely useful for them, and they have chosen it. We've just been told by production, Heart of Heaven will be our third map in this series for Citadel to try and win this out and try and improve their seeding, or for OUG to go home with their heads held high.
Yeah, it's a very like flub it we ball attitude, I think, for both teams to be showing this. We saw it a little bit from this group already, and OUG got a little bit of a try against FlyQuest as well, didn't they?
Yes,
so
they
like they're going to leave maybe the most experienced team on the new map, and I mean, they like to play Iron Fist. It would be like canonically like pretty set. I would love to just see the head-to-head. If you're going to go for it, like Tanuki, don't ban out the Iron Fist from Merlin Rant and then play it yourself. Like head-to-head, really like allow it. I think that's what they were saying in chat going into this. But we do get to see what Citadel want to do on this newest Convergence map, and both teams taking out the Mantis first.
I want them just to find a domination map, just have Tanuki and Molad Rad just start in like the center of Hell's Heaven, and just whichever one gets the point wins. And they can just brawl that forever. We're heading on in. It's going to be a double Mantis ban, and OUG, this time they're going to take out the Jeff. While Citadel did not win with that Jeff, they did get real close, because once again, both Ken and Tanuki can play it, and they have some great eats on it.
Could you imagine if OUG like one-sided the like Jeff and protected it, just to be like, well, you took our Iron Fist, we're going to take your Jeff? Like, it almost becomes petty in their approach. But Citadel Gaming really seeing that this is maybe like a triple strategist setup. You know, Mantis taken out, Adam taken out, trying to go for some of the stalls. OUG are going to be defending first. And even a Jeff and Captain America, like OUG very much respecting Polly's Cap, making sure that that's not going to be in this series at all.
Very fair. And that Captain America, it's a good map for them. There's a lot of verticality. The Cap can actually jump that's a little bit harder for some other characters to traverse. Once you get to that second point, that can be extremely difficult to deal with. The Jeff going to be taken out on both sides, like you say, so we're not going to be seeing any shenanigans with the fish. And that also does lower the value of Venom at least a little bit, but never fully gone, because Anti-Heal on Feast from the Abyss is a great setup. With any kind of setup with something like a Psylocke, which has not been banned out from either team, it's essentially a one-shot on whoever they want. There's too many options in terms of banning that out, so I expect Venom maybe at least targeted by one of these teams. We'll have to see, as Invis will be protected by OUG.
Bucky taken out right at the end. Feels like this would be a really good draft, I think, for Citadel if OUG were the kind of team to be running a lot of triple strategists, because with triple strategist you would run the Bucky as your solo duelist. So, but like, I don't think OUG are going to mind too much there. You have got a one-sided Adam for Citadel that you can work with, probably on your defense, but maybe it's something that they want to get some reps on, because we have seen Melio picking up the Adam, I think, in that case. It's like when they're running triple strategists, sometimes it's Melio, sometimes it's Tanuki going for this approach. And a Hella ban out.
Like that.
Means that you're not going to see that team up with Namor either if they want to go more of a 2-2-2. Would also be nice to see the Daredevil from Tanuki on this map. Again, it feels like canonically...
Came out at the same time.
Yeah, pretty nice. It feels like they go hand in hand, and there's no better chance to show off the new content, right, than esports. It's what we're here for, baby, I think.
OUG have secured themselves the one-sided Helen and Maud, but the Venom composition is available for both sides. Citadel Gaming are the ones who are currently hovering it, whereas OUG don't seem that bothered. Both teams have themselves Everfrost as well. A lot of these big, powerful picks have gone through. The draft phase is extremely crowded right now in terms of who gets priority.
I love these kind of series because, like, even though there's very little to play for, there's a lot of goofiness about it. I guess there is the chance of, like, Citadel, they don't want to lose out on that confidence and make sure that day 2 and day 3 are not just both days of losses, you'd pretty much be set as being the 4th seed coming out of playoffs as well at that rate, I'd say. For OUG, leaving with a win would be nice. And Tanuki's actually going to be on the Ultron, as they're sticking towards this like triple strategist with Melio on the Psylocke. So I think they have access to the bookie, no? Because it was them that banned it. They're going for something a little bit different.
They have pre-armored up as well, so they are planning on actually rolling this out of Sport. This is a map with some great sightlines for flyers, though, so there is some value to be gained here from this Ultron, just as the essentially second duelist in the setup here. And you can see that with the fact that they have gone for a very healthy backline with the Invisible Woman and the Rocket. They can keep Polly and Enzo very sustained here. Don't have to worry as much about the drone. Tidal Dirge coming in to set up, but Polly just tanking on through, avoiding the initial setup there.
OUG actually being able to play this map once, so it was a close loss against FlyQuest, also the 3rd map in that best-of-3 series. And Enzo on this attack are able to actually get a pick onto the enemy of EMEA that's filling in for this OUG roster of DRP. And it's a little bit more scrappy, considering the composition of OUG is to sort of spread out both the Namor and the Hela. They have been sort of hunted down by dogs for Citadel, as they've just managed to find all of these picks, flushed them out, and taken a point seemingly in quick fashion, unless DRP can go in for the portal play.
Tanuki's going to be set up beautifully for this, as the portal's going to come in for one last defense, utilizing the miss as a place to retreat if need be for that defense. A camera went through the portal, Ipsy Daisy, as Mash is going to get that healing output to allow DRP to try and step on through, but Citadel still have control. They have that range of Ultron as well, so they can create a choke point on the doorway, but they might not need to, because one by one, we're starting to see OUG members go down. Invisible Boundary has to be used just to try and sustain this retreat coming out of Citadel, as they're going to burn Cosmic Guard, Amplifier, and Rage of Ultron for huge burst damage. They chase on in, Ken even getting stuck in on the action, as Citadel break open that first point.
Only dedicating 2 ultimates in the end and holding on to 4 others. OUG, this composition, like, that's why they protected the Invisible Woman as well, because you can put these like barriers up for Hela and Namor that can fight from distance, but Citadel Gaming are going to close that distance that quickly and fight you on point. It pretty much is bringing a knife to a gunfight in these cases. Melio also finding Molan Ran just as OUG on this defense, trying to back up, reset, group up together. At least there is a trade out as Polly on the Venom was taken out, but Melio wants to go for a little bit more. Dance of the Butterflies is going to string right into a pick on the side of Melio, but he's traded out. It's only that one that he's going to get.
The Dance of the Butterfly had to be used. He got caught in that Soul Drainer from Taro Cookie, so had to drop it just to try and survive, or at least trade out. Forced out a couple moves from OUG, meaning the Citadel were able to keep this push going. But here comes DRP grabbing Tanuki, meaning that the
interrupted
is available here. The interrupt. French Venom once again returns. Wee! As Stu is trying to go into the Diamond form to duel out once again with Enzo, but can't find the first setup here, as both teams are just sort of posturing, regrouping. Dance of the Butterfly with the Silent not yet available, and Silent Seduction comes on out. Alex Invisible Boundary keeps the team topped up, as Melio is just continuously on the flank.
Yeah, this fight has pretty much been non-stop so far, trying to work out where these engagements are. How about just everywhere across this attacking side, as the objective is starting to move along? Now Dewey is being pulled into the fight for Force Physics. He doesn't have much support when it comes to the engagement, but he's trying to touch the point, stall things for as long as possible. And now it feels that OUG are just kind of one by one trying to sit in as much as they possibly can. Even a Horn of Proteus dedicated, able to take out one of the strategists, but a Rage of Ultron from Tanuki is going to be used. The Invisible Boundary trying to hold on for Svald. But this is just a brawl happening so far, Tetcher.
It is a brawl, but it once again seems to be very similar to last game, with OUG just throwing bodies to buy time. But the fact is, last game that worked. So the going in with the Fate of Both Worlds for that extra sustain. Melio finding Mash once that expires, and that's all the defensive abilities for OUG going to be utilized. But here comes Angela sailing past as Due brings out the Angel of Heaven, who will get taken down, and second point is also achieved for Citadel.
Yeah, it was just a drive-by jump scare, I think, for Dewey. It's now gone back over towards the Emma Frost. And we get to see a little bit more of the object of the map, because the last time we saw OUG play, they were only able to get just before that second checkpoint. So a finish out on third would be a statement for Citadel Gaming to be making. They chose this map. They want to show the world exactly how they play on the newest Convergence map so far here in Marvel Rivals. And the Silent Seduction is going to allow Enzo to create a little bit more space for Melio, who's coming in with the Dance of the Butterflies. A couple more picks in their favor, and OUG just losing out 5 players very quickly. It's a complete team wipe.
Once again, the backline is taken away, but it is going to be delays. DRP continuing the OUG tradition of throwing bodies at the point to buy time and just keep the delays going. That was essentially a full team wipe for Citadel, and the car barely moved because someone was back there causing problems, causing delays, and that is going to allow OUG to respawn, group up, and Iron Fist has made the return once again to a thematic map.
All right, Tanuki, you know what to do. To be fair, he is on the Ultron and he is also about to have Ultimate too. But you're right, it's almost like OUG sort of know how Citadel Gaming play on their defense, because Citadel love to just try and force out as many fights as possible when the objective has to start moving. Rage of Ultron going to be used, shooting down and takes out MASH. But the Iron Fist of Molan Ran not afraid to just go toe-to-toe with Polly, going in for the fight and in the engagement. Feast of the Abyss is available if he wants to try and get a little bit of respite from the onslaught of damage that he is taking in from these melee characters. Jan Amplify is going to make it a little bit more scary in the end as Melio goes down. BRB is going to bring him back into the fray very shortly, but it might bring him right back into this Goddess of Death.
Living Chi to try and focus on down, takes out the Cosmic Yard Amplifier of Citadel, removing a lot of their sustain. Goddess of Death, though, was not able to find much value as they were taken down. Alex picked off on the backline. The lockdown, though, with the Carbon Crush, but they still sustain on through with the block and the extra sustain. Feast of the Abyss for the bonus damage with Dance of the Butterfly to burst on through. Do falls, Mash falls, and we're starting to see OUG melt here. Molan is trying to escape, but just cannot get away. Returns again, and we're seeing OUG just being picked off, but they are still just throwing bodies at the point, but for once they cannot reach as Citadel achieve the triple.
And do it with 2 minutes left on the clock. That feels... I mean, if I'm thinking of any other Convergence map, Jalia, Symbiotic Service, Central Park, if you've got 2 minutes on the clock and you finish third, it's done. No, like, OUG would have a lot to try to do to match this. And Citadel Gaming, I do like that we're seeing Ultron. You know, I could understand from stage 2 that he was very powerful. People might want to see a little bit less of him, but it is that age-old thing in esports of when a character gets nerfed, people think, oh, it's done, there's no point in playing him. Then people start to try and experiment with a bit more and go, oh no, actually he's still pretty good in the right places, and then he starts finding pick rate again. So at least Citadel Gaming showing everybody that Ultron isn't completely like down in a ditch somewhere. There are some viable moments to try and show him, and maybe it's a Heart of Heaven meta for Ultron in the future. Who knows?
Honestly, just commit to damage. If you get good angles, good line of sights with some, just treat him as a damage dealer, then he does fit at least a little bit. But the fact is, where people are trying to use him, how he was used last stage, it's where we're starting to see the worries. That healing output just isn't enough anymore. As we're starting to look into our next point, OUG now on the attack. And so far, they're not going to mix it up too much. Taro Cookie's going to move over to the Star-Lord. Molan will be bringing out the Psylocke.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
It almost looks like OUG swooping in instantly. Dewey seeing if he could scout some information. Actually, he's just trying to cut this choke out completely. See if he can peel away this defense from Citadel Gaming. But if I'm them, you're keeping a keen eye where Dewey's trying to go in for this dive, but making sure that nobody else is able to follow up on him. But he's trying to scout out, take as many of the cloaks out of a position, make them redundant to an extent. Regeneration Domain's not going to have much use there. And Molan Ran also scouting out to see if there's a coordinated effort that they can put on together.
Into the backline, finds the real Loki, and the Invis, and the Assassin's Charge. Good
Nice.
by Melio, but in the meantime, DRP's been taken down in the front line, as has MASH, meaning that a lot of these defenses, a lot of these attackers for OUG are already off the point. When they're starting to pick off people on the backline, they're getting punished in most of the other fights. Melio just returns from the cocoon and immediately gets the counter.
He just gets his revenge, like call an ambulance, but not for me. So now, like, I guess getting the passive out for Melio is good. It's a good focus for OUG. There's not going to be that Bira back on the defense for Citadel Gaming currently, so it just feels that outside of that play, the rest of OUG, the other 4 players, we've just not seen them so far on this attacking side. Now that they're starting to come through with Dewey that swapped over towards the group, whole different approach, but managed to get through this choke, as we're seeing, I think, Paulie jumping in on the Venom to get into the back line. It's now a little bit more scrappy in its affair, but Dewey finds a little bit more than he wanted, gets reset again.
And able to caught with the Cosmic Cluster for a little bit of extra burst damage, but not able to find any targets at least yet. Polly dropped down to half, but is still keeping the pressure on. Will retreat off the point here. DRP build up to 100%, but can't seem to find much more to chase with. As OUG, they're going to move over to that Storm. They're going to try and get some damage bonus. See if Taro can maybe get some one-shots onto the side of Citadel Gaming, or at least something on the very long range to get this first point.
So the seduction going to be used against the invisible boundary of OUG's attack, and Polly gets caught by the Carbon Crush, able to at least escape for the time being, as DRP is going to use it on the other side. Invisible Boundary is going to be traded, but look how many Ultimate Citadel Gaming have in their disposal as and when it's needed. Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used from OUG, but still, we're not seeing picks show up in the elimination feed at all.
Trying to push onto the point, crack and impact. To push on through Tanuki with the first reset onto Due, finds Mash isolated, but double lockdown frozen into the diamond form. Carbon Crush, they're going to melt on through the rest of that. Hella as well comes into the backline with that Omega Hurricane, and OUG are creating an opening. They push on through, the Karmic Revival comes on Alba. CTG are going down. Portals coming out from Tanuki for one last defense.
There's just so much like cleave damage has been thrown in from Storm with that Camera Revival. Harder to get the eliminations through it now, though, since the rework of the Ultimate a couple of months ago, a couple of seasons ago at this rate. But still, Citadel Gaming have found their way to stall things out again, off Tanuki switching over towards the Stranger, go for the port play. Any form of delay that Citadel have had to use, they've now got everything out, but there's only 1 minute left for OUG to find stuff again. Able to at least take a pick onto Tanuki, but there's only 3-4 players left on the point for Citadel Gaming as the BTRM looking to clear out a few more from Dewey.
And finally, OUG will grab this first point. Citadel Gaming forced to reset, regroup, and set themselves up for a second point defense. Winter Soldier for Tanuki. These tunnels can make it very hard to dodge that bionic hook if you are not careful. OUG continuing to run this Storm, it seems, for the moment, making the most of that damage boost on Taro Cookie.
It seemed that when we saw Citadel Gaming attacking, it was just a lot of fights. Not really set positions, because I guess they've not really been defined yet. Oh, you don't certainly want to show them in a seeding game like this. Moline Ran taken out early, and as a response, OUG, a player down, want to use that Sonic Seduction, see if they can trade something out. Unable to, Polly actually takes it now to a 4 versus 6 in favor of Citadel Gaming, and they've not really had to use all that much. OUG floundering, trying to use ultimates to rectify it, balance the bucks as much as they possibly can, but nothing is working. They're losing out on players, and Citadel Gaming stalling out.
Invisible Boundary expiring, allowing Polly for the pickup here, but only Scold has gone down for OUG as Taro finally falls just before Bashka, but have potentially saved them with that fate of both worlds as they work close enough to each other. And we're seeing, like you say, a spawn hold coming in. OUG zoned away from the car brutally here. Finally going to go for the opening with the Omega Hurricane into the backline of Melio. Needs to get close to his team to get a soul bonds off, but just won't reach in time. They do have the Cocoon though, trying to stay a little bit further as they try to chase down Storm onto the rest of the point fade of both worlds to keep Molan topped up and allow this push to continue as Enzo is getting a beautiful psionic seduction to split the attackers in two, but CTG can't find the positioning. Alex drops low, but they're still able to trade out onto Taro.
Yeah, a really nice ultimate from Enzo. It didn't lead to any eliminations in the moment, but it's just given Polly and Tanuki the space to isolate the picks one at a time. OUG was very much a Route 1 approach when you have like Merlan Ran with the Omega Hurricane, just trying to isolate the right target with Melio, right? You don't know if he has Camera Revival or not. If he has Life Cocoon, you can force that out. In Citadel Gaming, their natural reaction was to split. When you mentioned that you're like group it up together to Soulborn might have been the play. Maybe it wasn't available, hard to gauge. But Enzo, just as OUG was starting to group up to go for another fight, they've lost 2 players in the time that I've sort of mentioned it. So now there's just less than a minute for OUG to keep on pushing. And using this invisible boundary now means that we might not see it at the end of this map.
Even if they get a wipe here, this Comic Revival, Invisible Boundary and Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the side of Citadel. They have every defensive tool, and OUG cannot afford to be juggled like this. The advantage they have, though, is that they're right next to their own board, moving their classic pro bodies out the point to buy time and overtime will give them at least a little bit extra. Tanuki will fall. Will we see Melio position for a Comic Revival as Alex has also dropped quite low? Looks like they're just going to let Tanuki and Polly go down and just wait, reset, and take their time in overtime. They don't want to burn abilities before OUG are forced to be desperate. Molan over to the Iron Fist. Those are going to take out Melio. No more Cocoon. And Cosmic Yard Amplifier has to come out because they realize if they're too lackadaisical about this, then OUG are just going to push on through.
Regardless of death from Taro, it's all of these players are hidden into the alcove, but he's still able to find 2 as the touch was still attempted from Citadel Gaming. It's a fight won in the end from OUG, and whilst Melio does have the Camera Revival, why use it now? You've created so much time and space, you've forced out those fights for so long. the objective in overtime still needs to travel what looks like double the distance that you've just covered.
Moving into position, like I say, Citadel setting themselves up for one last defense, moving together. They have Karmic Revival, but they did use Invisible Boundary and Cosmic Yard Amplifier, and Spalt does have Invisible Boundary. Enzo's going to open it up with the Silent Seduction to see if they can get some lockdown onto the backline members, see if they can set this up, even if they can stun out Molan. That would be huge, but that percentage damage is a lot onto Enzo, but they're still able to try and turn that round. That Invisible Boundary is used extremely early from Spalt, but if Molan can get into the backline, if they can sustain through this, it could be huge. Here comes Living G into the backline. If they can take out Melio, that removes the one defensive tool the Citadel have left, as Polly is going to be the first to fall. Alex charges up and just gets the Invisible Boundary off in time. And Tanuki, with Kraken Impact for the finishing blows, can burst through, and it's not even needed yet as they're continuing to push them back. But OUG not giving up yet. Due is on the point, holding through. They take out Tanuki again. Cosmic Card Amplifier, Karmic Revival to bring back Tanuki up to the point as overtime just trickles down. Due has to hold it with Meteor M, but it's completely surrounded, and we see Citadel bursting through OUG. They secure the point, the map, and that extra point in that bracket that might have got them a better seed.
It means that OUG are leaving the group stages of the Grand Finals without a series win. But they definitely need like the salutes, the claps for the effort that they put in, and just the spectacle that they've been giving us so far. Citadel Gaming would have preferred to have taken this seeding game, this like almost like Nothenberg over series for them, to take it cleanly, to be able to reset and get ready for playoffs starting on Friday. But they got to show us a little bit more, different compositions, different ideas, and obviously different maps too, with Heart of Heaven being picked from them for this final map of the best of 3.
Citadel Gaming, they have been a little stressed with how this tournament's been going so far, and I think that something we should bring up a little bit here is Citadel have been one of the loudest teams here in terms of reactions. We did not hear much of a reaction to that win, as they are directly behind us, and they did not celebrate that because they know that they scraped through that OUG took them to the limit, just like they have for basically every team beforehand.
Yeah, it definitely feels that like how Citadel, whether they are in a commanding position or not, seems to matter. A lot of them, like I think most of the teams, certainly OUG in this case, are going to be very vibes based on how things are going. But for Citadel Gaming, there's a lot of expectations of just like being an unsigned team that came out of stage 1 as the EMEA champions, 4th place finish at mid-season finals, 2nd seed here for stage 2. But there's always a chance that they could go on and actually beat some of the best teams in the world, as well as those that are in EMEA that they have some rivalry with. But so far, we haven't seen that commanding side of Citadel Gaming that we have seen from Virtus Pro in Group A, and Na'Vi in series like this one too, that didn't seem to struggle with the likes of OUG, or that we're going to be seeing a little bit later when they play up against Crazy Raccoon. Like, Na'Vi tend to not flounder in these cases. Citadel Gaming, whether it's just trying stuff out, whether it's just like there's not too much pressure on their shoulders right now, ended up going a little bit longer than we would have assumed.
Very much so, and you mentioned it earlier, and I do want to reiterate it before we continue to talk about Citadel. There should be salutes, claps, and high fives for OUG, coming in with substitutes, coming in with everything stacked against them, and they were still able to take basically every single team in this devastatingly difficult group to the limit. We don't know what the next year of Marvel Rivals esports will look like, but I so hope it includes Over Ultra Gaming.
Oh, no doubt. I think all of the players have done work, whether it is like the Chinese roster or whether it's been the substitutes that have come in from EMEA and also in China. Like, it feels like really you couldn't have done a better job other than just make it scary for some of these organizations that have been quite literally working towards this event, right? That this whole year is leading up towards the Ignite Grand Finals. For Citadel Gaming, that was the plan for them once they got signed to that organization just before mid-season finals, is to be here. And OUG, they got here, and they're able to scare some of the best teams in the world as a result.
They really have, and they continued to do so all the way up until the last. But like you mentioned, that is their last game. They do go out without winning a series, but they made them work for it. But speaking of working for it, Citadel need to keep doing so. They are secured for playoffs, and with that win, they might have secured themselves a pretty solid seed, especially seeing as their biggest competition for that last place seed in that group is 100 Thieves, and they're going to be going up against a very tough opponent later.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they could maybe sort of leapfrog their way above Citadel Gaming with a win over FlyQuest, which is coming up. We have a rematch of that upper grand finals of Americas for Stage 2. And then Na'Vi get to play up against Crazy Raccoon. We're able to get their first win on the board by beating OUG earlier on today. But for OUG, 0-5, didn't win a series, but they won our hearts.
Looking at those matchups, like you said, we have that 100 Thieves FlyQuest. That will be the next series coming up. If FlyQuest are able to take this, then they will be convincingly sitting at the top of the table. But if they lose, then Na'Vi will actually potentially sneak ahead of them in terms of map score, in terms of top of the group. Fighting for that first seed is going to be difficult. That will be our next series, though, and we're going to make sure we can get it set up for you as quick as possible. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. It's the rematch.
from the best of the best. The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
And we are back, and it is going to be a rematch coming up here. We have the upper bracket finals rematch from the Americas Ignite, where we saw the matchup of FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. FlyQuest, who are currently top of this group, lost that matchup to 100 Thieves in a 3-1. And now, on the international stage, it's time for revenge.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to sort of cast like a rematch of two teams from a different region to us, so it's like hopefully we do it justice. It does feel like the general sentiment, for what I could tell from like the community from North America, which is always top tier, no matter which way it is, whether it's respectful or just pure trollery. Either side I'm happy with. It generally seemed that like 100 Thieves coming out as top seed from stage 2 was either unexpected, or if you didn't like 100 Thieves, you'd say that it was just like a blip. It was random. Like, how on earth did that happen?
Yeah.
And the expectations of FlyQuest is that they should win this series despite being the 3rd seed to come out of North America. It just wasn't their week, wasn't their tournament. It just feels like the general sentiment right now for a lot of teams is that FlyQuest should be the top dog from North America, but it's currently 100 Thieves. So even though this game is just for seeding, it does feel like there's a little bit for 100 Thieves going, no, we earned our spot. You're the underdogs. We're the big team.
And speaking of blips and FlyQuest being the best, we do want to quickly apologize. There was a bit of a mistake on a graphic earlier. This is the corrected version, as once again, to a reminder that FlyQuest were able to beat out Na'Vi in a 2-1 earlier on, just to make sure that everyone is up to date fully. Now that we're on the same page, good, excellent.
That was us. That was us as EMEA casters. Like
Exactly.
we tried to gaslight you all into thinking that EMEA won against Americas there. That's
We've
on
been
us.
running to production PCs and hoping they don't notice, but they caught us as we are heading into this America versus America match. We can't do anything about this one, other than bring it to you, because 100 Thieves came out as the champions of the Americas region, but they seem to have been struggling a little bit, finding themselves in a very similar situation to Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming actually getting the win against them in that last game of day 1, and then when they played up against Na'Vi, it was a little bit tougher in their approach. The main thing for 100 Thieves is that they won up against the OUGs, the Crazy Raccoons, so there is that element of like, you've secured your position, you might be able to make sure that you don't come through the groups as the 4th seed, which is likely going to be going up against like Virtus Pro, if anything, but Na'Vi, this was kind of like fairly straightforward for them, and for 100 Thieves trying to adjust the way that they've been playing, going for some different approaches with trying to get more dualistic play for Delana, but still dedicating towards triple strategies for a good amount of the games that we saw.
And this was very much a situation of 100 Thieves kind of having their lives flash before their eyes and finding some deja vu in it, as they also lost to Na'Vi, who at the time ran esports at those mid-season finals as well. So it's very much been a tournament of rematches and a little bit of trauma for 100 Thieves getting up to this point. Like you said, Na'Vi really making it rough for 100 Thieves, whereas that's not as much of a case for FlyQuest, as we've already mentioned. They are sitting clean at the top of the group right now.
Yeah, FlyQuest, especially their win over Na'Vi earlier on, I think did a lot to not only show that this is a team that is really going to be pushing towards potential winners of this whole event, where you've got $1 million prize pool, mostly divvied out for the winners. FlyQuest are definitely on that list of potential ones that can top the charts here, but it's also like they're still running triple strategies. When so many teams are moving away, FlyQuest really dedicated to that style. They did it in such panache as well, as we saw up against Na'Vi earlier on. The players like Vision, Energy, they could go for that 2-2-2 if they want to, but also we've seen some really good performances from that front line of Vess and Spark Chief when they try and go for some of those divier Vanguard lineups.
But the fact is, it wasn't clean. Na'Vi were able to take the map off FlyQuest, showing that they are at least vulnerable. They can be beaten, and 100 Thieves, they've done it in the past. They have been cooking away at this tournament, building up that run to see if they can go further. Last time they finished at mid-season finals in 3rd place, wanting to go even further this time, especially as one of their key opponents from last time, Envy, are eliminated, meaning that they also have some more extra weight, both of these teams, to continue the run for the Americas region.
And here we're sort of seeing mostly what FlyQuest have been rolling with so far, but like Energy being that solo duelist, whether it was being on the Bucky, whether it was Starlord here, it just felt like in this whole series, if you tallied up the eliminations for Na'Vi versus what FlyQuest were able to do with their picks, FlyQuest maybe a double the eliminations that Na'Vi did, especially on this third and final map of Midtown. It did feel like FlyQuest just had enough sustainability with a triple strategist, but also the energy was just farming up on the Star-Lord enough. But T'Challa is going to be the first map that we go to, and it's lossless for both teams so far this event. 1 win for 100 Thieves and 2 wins for FlyQuest. But it's also, I think, one of the main things that both these teams have been doing so far this event is trying to go for a one-sided Mantis, because of course. But one thing that I like that FlyQuest are doing, out of the 10 maps that they've played so far this event, they've always banned out Venom, and 9 times out of 10 they've banned out Cap. So they're really going for, like, not first ban, but making sure that some of the strongest Vanguards are not available, and that is going to kind of hurt, I think, what 100 Thieves might try to do when TTK and Vinny have gone for some very nice dive compositions themselves, especially Vinny.
You've also got to pay attention to Terra, who has been extremely proficient on the Winter Soldier, but when we started to see teams like Citadel, for example, start to ban that away, we started to see 100 Thieves maybe falter a little bit. Terra, of course, did come into this tournament a little bit sick, but we actually found out last night that Vess is also feeling a little bit under the weather, so the health buff is going to be evened out between the two teams here, as Jeff is going to be secured one-sided so far for FlyQuest, but that is like, we've already seen that Venom banned away, so they chose it in spite of that.
Yeah. They've also gone for like bans on stuff like Hela, Mantis, Jeff, it's sort of up there, Invisible, Woman, Loki. You got the one-sided Jeff, one-sided Venom, so you're not going to see the team up in either case. But for 100 Thieves, you haven't really been relying too much on the Mantis, although looking at some of the other stuff that they've gone for. Like Emma Frost is also just been climbing up the ranks, and Groot, certainly on a map where you expect these kind of comps to be potentially more brawly than what we've seen from like Hela Namor, make sure that FlyQuest, if you're going to be sort of hitting some of the other Vanguards, that you can't really pivot into compositions that well. But Emma Frost still available for both teams.
Does give them a little bit of counter dive option if one team starts to do it, and there it is secured for 100 Thieves, not just available, but going to be chosen. Emma Frost gives them a lot of, like we say, counter dive capability. One of the best frontliners, especially on that that Wakanda Falls map, to actually, well, create some falls, see if you can kick some people off the edge if you're especially lucky, as otherwise there's not too many environmentals for characters like Angela, which is why we don't see her as much in particular on these maps.
A lot of tight corridors too, so if you're able to take the point and you want to try and push and fight up, Silent Seduction is just so good at that. If, you know, 100 Thieves take the point first, FlyQuest try and go for an engagement, you're like, haha, Emma Frost ultimate, woo! And you can't really do too much in the end. But Hela's going to be the final ban that goes in from 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. And Protect an Invisible Woman sort of insinuates that FlyQuest are going to go for, like, stuff maybe like the Hela Namor, but if there's a chance to show some other ideas or strategies, show that you're not just locked into one kind of composition, it's now. But maybe that's what you want to tell other teams, like, oh yeah, we can only play this certain style, we really need our Jeff, we really need our Mantis. So when you actually go into a draft against them, they're like, actually, we can play all of this other cool stuff.
Honestly, looking at these drafts, I would have considered them to be perfect if they were swapped. The fact that 100 Thieves would have got themselves, for example, an Adam and a Winter Soldier, could have gone for some huge burst potential there, and FlyQuest could have got themselves the Hela Namor, as they have proved to be one of the best teams with it throughout this entire event. But the fact is, those drafts are swapped. It's going to be 100 Thieves bringing out that Hela Namor, and the Winter Soldier is going over to Energy.
I do like the draft for 100 Thieves. I think it's just like sort of picking very selective stuff. Not really characters that anchor a team up, for example, but just knowing their opponent. And that's one thing that you can say. I think from speaking to Shib last night about this matchup too, it was only that one game that they saw in playoffs that they matched up against each other in different groups, just never really interacted with each other once they'd qualified for Atlanta. So this, again, it's similar in the sense that it's for seeding. I think 100 Thieves want to prove that there's only one top dog in North America, especially when the second seed is going to be missing from playoffs.
Very true. There's a lot of pressure on both of these teams, and while they are qualified, that seeding position, as we mentioned, is extremely important. Sieging from above, Energy already trying to build up towards that first Kraken impact. Terra, though, on the flank, causing a bit of grief for Sparker. Sparky going to be pressuring into that backline, seeing if they can set up for a little bit of pressure onto the strategist, and already finds Harvey, and 100 Thieves are a little bit slow on that reaction.
Definitely slow. Terra seeing if you can disengage, not lose out on any other people, and there's at least a bit more stall from Vinny. It's not as if time is going to progress in favor of FlyQuest with that stall. It was just buying a little bit more time for 100 Thieves to maybe reset, come out of spawn, and go for this fight again next. It is kind of like you mentioned, Tetra. I think stylistically it is like complete opposites. But it is a good chance to sort of get some reps on stuff, because FlyQuest have to be very keen to move away from Triple Strategist to 100 Thieves. Pretty much 50-50. Trying to go for some different ideas with a Hela and Star-Lord combination. And speaking of which, Terra, 2/3 of having his way to the Galactic Legend. Mostly just trying to get through this choke, see if they can catch people out. And Vez is very much in a spot that he could be caught out. It's an amazing hook that actually completely isolates him. But Terra just sort of a little bit more out in the open than you typically see from a Star-Lord.
Always on the move, always rolling, always getting that bonus health, but in this case it's going to be picked up as Kraken Impact comes on out. FlyQuest chasing them all the way back to spawn. They don't just want the control here, they want to make sure that they get as much potential as possible by keeping 100 Thieves away from the point. They don't want to go for these retake fights, but they will have to back up eventually, because if you overextend, you will just be giving that point over.
Yeah, so far FlyQuest, I mean, the reason why this composition worked so well against Na'Vi earlier for FlyQuest was the damage and the eliminations that Energy was able to do when he could string picks like that with the hook over onto Terra and then turn it into a really nice ultimate to reset the clock a little bit more. 100 Thieves now, Terra wants to try and match up in this head-to-head. Meteor M mostly trying to mitigate some of this damage. Not really able to catch all that much, so can Terra get much off the back of it? He's able to get onto Vision, but the Life Cocoon means that he's going to come back into the fight, and Comet Revival's in the back pocket if more threat comes out of this 100 Thieves time whilst they go for this retake.
Cooper's keeping the team topped up. Astral Flock Delena just playing evasively, trying to get some shots, gets that Guardian Barrier for the extra protection, tries to chase onto Energy, who get out with the Trooper's Fist, invisible boundary for the extra sustain, and once again Spark Chief is causing so much pressure, so much damage. Team up offered from the Winter Soldier, not even utilized it.
I think this has been a good event for Spark Chief, but there's only so much that he can do in the end. And the progression now on the point turns in favor of 100 Thieves for the first time, but it's 99% for FlyQuest. They still have 3 ultimates banked up, and they're struggling to sort of reset here, trying to do it as quickly as possible. It has allowed 100 Thieves that dedicated quite a lot into that fight to farm up just a little bit more. Terra just used the Galactic Legend, what, like less than a minute ago? Almost has it again.
Almost charged up right away here. FlyQuest, on the other hand, they've got Kraken Impact already and that Karmic Revival, which they've still been holding on to since the first time we talked about it here. Just being very cautious with this, but now they can move out together with Freedom Charge potentially leading the way for the opening of that first fight. They're going to wrap around that first entryway and try and go through the low ground with a much wider attack point with the Freedom Charge for the opening on that bonus health as they charge it out. And Spark Chief literally just charges straight through. Finally, Positive comes down, but they've got a lot of damage onto Harvey. Kraken Impact takes up both the backline. A disintegration of the sustain. Even the tainted voltage lands as FlyQuest flipped that beautifully. And 100 Thieves, they're going to have to just charge this with everything they got. Venom's going to be the first one to charge onto the point, but Kraken Impact still available, and that's going to be FlyQuest holding the first point.
And they've got a Karmic Revival just sat in the pocket to go straight in for seconds. Yeah, it's not really been needed so far. With 100 Thieves, there was only so much that they could do to realistically hold on to it. I like Spark Chief, like, as they were trying to get past that choke, just putting up the shield, because they know that 100 Thieves dedicate so many ultimates to take the point. Doesn't want to really let them farm up from some trash damage whilst they're in this kind of neutral engagement. And then just a good fight. It feels like once that I'd love to get for playoffs, realistically, is just like how many eliminations that we've seen Energy being able to get. He's 10-1, 9 final hits. How many of those do we think was off of the Kraken's impact?
Quite a few, but not as many as you might think, just considering how often they were able to just take the neutral. That Bardo Cook in particular, they were actually just KS'd by Cooper at the end of that. Otherwise, that would have been an extra one on there. But yeah, right now, this is just 100 Thieves with quite a few ultimates charged up. They may just have to take the aggressive first fight here and get early control and then try and hold it.
Now, FlyQuest, very close to having a Fate Both Worlds too. 100 Thieves, not going to be too upset with losing that first point in the end when you have 4 ultimates that you can just sit back on, maybe 5 potentially if Delena could just throw out a little bit more damage to get that Goddess of Death online. But Vision playing from the high ground, playing subtly in a spot that no doubt 100 Thieves know that, like, Camp Revival wasn't used, he has it. He's target number 1.
Here we go, 100 Thieves. They're going to try and go for that early fight, but they've already lost 2 members. Delena is down. Terra is pulled in through a Galactic Legend. The Silent Seduction does not find anything. And 100 Thieves, they tried to play aggressive, but they are paying for it, losing 2 right off the bat. And then the Stragglers are just picked up one by one. 100 Thieves are annihilated on this point.
And really, off the back of nothing, right? It was 100 Thieves that were the ones that were sort of using the ultimates with the Galactic Legend, Scientist Seduction. FlyQuest just sort of were able to win out the fight in the end by just bunkering down. They still have the camera revival. I think Vision is just not really going to have it in use.
The best counter ultimate, the best defensive ultimate in the game. Walking behind a wall. It counts as more than you think.
Yeah.
FlyQuest are able to push on in once again to try and contain 100 Thieves, but not too deep. You don't want to get caught out of position by overextending. It's all about making sure that you can retreat onto the point when needed, but slow your opponent's roll. Invisible Boundary, you're so far off the point for this.
Delana switching over towards the Winter Soldier, does have the Kraken's Impact, is going to pull it out alongside the Fate of both worlds and Feast of the Abyss, trying to combine to get something, able to get Vision. Live Kakuno is going to bring him back into the fray. It feels like now this might be the time. That Q button he has cobwebs on it. And now there's still nothing really going in for 100 Thieves. His energy is now going to bring the Kraken's Impact out on his side. TTK, Scientist Seduction, trying to pull some of these players out. Spark Cheek is very low, and now Vision, for the first time so far this map, now going to bring these players back into the fray. 100 Thieves not able to grab the point whilst all of this ruckus has been going on. It's ticked up to 60% for FlyQuest.
Silent Vortex coming on in for a little bit of extra sustain. They're trying to chase back onto TTK to put the punishment on, and Spark Chief is just keeping the pressure on right now. FlyQuest once again keeping 100 Thieves in their spawn.
And now Freedom Charge used up, so FlyQuest having to use a lot, but it makes sure that 100 Thieves can't really bunker up and set up into position. I think Delana on the Winter Soldiers looked a little bit better with some of that lethality, but they've also been taking so much damage again. He's pretty low. I think that was one of the reasons that Invisible Boundary got forced out quite early up on the high ground fight. Melania gets picked off. Just as we see 100 Thieves get 50% on the board, it's going to be 99 for FlyQuest to hit, and I don't think there's going to be anybody else from 100 Thieves to actually contest this one.
There's no one close. Vinny might try and swing back in, but he's already taken out. Vision snipes him before he even touches. Ultimate's used a dance party in the boundary for FlyQuest for style, as they are able to take a very solid map number 1.
In style is the best way to put it. It's a statement for FlyQuest to sort of work here. Undefeated on domination so far this event, and they're the kind of games that you want. Yes, it's seeding. Yes, like both these teams are going to be in playoffs. It's fine. There's nothing too much to show. But it's the fact that this is a team that knocked you down to the losers bracket and then Envy finished the job that you're basically saying like that was a fluke. We're the top dogs of EMEA, especially now that there's no Envy. It is between these two and Dark Zero from the other group that went out in 4th.
Really does seem to be. The pressure is on. Let's have a look at the highlights for this. Energy finishing out with 12 final hits, like we said, just continuing to build it so much that 100 Thieves abandoned the Namor very quickly to move over to Star-Lord, and then they tried stopping again to bring out the Winter Soldier on Delena because Terra was moving over to the Hela to see if they could land those shots. But FlyQuest, none of those changes mattered. 100 Thieves just could not break them.
Yeah, it sort of felt like you've got the ban that came out against FlyQuest with the Hela and stuff, but if I'm looking at what FlyQuest were able to do in this map, and certainly in that series against Na'Vi, I think Bucky needs looking at a little bit more because Energy was able to just provide so much, not only with just the ultimates of getting the picks, but some really good hooks to stop 100 Thieves from getting a little bit too comfortable. It just felt like for what FlyQuest is playing currently, it's so well suited for them. Maybe that wasn't the case in Stage 2. Maybe that's why they floundered a little bit when it came to their own like individual performances there. But this meta, whether it's their read on it, whether it's just the characters and comfort, it seems to be singing pretty high so far in groups.
I do want to bring up that you mentioned that maybe look at the Winter Soldier, but at that point, how many duelists do you really want to start banning out against these team of FlyQuest? They have the Hela that we saw banned out there so that you could avoid that Hela Namor composition. They just picked Winter Soldier, didn't matter. Are you really going to burn 2 duelist spots versus FlyQuest when there's heroes like Mantis, Jeff, Venom, Emma, all of these high priority compositions just because those duelists are so scary? At this point, FlyQuest are just looking terrifying to draft against. We'll have to see if 100 Thieves can adjust. They need a bit of time to get themselves set up for map number 2, so we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, the continuation and quite possibly conclusion if FlyQuest can close it out.
become the best of the best. The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're FlyQuest.
We're here in Atlanta.
And you're watching Marvel Rivals Grand Finals.
You heard them, FlyQuest are coming for my job, as we are here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals, and FlyQuest are looking very good. 1-0 up versus 100 Thieves.
And they've chosen to go to Yggdrasil's path, which is sort of expected. That's what they've done so far once this event, but they're winless on it so far. 0-2, losing against Na'Vi, which we just saw FlyQuest beat Na'Vi on this map earlier today, so it feels a little bit more of like 100 Thieves. They're still feeling confident that they really are good on this map. It's 5-4, I think, for them so far from stage 2 and beyond. But that there's something to work on there that they feel that they've seen in VOD reviews that they want to try here again. Maybe they just have to read on what FlyQuest are wanting to do so far, but I don't think FlyQuest are going to be too worried that this is going to be the map choice for 100 Thieves in this best of 3.
I mean, how FlyQuest are playing, I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't that concerned about most map choices from most teams, because the fact is, a lot of the teams, and also us, and also you probably at home, are looking at FlyQuest as a team that could win this tournament right now. 100 Thieves, though, they have beaten them. They have come third at mid-season. They did win Americas. They have what it takes. They just need to work out a few of those teething problems. If they can, then they might be able to get through this series and potentially the rest of the tournament as well.
So who are the teams that have taken a map off of FlyQuest so far? It's OUG.
OUG, Na'Vi, and I think that's it.
Yeah, Citadel was 0-2, weren't they? So at least 100 Thieves, you want to match what OUG's done by taking a map off of them at the very least. But the Mantis ban, similar to the last map, but also what the teams have been doing so far, not only in Convergence, but just across the board. With both these teams now, where we see the triple strategist, where we see the 2-2-2, it pretty much is now, looking at stats, like 50-50 on whether FlyQuest go in that direction. And Mantis is a good piece to put in either of those two puzzles. So the Adder Warlock is going to be picked up first from 100 Thieves. You would imagine that they one-side it.
One side could definitely give them a little bit of extra damage bonus, as Adam is quite heavy in the damage output themselves. There is the Jeff coming in for FlyQuest, though, giving themselves their own little priority here. With Venom currently banned away from their opponents, if they want to one-side Jeff, they might be forcing 100 Thieves to ban out that Venom, as once again, symbolic shenanigans is very scary to deal with. And of course, this map has some pretty solid environmental spots, especially on points 1 and 2.
And it was the one time that we see both teams actually taking out the Venom. Yep. Really feeling that that's just pivotal with the team up with Jeff, but also just
sort of
probably
fell down the list a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I also feel that like when it comes to just Vanguards in a vacuum, I think Venom's probably one of the higher up ones, I'd say, in that case of just like what they
pretty good.
Yeah, anti-heal, just what they can do as a character. You have really good mitigation, really good mobility, whether it's in dive, anti-dive, something a little bit more brawly. Combinations with any form of damage boost for Feast of the Abyss can be really nice. Invisible Woman is taken out, really sort of takes out some of the strength and the power that you'd see in the stuff like the Hell and Namor compositions, and a one-sided Emma in the hands of FlyQuest.
Could give them a lot of extra sustain on holding that first point. We already mentioned it earlier, statistically, teams that do get the Emma on this Yggdrasil path do perform a little bit better. One-sided Adam will be secured by 100 Thieves so that they can bring themselves back into these fights when they're on the defensive side if they want to. So they've set themselves up quite nicely there. Rocket's also used very effectively, but I doubt we'll be seeing a rocket ban from these teams despite it jumping up in priority. And there's the counter Jeff pickup, the save from 100 Thieves, meaning that both teams now have their hands on a Jeff.
I mean, it was a little bit late, I think. You had maybe like one ban, but they wanted to try and get the one-sided Emma Frost more than the one-sided Jeff. So maybe it feels like it just gets rid of a protect for 100 Thieves right at the end. It gives you that choice to actually take out the Loki right at the end, which is starting to be a little bit more thrown in. Certainly on this map, actually, it is something that we have seen a little bit before from the side of FlyQuest. So clearly they have some ideas on these kind of compositions, but like having the Jeff on either side, again, similar to Mantis, if it's in triple strat, if it's in 2-2-2, plug in and play at the moment, for sure.
The majority of Loki has shown up has usually been with the Mantis, like you say, but in this case, Loki could have been utilized in double Adam compositions. If you want to come back into a fight, why not do it twice? may I introduce you to our new product, Adam Warlock, twice. As we are heading into Yggdrasil Path, starting off with FlyQuest on defense. 100 Thieves, they're already hovering. One of the most aggressive compositions I've seen, but again, take this with a grain of salt. A lot of this may be utilized just to look through the window and see what they can spy that FlyQuest are playing. Zelos, by the way, is bringing out the Cloak and Dagger.
I mean, we have seen a little bit more of it, especially when Jeff's in play. It seems like, you know, Fate did a really good job of it yesterday, for example, going up against what Citadel Gaming were running. So he's going to be in play so far. 100 Thieves trying to go for like a bunker breaking composition with the Moon Knight. Terra's trying to farm up the ultimate as quickly as possible, and on these convoy maps it doesn't take long. Shout out to Kanuta that did it in like 20 seconds on Midtown in stage 2 for EMEA. But here it's North America all the way. These teams wanted to get a bit of a rematch in from the group stages of stage 2. And there you go, there's the hand of Khonshu. Very quick, very early on. The group trying to escape. A bit of mitigation in from the Bulwark keeps him alive. And it's only for a second though, as the laner over on the Storm cleaning up house. The Beerback's going to bring back one of the Vanguards, but not the other. Spark Chief gets taken out.
They're just going to delay even longer though. They go for the Loki clone with the God of Mischief. Cooper copying onto Zelos so they can get the Eternal Bond as they were already charged up here. And the fact is, 100 Thieves won that fight and FlyQuest still sustained them. That card has moved just a few meters, less than 10 meters so far. Second Eternal Bond coming out for FlyQuest to buy even more time, forcing defensive ultimates outside the spawn of 100 Thieves just to try and survive long enough to find the opportunity to break this.
We've seen so many teams move away from going for triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, this like bunker composition of FlyQuest are running. And now it's starting to be cleaned up. Instantly you've got Vest that's moved over towards the Strange, ready to go for another fight, but it seems to be the way to go. Just try to force as many engagements, stall this objective for as long as possible, because a minute and a half has been bought. You have like 2, 3, maybe even 4 engagements left on this defense of FlyQuest here.
We've already tripled the distance. The 100 Thieves were able to get a little bit earlier, but here comes the Omega Hurricane to try and shut down the defensive positions, trying to get onto that Loki with Jeff Nado. They're trying to push on through and see if they can shut down the defensive bodies off this point, but a lot of them were able to evade it. FlyQuest once again with great positioning, strangling Prison for the chase with the hand of Khonshu for a blow-up. Delena makes it a double, triple, but Terra will fall, but it's a worthy sacrifice. 100 Thieves with Khonshu's blessing, but not his champion, will continue to move towards the gate.
You know, Zelos that was on the Cloak and Dagger before, I think was one of the reasons why that Sharknado managed to miss quite a lot. Has switched over towards the Lunar Snow. There's no pole play available now for FlyQuest as they've just used it. So now Spark Chief wanted to try and dive in and hold it down. Heaven's Judgment is available. He's trying to pull the fight from 100 Thieves towards the back of the point, which means that these chokes are a little bit easier to get through. But he goes down in a split second from Delena, who is just raining down hell on this Storm.
Cooper coming in with the Ice Darts for at least a little bit of extra sustain, has to drop the Fate of both worlds so that their team could hold the point, but there's not that many bodies on the point. Beth will be respawning. They have to give up on the Eye of Agamotto to swap over to Captain America so they can try and contest it. But the Eye of Agamotto will be coming out from TTK, who does not need to swap as they isolate Spark Chief. 100 Thieves are just picking them off one by one, it seems here. The retreat comes down from Energy because I think they realize that this might be doomed. With 60 seconds remaining, we're just seeing delays as much as possible. Vest buys a touch more time, as does Spark Chief, but they're just being picked off one by one. Even more delays from Vision. The timer is eaten, but the gates are open.
Yeah, 3 minutes for this second checkpoint. It could definitely be stalled out here. Terra is sort of doing what we saw a little bit from him. I think it was up against Crazy Raccoon on Central Park, where it's just, okay, they're running this composition, instant Wolverine, instant decimation of any Vanguards that are set up there. But FlyQuest moving away from the 3-0-3 now to the Namor Hela, something that allows them to set up and use these sightlines, use the high grounds and crossfire as much as they possibly can. 100 Thieves are not really built to dive in onto these opponents with how they're set up on the ground with the Groot and the Jeff. But it's a case of, like, if they have to try and stall on the objective for FlyQuest, which is the name of the game for this, they might end up with more than they bargained for. There's a last stand that's very close for Terra that he's not going to switch off the character just yet. An invisible boundary is just going to kind of force FlyQuest to back off a little bit more, give Delena a bit of a window to leap in with the Galactic Legend, but there really isn't any pressure going in onto FlyQuest right now outside of forcing their Fate of both worlds and then a Psionic Seduction to follow.
Strangling Prison came on out, but wasn't able to find a target. 400 Thieves, instead of running out of resources here. Vision, Horde approaches, takes down Milena. Ayamagamoto will be dropped to try and take him down, to try and get the flip. Vinny gets energy, but they're being completely outnumbered. Last stand for Wolverine, pulling back with a little bit of healing. Is not able to sustain on through. TTK falls, and FlyQuest will sustain that 100 Thieves, finding the odd pick, but they just out-traded every single time. FlyQuest will hold.
It felt like 100 Thieves set themselves up nicely there, because you have got the Galactic Legend, forces out the Fate of both worlds, and then Ayabagamoto from TTK connecting onto Frey even ended up with an elimination. FlyQuest just having a couple of ultimates on hand to work with. Cooper's making the Loki work, one-sided as well, so it's not going to be available for 100 Thieves. Might be the way to go forwards, as the Goddess of Death is going to be used right in this corner. It's going to catch 100 Thieves as they try to pivot around and fight, find a new place to try and take this fight from. Terra gets picked off, and there's now just less than 90 seconds for 100 Thieves. This payload hasn't moved as far as it can have done. FlyQuest holding on with his defense and just bullied 100 Thieves off the objective itself.
They do have Portal. We're hearing screams over in our setup here as they're getting extremely hyped up right now into the backline. In comes Sparkchief, Soul Drainer to try and lock him down, but he's able to evade it, meaning that they can just keep harassing Tidal Dirge to try and punish the front line. The 100 Thieves just continuously getting slowed down, distracted, and harassed here. Uber goes down.
Yeah. There's no Cooper for the time being, investors as well. And this is times where you have Fate of both worlds. You actually had a lot for FlyQuest that you were just sitting back on, waiting for the engagement to happen, but it just goes in and goes down before you're really expecting it. 100 Thieves are trying to make this work without dedicating any more ultimates. You do lose a Delana that was on the Adam Warlock, but the passive is going to bring you back into the fold. This is a really good fight for 100 Thieves, just as we're getting close to overtime, 20 seconds left. They have 5 ultimates, 6 almost, with Terra having that Goddess of Death. They didn't need to use anything then.
They are so very close. 100 Thieves try to creep towards that last gate. FlyQuest, they burned the Fate of both worlds on that first setup, and they're going to use Freedom Charge for this second. And look at it, just laser guided. They know how much Delena is important in this fight. If they can take them out, then there's no revives, but they just cannot keep the pressure on, due to the fact that Terra was in the air. Ayamagamoto from TTK for the first setup. Continued distraction. No pickups from either side, but that overtime is starting to tick down every time they step off of the point. Forced to push on up. TTK, one of a few controller players, has very few cooldowns left. Uber's Vision is trying to go onto the flank, see if they can get a quick blow up onto the strategist. The Common Revival comes on out, brings back Vinny, allowing Freedom Charge. Bonus health to allow this push to come on in with Hela from the sky. Pushing extra damage in, gets Soul Drained herself, but is able to retreat into that area. Oh, the Proteus takes out the front line. And Ryan, it's looking rough for Thieves.
It's Jeff that's going to be used. It's the last ultimate in the hands for 100 Thieves, and it's just used to keep the sustain going. Nobody else has gone down in the time being. It's able to pick up to the Hela, but everybody else from 100 Thieves that was there just got pushed back. They were not able to touch, and FlyQuest draw the line in the sand of Yggdrasil that they are now seeking to cross on their attacking side.
Rough situation. Not a terrible push for 100 Thieves. Way over halfway through this map, meaning that it is doable, but FlyQuest, they've already shown just how strong they are, especially in these aggressive setups here. And you can see a couple hovers here onto some interesting stuff. I doubt we'll see the main strategist Cooper onto the Daredevil, but it will at least give them a little bit of opportunity to once again look through the window. 100 Thieves, though, they do have Adam protected. FlyQuest did not. So if they want to go for a heavy defense, then they could go for Adam or Rocket or both. It's risky because you lose a lot of healing output here because you're very reliant on the AoE healing of Rocket to really make up the numbers there.
I'm being really impressed with FlyQuest this event. I think some teams you just see like a style that seems to suit them, but the fact that FlyQuest play both the triple strategist and 2-2-2 so well means I think they're maybe favorites for this event, especially with how well they played up against Na'Vi earlier.
I would very much be with you. FlyQuest teasing us by looking through the window. That is what they're using this for, so that they can set up. We will.
Oh, which character do you mean? I wonder.
Possibly be seeing Spider-Man and Daredevil in the triple duelist setup for the rollout. But I think we will be seeing this Moon Knight to burst on through, especially with this Groot already set up. And we go into a standard 2-2-2 for FlyQuest as 100 Thieves try to set themselves up for the defense with Vinny setting up the walls, but he's trying to trade out with Sparkchief.
Yeah, it's the Hela instead of a Storm, though. That's the main difference for FlyQuest. Spark Chief trying to farm up the Strangler Prison, seeing if he can match the time that Energy might be able to do on the Fist of Khonshu. Vision, yeah, forcing out the BR back early is nice. It means that Vinny is going to be back into the fold fairly soon. But there's not really too much else. Terra will have the portal to work with, but he's right in the middle of the fight and almost as an Eye of Agamotto before anybody else has got their ults.
Here comes the Fist of Khonshu, of course, for the zoning potential. That's allowing FlyQuest to create an opening to push on up. Delena is at 82% for that Karmic Revival, but that won't be enough. They will likely portal back for this next defense, which means Delena may be able to build up a Karmic Revival, but positioning is going to be key. We saw a little bit of it earlier where teams are sending their Adam Warlocks off into corners to hide, to wait for those revives, and there's a chance they may need to do that because Delena will not have Cocoon.
Straight back into the fight. And you already lose Delena, you've got the Life Cocoon now, and almost close to a Karmic Revival. All sorts of stuff being used from 100 Thieves to just kind of keep this going, but there's still picks happening in favor of FlyQuest. You've got the Fate of Both Worlds being copied over from Cooper, and Zelos has his still in hand, so you're able to sort of string these two together potentially. If it wasn't for 100 Thieves really starting to put the pressure in these objectives, starting to clamber on through, there's a Strangler Prison in hand for Vinny. You don't need it. TTK has cleaned up house.
That was so important for 100 Thieves. Yes, being able to hold the point is important, but burning Karmic Revival and the portal for that hold is quite rough to deal with. However, if you're able to pick off quite a few members of your opponents and build up towards more ultimates, then it starts to become more worth it. They burn so much time to force FlyQuest to regroup and reset that it might have become worth it. Groot is able to retreat with the extra healing after being caught out by the wall. The side seduction comes on out. They use the high ground. Groot wall to escape there after nearly getting caught out. Hand of Khonshu for the push-up. TTK! Meteor Ram into the backline. Takes out Vision and Cooper. And the Eye of Agamotto from Terra to keep this momentum going. FlyQuest, Zelos was the only thing keeping them up in that fight. But the Fate of Both Worlds is about to expire while Harvey still has Invisible Boundary. Terra might need it as he drops low, but they don't even use it. They utilize Millennia to keep them topped up with that repair mode. And the Thieves repel FlyQuest again.
100 Thieves just doing it, sort of a bank, a couple of ultimates down. Vision's going to switch over towards the Bucky to see if they can maybe pull some people out of position there. That wall from Groot was so good to just be able to dodge it, and TTK has had so many great like bulwarks to sort of block some of that damage, but Meteor M taking out 2 in that instance. FlyQuest might be full held here on first.
Being zoned away at least a little bit. Thieves, they have potentially 1 to 2 more holds here. Terra will likely not have Forza, but they do have Karmic Revival and BRB. Straggling Prison! Hand of Khonshu though! Goodbye, Thieves! Immediately Karmic Revival is popped just to stay, but it's in the doorway with Kraken Impact! It's a smorgasbord! FlyQuest crushing through! And Thieves are being deleted! Cosmic Yard Amplifier turns it round! Thieves turn it! They get revived! Sustain the Kraken Impact, and FlyQuest are taken off the board!
That was looking like it was going to be fish in a barrel for FlyQuest. It couldn't have been any better set up. You have Strangling Prison, you have got the Hand of Khonshu, and Vision's just slamming on down with the Kraken's Impact. But 100 Thieves, a Karmic Revival worked perfectly for Delena, but also the Amplifier to get some damage out. It was just
so hard.
It was so tough now for FlyQuest to find an opening here. Energy switched over towards the Wolverine to see if he can get his hands onto Vinny, who has his own Strangler Prison and a Meteor M that could be the end of this map.
We're in the overtime on this first point. Wolverine comes in with the Feral Leap, not able to find the first pickup, at least for the moment. Meteor M from TTK. Vinny's looking for anyone out in the open. Regeneration Domain will sustain. There's the Soul Bond for a little bit of extra sustain as well. Soul Bond is going to expire, but the Straggling Prison will tether them together anyway. Delena falls, but has Cocoon. Invisible Boundary. Terror is down though. Numbers in favor of FlyQuest, but that Cocoon might be coming back off cooldown. Might be up already, meaning if Terror comes back in time, they might be able to reinforce this as the rest of 100 Thieves are holding the point. Kraken Impact. Vision gets 2, gets 3.
Delena's so close.
They're going for it. Terra's going for the portal to try and reach it, but I don't know if he has the time, Ryan. He's going to cancel the portal, and FlyQuest break the gate.
Delena just got his Karmic Revival online, and Vision catches him just in that second I think he was going to use it. The Kraken's Impact just sends him all the way back to spawn, and 100 Thieves, it looked like they might be able to hold on with just how those fights were going. But FlyQuest managed to get themselves across the line. Now they've got 2 minutes, which isn't a lot of time to get here on second, but look how far they've pushed up. They know they need to create as much space as possible. 3 players stunned, 3 players CC'd, one of them's delaying her. He's got the life cocoon that's going to be used up at this moment. They're really still trying to regroup as they lost the rocket at the same time. That's so good for FlyQuest.
Thieves able to copy FlyQuest's strategy though, while the fight is one far up. Vinny delays the cart, which gives a little bit of an opportunity for Thieves to respawn and get back onto the point, but they need to make sure that Vinny stays up. He's able to escape from vision as they move back in. The points, the terrain is about to respawn. Trap onto TTK. The ball lock is bursted immediately. Soulbond keeps them sustained though as they push on in. We're down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. Clone and Cooper giving themselves another fade of both ones as this Cosmic Yard Amplifier comes on out for the damage boost. 100 Thieves are trying to make something happen off of this, with Cooper keeping the team topped up. Psionic Seduction to try and trap them on the ramp because the finish line is right there. Meteor M looking for the strategist. It's going to hit Wolverine, who picks him up anyway, takes him off the point, and TTK is picked up alone.
There's only one ball of metal that's scary when it flies across the sky, and it's the adamantium of energy. The leaping across now as Terra's going to try and see if he can catch more of the Kamet Revival. 100 Thieves digging in their heels with just less than a minute to go. They're trying to deal with that pesky player of Spark Chief that's now just trying to pull back the sight line, but there's too much focus that goes in onto him. It's now 5 players for FlyQuest, 4 actually free, as they've all been picked off from this damage that's been thrown out from 100 Thieves. It means that these reset is going to be a bit more precarious in the time for FlyQuest.
They're pushing them to the gate to try and zone them, but they don't have everyone here. They can't afford to get backdoored, so they have to defend nearer the point with just 23 seconds left. FlyQuest are down to 1 point. They brought out the Hella, they brought out the Namor. They're going for resets. If they win this fight with just a couple pickups, they can snowball it. But with Terra so close to a Kraken impact, the same could be said on the other side, especially with Cooper not having that God of Mischief could become resets for the Kraken impact.
So here now, 100 Thieves trying to bring us to a map 3 on this defense as overtime has been hit. It is just about 7 meters to work with for FlyQuest, and they've switched over towards this composition. Yeah, it's a great pickup in this area, but Energy's the one that gets taken down. The Kraken's impact is now going to come into full fruition, and everything that could be thrown out for 100 Thieves, 4 ultimates in hand, 2 have already been used.
No resets for Terra as the Freedom Charge is giving the rest of 100 Thieves a little bit of a setup. Here comes Bess with the Psionic Seduction to try and set him up. Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the bonus health. Vision has Horde of Proteus. Copy for a fade of both worlds to allow one more sustain. The Vision falls! The Horde comes out, finds nothing. Millennia's ultimate expires, but they're still fighting on this. TTK falls, no Karmic. The Karmic Revival comes on out, bringing them back into this fight. They need to reach TTK, who found themselves isolated, but Harvey will return with Visible Boundary. TTK is back. Portal for FlyQuest. I can say this one more time. Xenos has that fate of both worlds, which has to be utilized with that Invisible Boundary expiring soon. Thieves are out of sustain. They're out of bodies. And Aya Bakamoto to close it out for 100 Thieves. They do not have the bodies. They do not have the help. And FlyQuest take the second map and the series.
It couldn't have been any closer in the end when you've got 100 Thieves sticking to having that one-sided Adam. The amount of Kamet Revivals that we saw, just a sheer attrition for 100 Thieves. The top seed of Americas losing to third of FlyQuest, resetting a balance it seems, as FlyQuest have the perfect group and come out as the top seed from Group B.
What a performance from FlyQuest, but 100 Thieves, they showed us that they are not to be overlooked yet, taking them to the limit every single time. One more time, 100 Thieves will be making it to the playoffs, and they're looking to exceed their expectations from last time. 3rd place at mid-seasons, champions of their region. 100 Thieves are far from out.
It feels like this is even though it's a loss for them, it's the kind of performance that they'd want to get, just feeling a little bit more familiar with what FlyQuest has been able to do. And both teams having to make pretty pivotal pivots in their compositions, right? Both teams showing a little bit more in their approach, but also experimented, I suppose, in things. Even stuff like FlyQuest right at the end, switching over towards having a Hella and Namor away from the bookie in a moment where overtime was looming, just to have a little bit more of that team up to work with, more bodies, more fire, more artillery to throw at 100 Thieves' defense there. But just a fantastic way to show off what the Americas region is doing in this group, going into playoffs. Even though it's FlyQuest to end up winning it, there's a lot of lessons to be taken from both sides.
A lot of lessons to be taken for both. FlyQuest bringing out so many compositions throughout that matchup, bringing it out a huge Moon Knight with that group set up earlier, bringing out that Namord with the Hela when it was needed, whereas 100 Thieves, they kind of stuck with that Adam on that second point and then swapping it to the first. Here are the standings as they stand. FlyQuest are able to do it. They pull off a perfect group, only dropping 2 maps, one to Na'Vi and one to OUG. 100 Thieves, because of that matchup, they now sit at the bottom of the qualified teams, 2 and 3, meaning that they will be going through to the playoffs in 4th place, just behind Citadel.
So that would mean that they probably play up against Virtus Pro in their first game of playoffs on Friday, right?
There is a solid chance of that, yes.
It seems, I don't think it's, I was going to say financially possible, but you know what I mean. Like when it comes to the results, I don't think the Virtus Pro can really be knocked off of that top spot.
They still have one match versus Envy, which I think could take them into potentially second.
Imagine if that's the game that Envy win.
It could happen, but that is on the other stream. Here on this stream, we still have one more matchup for you, and it could still potentially be important. While I believe the seeding is locked in already, Na'Vi, if they do lose this, will go through with a little bit less in terms of matchups here, meaning that they will actually be close to Citadel Gaming in terms of the actual score in the middle of that table. And Crazy Raccoon, after their win earlier versus OUG, they're just here. They're showing that they are not going down like that. They just want to keep causing problems.
God bless them, the first game and the last game on a day where the games don't really matter too much, but yeah, it's still a fun way to sort of see what Na'Vi can do.
And we will see what they can do, or if Crazy Raccoon will be able to go home heads held high with another win on the board versus the current world champions. We'll be back with you and that game very soon.
Hello everyone, Guang here. It's great to see you all again. In Season 4.0, Dr. Doom's plan to seize the heart of the dragon has been delayed by Shoulau's clever tactics, and as the Shenlong tournament preparation unfolds, Daredevil is set to join the battle. Is his true goal to help the Ice City regain its place among the capital cities of heaven, or has he already decided to commit a necessary evil for the greater good? Be sure to find out when Daredevil joins the Marvel Rivals roster in Season 4.5. As a duelist, Daredevil's iconic radar sense makes all evil visible. Nothing escapes his sight. In combat, he can pick a priority target based on the situation, use his agility to close the gap, and unleash rapid attacks with his speedy clubs. When facing tough opponents, Daredevil taps into the Beast's power, amplifying his martial arts for even more deadly strikes. Activate his ultimate ability, and Daredevil fully unleash the Beast. Any enemy who dares look at him will be gripped by fear, awaiting his cold justice. This update brings another round of team-up ability adjustments. We are removing Ragnarok Rebirth and taking Nemo out of Gamma Charge. 2 brand new team-up abilities are coming: Bestial Hunt.
Here they are, the fools.
And Deep Res.
The deep. Namor does not lose.
The legions of hell are beyond.
Season 4.5 will also introduce an exciting new mode, with details to be revealed at the Titan Game Show on October 17th. Plus, we've prepared a special Halloween event and themed costumes so we can celebrate this mysterious and lovely season together. We've heard the community's requests for cross-platform progression. We have made it a top priority, and it's been frantically cooking in development behind the scenes. We're excited to share that the feature is now ready. However, to ensure a smooth launch, we'll first invite a small group of players to test and provide feedback during Season 4.5, before officially launching cross-progression for everyone in Season 5. You will be able to link your accounts from different platforms in Settings, Other, Account Linking. Once you set a main character from one platform, you will use it across all linked accounts. You can switch your main character, but there will be a cooldown between changes. Please note, your rank and leaderboard position will remain separate for each platform. When you play on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, your career battle stats and rank are tracked independently for each device. To meet player demand, we're introducing home screen background customization. You can freely set previous season's main page animations and music, and even download high-res image of the login and lobby screens. Zhiyong is still hard at work on balance changes. Stay tuned for upcoming balance announcements and detailed team-up ability adjustments. And as always, ignite the battle.
Have what it takes to become the best of the best. The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
And welcome back. We are nearly done for the day already. We've had a couple quick games, we've had a couple extremely intense games. I am a little bit warm right now, but I'm still having a fantastic time because these games have been incredible. But there are some games that you should be playing, aka you can be playing Marvel Rivals right now. Just stick us on the second monitor. But also you can be, while in Marvel Rivals, part of the Voyage to Astonish. The event creeps its way onto the battlefield. You can trick or treat your way through these missions to unlock lanterns and reveal different surprises, all the way from October 23rd, which has already happened, so it's available right now. And you can use that to unlock the free Blade Knight costume for Blade. And you can unlock premium to access exclusive inner webs for Penny Parker's Floral Frights costume, and more. So much is available. You enjoy permanent access until you have claimed all the rewards, so don't worry if you don't have the time to complete it because you're too busy watching us bring you these incredible games. So make your night and the battlefield emerge, and you can be victorious in the shadows.
Very well put. I couldn't have said it better myself. So not only have you got the skins you can get for free, like you mentioned, the sort of like Blade Moon Knight, premium ones here, you also got the skins that you get from watching Marvel Rivals Ignite as well. So
multitask.
like, yeah, there's you're farming up as many skins as you could possibly get, especially when they all look this good. It's a shame that we haven't really seen much Penny Parker. We saw a brief spattering of it earlier on.
I
think.
jumped in early to try and deal with Molan Brand's Iron Fist. It did not work, but it was cool to see the attempt.
It was an idea. It was nice to see an idea. And we've seen more Penny Parker than we have seen Blade, so there is that as well.
Yes, we have. Despite, once again, Molan Ran being a guy to actually try that quite often during the Ignite Series for China, brought it out quite a few times in the earlier weeks. But unfortunately, it seems that actually trying it and running it through, we saw it less and less and less. And therefore, Blade hasn't really made too much of an impact, particularly in comparison to that Iron Fist, for example. But we're going to be mentioning that the team that actually tried to bring out that Penny versus OUG played early today and is going to be playing in this matchup. Let's have a look at the standings so to see if you can figure it out, because OUG weren't able to get a win yet, but the team that did run it against them, while the Penny didn't work, the rest of the strats did. Crazy Raccoon are coming in for their swan song.
Yeah, whilst in the Crazy event, the Crazy Raccoon actually win the series up against Na'Vi, which is the last one to close this out, there is no statistical way for Crazy Raccoon to actually qualify at this point. They're already eliminated, whether it's like off-map differential, the head-to-head against 100 Thieves, they obviously lost that. It is, unfortunately, one of these games where like Na'Vi can cement themselves as a second seed coming out of Group B, but for Crazy Raccoon, it's just seeing if you can make this a perfect day of games with 2 wins of 2.
It would be a great way to go out if you came in and once again impressed, especially considering that Asia and also China did seem to have a little bit of a rougher go of it at the mid-season finals. Coming into these global finals showing just how much those teams have improved by. If we go that same level of improvement from global finals into next year, then at this point we're going to be completely dominated by the Asia and China teams, and it won't be close, because Crazy Raccoon absolutely showed up for this event. It's just that this group is a nightmare.
And a win earlier on from Over Ultra Gaming. Whilst OUG had a chance, if they went up into that Citadel game and had won the series against Crazy Raccoon, they could maybe find their position into playoffs. Crazy Raccoon sort of dashed that dream, making sure that it's 2 like Asia Pacific teams that go home together out of Group B. It still sort of allowed them to get a little bit more comfortable, I suppose. We saw a lot more coming out of like the stand-in coach of JMac that's been playing on this cap quite consistently, but also just the whole like composition, this triple strategist that they've wanted to work with. They put Vital in to try and play a bit of that Adam Warlock, even bringing in High-End to try and do the same yesterday when Crazy Raccoon was still trying to play for qualifying. It did give us some like exciting moments in the end. So Crazy Raccoon, at the very least, you get to have a good official game against the Na'Vi squad that haven't had too much to play up for today because they've already qualified.
Yeah.
But it's still a great, not really a scrim or anything like that. It's just a good chance to get some more experience on the board playing on LAN.
And what a way to go out. What a way to end that and get that experience then versus the current world champions.
Yep.
With Na'Vi waiting for us in the wings. They have had an incredible run through this group with only one real misstep, and that was against FlyQuest. But they have come from being just a little bit shaky at the start to being locked in. This team are the world champions for a reason. We even saw a little bit of a preview there. They haven't even shown their full potential. This is a roster of 7 players. They actually have Crisis in the wings for when they're needed for a different style for the hit scans, so that they have these options to really mix it up when required.
And there is definitely a use case for Crisis from talking to Na'Vi in the interviews. Like, this isn't a case of just, yeah, we have this just in case we need them, he's not expected to play. They have ideas is what they told me. And sure, like Na'Vi losing up against FlyQuest is a little bit of a dampener on this like terrific run that they've had in these groups. Na'Vi did say at the start of the day, this is a game that doesn't mean too much. It doesn't mean much at all, but at the very least it gives us a chance to play up against FlyQuest, see how they play, see what kind of lessons of VOD review that we can take out of this series in particular, bring it into maybe this Crazy Raccoon one, but certainly into playoffs.
So many options, so much experience to bring in, and now is the time to try something as well. With the seeding mostly locked in for this group, this is where Na'Vi can test against a team that they know will fight back. because they proved they will earlier versus OUG. So this is the time for them to try stuff. Well, that playoff is waiting for them. And also, make sure that you lock in that second spot, as we've already mentioned as well. This team is here to fight, and they are ready to see if they can secure that second seed.
I think the one thing that we have been seeing from Na'Vi as well is trying to go for more 2-2-2. They were struggling against that with FlyQuest just up against Triple Strike, just couldn't get any eliminations, and they got full held on the first point of Midtown, which was the third map of the last series. They're hoping that it doesn't go to a full best of 3. They want to be done early, start preparing and cool down a little bit. We have a break tomorrow, and then playoffs is going to start and begin from DreamHack Atlanta on Friday. But Benim T'Challa, a map that we've seen a lot today, more so than I feel like we've seen more Benim T'Challa today than we did in EMEA for all of Stage 2, it feels like. But at the very least, Na'Vi get to run it back, because it didn't necessarily go that well earlier against FlyQuest.
They're heading to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda one more time for a little bit of extra protection, a little bit of extra dive potential on some of these points, especially on that waterfalls. Going in for back wraparound characters like Angela, like Captain America, like Venom is so important. And then, of course, if you can play something like Groot, you've got great spawn hole potential. For now, though, Groot will become a little bit weaker, but definitely not invaluable here, as we will see the Mantis taken out on both sides, and one-sided Venom secured for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it stops that team up with Jeff, and it means that you get one of the stronger vanguards that is almost being sort of banned out in a vacuum as well to an extent. But looking at like actual picks and protects, Crazy Raccoon have tried to protect a lot of Captain America because that's mostly JMac. Again, the coach is having to sub in. He is a very good vanguard player, very good Cap player, but outside of that, he can be forced onto weak areas. Naturally, I don't think it's unfair to say that he's the weak link on the team because he is the non-player, right? Like, it's just one of the... Oh, sorry, he is the weak link on the team because he is the coach, no? Like, it's just, you would try and isolate that.
I guess if they are losing, you can't blame the coach. That is...
Yeah, it's more of a case of, like, if you're trying to target out a player in the draft, it seems that would be a natural one to go for, certainly in comparison to anybody from Na'Vi that can play and should be able to play. Any pro player should be able to play multiple characters at level. You just don't really expect JMac to have to sort of keep to the same group, I suppose, roster-wise, as the rest of Crazy Raccoon.
Na'Vi going to be taking out that Star-Lord and the Psylocke here. So characters that they themselves actually really enjoy playing, taking them away from Crazy Raccoon, especially as you know NX is extremely proficient on that Star-Lord. Adam Warlock also will be the last ban that Na'Vi bring to the board. Now they have themselves a Jeff, they can't get themselves a Venom, so they're going to bring out the Psylocke. Invisible Woman allowed through the draft, so you want to have something that can potentially break through that invisible boundary if that opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, one-sided Psylocke. Is it worth, like, you're not going to have a protect for Emma Frost, but you got it one-sided anyway, and the Captain America is going to be banned out in the end from Crazy Raccoon. So you do have that one-sided approach. You have got the Venom that JMac has also been playing, but it seems that Vital and NX are already sort of locking in the kind of composition that we've seen consistently on this map with the Hela Namor.
Invisible Woman is extremely valuable when you have something like a Hela and a Namor, because that Guardian Shield can be great to protect the already squishy backgunners. But it looks like they may want to go for Loki instead, get themselves a double fate of both worlds and make good use of that maximum invulnerability of the regeneration domains. Could give them the opportunity to just survive any particular burst strategies that Crazy Raccoon decide to bring out.
Yeah, it seems that Crazy Raccoon are trying to go for just making sure that Trust Me and Rajaro feel a little bit more restricted with the Vanguard options, as Venom, Emma, and Captain America aren't going to be available for the side of Na'Vi. Trust me, locking in the penny, just sort of giving some of the damage. And can you imagine if Jericho wanted to throw out some of the blade now? It would be nice, but not really expected. Na'Vi, the other thing that they really have to play on is seeding. It sort of becomes a little bit more up in the air whether they would finish as second or third seed. So it's not as if they're going to be completely throwing this one away, right? No. There's still some value, and they're pro players. They play to win no matter what's at stake.
Exactly. There's never a reason to throw a game, really, because you want that seeding opportunity and you don't want to give anything away, and you don't want to put yourself at risk of losing a match that you might have otherwise not had to play. Fate's going to be moving out on that Jeff, trust me, bringing out the Angela to try and harass that backline. Let's see if Vital and NX can avoid that threat.
Feels that outside of the Emma Frost, this composition could be taken back to earlier this year, like Season 0, right? With the Luna and the Loki. And then both of these like hit scan duelists looking scary and plays Vital from high up in the sky, trying to swoop down and see if he can pick out on anything. But trust me, we highlighted that his hero pool is going to be selective at best because of the bans, is on the Angela and finds the first pick of the series.
Already keeping the pressure on, keeping it going,
Okay.
making 3 with Vital and JT3 taken out as well. And trust me, the daughter of heaven, daughter of Odin, raised in heaven, able to bring it down, and well, giving Crazy Raccoon hell so far. J-Mac going to be bringing out an Asgardian of their own, making it all 3 of the 4 Asgardians as Thor coming out for J-Mac.
I mean, I like the idea for J-Mac to sort of bring this into the fray. You feel like you're going to be dove in on from this composition from Na'Vi. It's the Yarn Amplifier that's going to start this fight off, and immediately Sung-Hoon hasn't built up that Fate of Both Worlds, gets taken out. Jerky does plenty with the damage boost. He has the Dance of the Butterflies. He doesn't really need to use it currently because him and Trust Me have basically royal flushed the entirety of this Crazy Raccoon roster. They're sent back to spawn, 40% on the board progression-wise for Na'Vi.
Thor does give a little bit of an attempt at a counter into the Angela due to the fact that Lightning Domain, as you can see there, does ground, meaning that you can try and pick Angela out of the sky, and of course Thor giving some crowd control of their own, which allows them to try and duel at Angela, and having a range advantage due to having a ranged ability that Angela does not have. But Angela takes the advantage of being significantly more mobile, having a free fly into the backline already. Seong-Hoon and Lastro taken out as Jerky, taking advantage of all of those defensive abilities not being up. They had Dance of the Butterfly, they had that God of Mischief. At that point, they considered it more worth to just go down and get a full reset.
It seems to make the most sense, Na'Vi, knowing that Crazy Raccoon like to sort of play triple strategies with an Adam Warlock, with the likes of a Star-Lord in the hands of NX as and when needed. Main reasons why the bans went in the direction that they did. Forces Crazy Raccoon onto something that we do see a lot, but just not as tenured, not as practiced for this Japanese squad. At least the organization is. But J-Mac has found himself a pick onto Trust Me. That sort of allows some space to work with, but the B right back means it's only a respite at most. A 6v6 is going to be happening right onto the objective as overtime is going to be hit. You've got the Heaven's Judgment thrown in from Trust Me. He's able to sort of fly around, try to just keep contesting as much as he possibly can. But it does seem like Crazy Raccoon able off the back of that fight, only off one pick, I think. Now 2, both of which were Trust Me, able to actually take this objective for the first time at 0%.
They've actually managed to hold on to a lot of ultimates here. Lastro with the God of Mischief, they have Horde of Proteans and the God of Thunder. So Crazy Raccoon actually have set themselves up quite nicely here for the re-engage take attempt from Na'Vi. Whereas Na'Vi, though, they do have both of their defensive strategist ultimates. Jerky's going to be charging up extremely quickly on that Psylocke, and they have that Galactic Legend. So Na'Vi should be able to get the retake here, but if Crazy Raccoon can time this right and stagger appropriately, there is a chance that they could turn this around. Naga going to open this up, moving on in. The Galactic Legend trying to track him, but the split from Crazy Raccoon makes that extremely difficult, forcing the teleport from Naga.
Means that the Bira back has been used twice for Trust Me, who has been the first elimination in just neutral fights twice so far. It's not necessarily the cleanest stuff, but there's still a lot of time for Na'Vi to work with as Crazy Raccoon try to go aggressive. A Meteor M alongside the damage boost from the Yarn Amplifier might have been able to punish that overstep. At least JT3 goes down, but outside of that, the Itzjeff is going to spit off the Lunar Snow off of the map. We're going to see the fate of both worlds for some time now, but it has provided that window, that snowball for Na'Vi to pick off the rest of this Crazy Raccoon roster. And I would imagine you've got JT3 that's going for the portal play, might have enough time to work with. But Na'Vi setting themselves up to be taking this point first. It forces out quite a lot from Crazy Raccoon. And you have the God of Thunder at the very least, but Na'Vi, Dance of the Butterflies feels that might be checkmate.
Pushing on to the point, they might try and hold this, honestly, because it's only the first round. If they can hold through the rest of this ultimate, they may have a chance to try and contest this. God of Thunder, never mind. Thor going to be heading back to spawn the long way as we go in for the Dance of the Butterfly. They decide not worth holding it. That was getting a little close. People were dropping low. They had to already use the Battle Rebirth Beacon to bring back Naga, who fell in that fight. Not worth the risk. Easier just to drop the ultimate to secure the point.
Yeah, it wasn't so much the God of Thunder, more the God of Fart in the Wind from Thor there, I think. It just didn't really show up too much, but I guess there wasn't really too much of a game plan outside of hoping to survive out of all of the damage there. But yeah, a little bit closer for Crazy Raccoon. I think for both them and OUG, it's been the same sort of story on these domination maps, which is the case of, like, so far, Crazy Raccoon haven't won on domination so far this event, despite actually picking up a series early on. But also that they would have a close first point, like 99% to 99%, and then the second point would be very, very one-sided to the team that would be playing up against Crazy Raccoon. So at the very least, you could sort of reset some of these things. The likes of Level 1 Crook and Rajaro haven't been eliminated once. And Crook, the MVP of the mid-season finals, playing on the Rocket, Fate as the Jeff, something that we saw a lot in EMEA, in full swing.
This is vintage Na'Vi with the slight adaptations of course, bringing in Jerky, and they're setting themselves up. And, of course, trust me, playing the new hero in the form of that Angela. Little bit of a wait there for Rajaro, actually starting in spawn, waiting, I believe, for the jump pack from the Rocket before they made their way to the point, which means they will be a little bit behind the rest of their team. Well, trust me, they're hunting strategists. Okay, I did not know that could go sideways, but they're pushing on in, trying to get them on that point, which means no one got tethered there.
Yeah, I don't think it was like an intentional position, just because the AoE is a little bit scattered there too. But it sort of worked. It was like a threatening display. It was a traffic cone to sort of create some space and maybe allow Na'Vi to take this objective first, but Crazy Raccoon now is starting to push back and fight on this point. JT does get stunned, takes a lot of damage, and it is going to force the fate of both worlds. A pick does go on to Juriki, but a BR back means that he's going to be instantly into this engagement. Yarn Amplifier might allow a counter-attack from Na'Vi, and yeah, Juriki straight back into the fight, gets his revenge.
Perfectly used right at the end of the fate of both worlds, meaning there's nothing left. NX even onto the Jeff. Had the it's Jeff, but with everyone down, it's better once again to wait for the reset. Na'Vi get the clean up there and will grab the first percentages on this point.
It is worth adding that now that Na'Vi have created a bit of time for themselves, like Juriki coming in alongside Crisis, the two duelist players from low 9 in stage 1 of EMEA. Jerky is fitting his team like a glove now. It's not as if he looked out of place, I think, for Na'Vi at the start of the stage, but certainly now that the meta's allowing him to play the likes of Psylocke, which, speaking of which, the Dance of the Butterflies is going to come out with the Invisible Boundary used on the other side from Lastro, but just with all of this damage, Trust Me's able to find that pick, the IGL, able to follow up on what his duelists are doing, alongside Fate just kidnapping two of the main backline players from Crazy Raccoon.
And trust me, making it 3, bringing JT3 to join their team in the Abyss. And also, big shout out to Fate, once again, maximizing the amount of time he had everyone inside, while also realizing that one of those Invisible Woman, and if you're going to go down, you can guarantee it being a 2-for-1 if you go down with them, as opposed to maybe making it a 1-for-1 if Invisible Woman is able to jump back on and take the 1v1 versus you. It's easier just to secure the advantage.
Especially when the fight is not happening from Crazy Raccoon. Like, they have to reset no matter what. You're able to get back into the engagement quite quickly. And speaking of which, a lot's been thrown in. Galactic Legend, the Heaven's Descent, the It's Jeff has been used on the other side, trying to see what they can sort of eat up and grab. But there's not much that NX could do on the other side. We are back for Trust Me. He goes down, but that's all it for Na'Vi. However, actually, Fate takes a bit of a smashing from J-Mac. Now, it's a little bit more of a scrappy engagement, and to the point that Crazy Raccoon are actually going to dedicate this Freedom Charge to go in and fight at 80%.
And the map is going to transform. Jung-Hoon gets the double, but Lastro falls, and the team gets split in two. And Rajaro continues to just show why they are the GOAT here, as they are able to take 2 members. Waiting for a little bit of strategist healing on their team, as in the meantime, J-Mac is harassing their backline, and Rajaro is stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to protect their backline, while also continuing to just be the brawler, be the actual damage for their team, while they wait for the Dance of the Butterflies in the backline, trying to burst through. That fate of both worlds, it's not enough. Jerky falls to retrieve false physics. While they are stealthed, they might be out of position as Trust Me gets picked up with the bionic hook.
Yeah, trying to force out some of these ultimates. It's Jeff now for Fate. Who are the targets that he's looking for? Not able to grab anybody. If he did, he would have just been sent right back to spawn regardless. But Naga's found himself one. Seems that it's going to be more of like a 5v5 if it wasn't for Rajaro going down from JT3 on the other side. Silent Seduction also forced out. Getting some big ultimates from Crazy Raccoon now that you've reached 94%. Means that Na'Vi can sort of build up a little bit more. If they want to change their composition, they can do. But I think it's more setting up Naga, who's got that Galactic Legend just about ready. And a damage boost would go lovely with that.
Damage boost would be huge. Cosmic Gun Amplifier, of course, the bonus health as well. Trust me, stealing away their opponent's health packs as well is going to be especially dangerous. Oh, that's going to be rough. The jump, not enough. Lastro still falls down, and now with Naga on the flank, it's just going to be a full rout here. Crazy Raccoon, they're heading back to spawn. J-Mac's on the strain. They might try and recontest this, but they might not have enough time. 94, 95, going to try and rush on in. Portal is on the way, but nowhere near enough time.
Unfortunately not. Crazy Raccoon unable to... Yeah, played a bit. Just trying to get their first win of the domination game mode in for basically before they go home from the grand finals. Unable to do so. For Na'Vi, seemed comfortable consistently throughout that. What's been working well for them in this event? You've got Trust Me that was heavily targeted, I'd say. It was more like for the Venom, the Emma, the Cap. But Trust Me, showing that the Angela can do a lot of work, and the IGL leading the charge, quite literally being the tip of the spear there.
Tip of the spear, indeed. Several environmental pickups, 14 final hits, but trust me, they were chasing them down that time. 27 of those being eliminations, being KOs. This was a very nice play. This is exactly what we like to see. Jerky literally swapping over to Blade at the end, so we do see Blade on the end screen, despite
he can go for the screenshot,
a single point of damage.
It's a good
0%
test.
accuracy because he never got to hit it.
Yeah. He didn't really get the chance. You know, you miss all of the shots that you don't take, I guess. And he quite literally didn't take any. But now we're seeing like Air Force, Trust Me, flying through the skies. But just how everything has come together from them. Now they're not having the best day when it comes to that result against FlyQuest. A little bit earlier on. Wanted to make sure that this one just doesn't go on too long. Crazy Raccoon getting a series win so far today, unable to qualify for playoffs, at least wanted to leave with some fight back against the world champions.
And they did bring a little bit, but again, it's not to the level where they were playing against OUG. OUG have taken everyone to the limit, but Na'Vi, they seem on form in this matchup, bringing them literally to the edge multiple times, literally, metaphorically, and basically everything else. And I don't think that Crazy Raccoon really grasped the gravity of the situation.
Lovely, lovely. I was trying to see if I could do like that sort of cartoony, like, ooh, when Trust Me managed to take off Lastra off the map, but it did feel like a little bit of a fall off of graces for Crazy Raccoon, I suppose. I'm seeing how many like vertical puns that we can make at this point, but it is going to be a break, I think.
Yes, it is. We're going to be heading to a break because there will be a substitution. Top 1 substitutions for Na'Vi. Number 1 will surprise you. Right back after this.
have what it takes to become the best of the best. The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're Navi, and we're here in Atlanta to win the Grand Finals in Marvel Rivals.
It's time to go 2 for 2.
I still believe them, because at this point they're continuing to impress. There is a solid chance they might be able to do so, but we mentioned earlier that there is going to be a substitution for this next matchup. We are having Jerky out and Crisis coming in. We talked about it. The full potential of Na'Vi is that they do have this option to rotate.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the main things that they sort of said about it, like from the past as well, from talking about Stage 2, is the few times that we saw Crisis in play for Na'Vi were on Convergence maps. So that tells us at least something about the map that Crazy Raccoon want to choose here. And judging based off of the history for them, they've really liked to go to Jalia no matter what. It was pretty much an undefeated map for them up until this tournament. I think they're pretty much like 2-1 on it so far, so it's not the worst results in the world. But for Na'Vi, it is also their most commonly picked Convergence map, and they're 2-0 on it. So you're sort of taking one of the strongest teams in the world to one of their strongest maps, and that's exactly what it's going to be.
Heading to Hall of Jalia, we are very much sticking in the intergalactic empire of Wakanda for our next matchups here, and we got to talk about the fact that Na'Vi are very much fighting for 1, the pride, and 2, the seeding, but Crazy Raccoon, they are still fighting. They've already been able to take their first series. They're looking to see if they can go out of the groups with at least 1 more, especially as Reject a little bit earlier on the other stream were able to beat out Dark Zero in a 2-1. So there is an Asia team going in through the group stages. I believe Envy is now out with Chopper Mag and Reject going through that group. But we are now set up with Reject going to be trying to carry through the hopes of the Asia region, and if Crazy Raccoon can continue to rattle teams like they have been so far, then that might put a lot of fear for Reject in a lot of the other teams' hearts, like Na'Vi, if Crazy Raccoon are able to take a map or even the series.
That's Chopper Mag as well, like not Asia, but like the Asia Pacific OCE region, underestimated. You can't do that in tournaments like this, but for Na'Vi, I think they're going to be happy with this map. The one thing that I'm wondering is, do you reckon Crazy Raccoon surely know about some of the hijinks from Trust Me? Sure.
I'd hope so, but they've got a lot on their plate. There was a lot of teams to prepare for in this group, and it's a question of if they know about it, if they got caught out by it.
Yeah, so for those that know the Trust Me play, I'm not going to reveal it for those that don't. You have to see it to believe it. But for those that do know about it, know that Trust Me told me that it has evolved. There's more adding to it. And honestly, Trust Me is the kind of IGL that would literally be like, I have this idea for a strategy, but I need Crisis. Let's sub him in. I could definitely see it. I could see that world where he's like, Crisis is like, oh, I get to play. It's like, yeah, you're part of my cheese strategy at the start of a defensive side. Oh.
They have brought him in a couple times in this map in particular as well. You mentioned
do it every
4
time.
Convergence,
Yeah.
because the fact is they do have some incredible defense. Crisis is one of the best Winter Soldier players in the world, and I'll stand by that. And they will bring him in sometimes if they do want to use that strategy. And on this map in particular, Winter Soldier is crazy good because that one corner on the first point where you can go down the ramp towards point 2 is very hard to pick a Winter Soldier off of, because he can actually get you out of line of sight of your team.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, we knew that Crisis was a good hit scan player when he was on low 9, and when he was briefly on FaZe, I think. It was either FaZe or Chop that they played in MRC4, and then Na'Vi were like, yeah, we need some replacements very quickly because we just lost Melio. It was along those lines.
I think it was FaZe where they were in a situation where they had well, again, multiple teams lost their duelists because there was that little swap of Melio moving over to Citadel, and then Na'Vi needed to pick up 2 duelists extremely quickly. So we did see Crisis 100% was definitely stolen from FaZe, I believe, in that lineup. So it's a cool matchup, it's a cool mix, but again, they're fitting in quite well. Jerky's been picking up the majority of the games because it fits into their main strategy, but they do have strategies for Crisis.
And it feels like the one thing I was going to say is, when we saw Crisis in play, it was during a Punisher meta and a bit of Winter Soldier. It wasn't really during a Hela Namor. But he was such a good hit scan player, I would assume that his Hela and Namor would be scary. But we do get to see him in the server for this one instead of Jerky. Whether that's part of the competition, whether there's stuff that they want to try, We'll have to wait and see. Na'Vi are going to be on the defense first, so we all know what that means. But it isn't going to be a double Mantis first ban. In fact, the Jeff is going to be taken out first from Crazy Raccoon, feeling that Fate got away with maybe a little bit too much last time.
The Crazy Raccoon don't immediately secure themselves an early Mantis. They actually secure themselves the Venom first, forcing Na'Vi to ban out the Jeff because they don't want to be dealing with their own strategy of the symbiotic shenanigans. So they take that out, Na'Vi focusing very heavily onto these third strategists. And once again, Crazy Raccoon, they don't prioritize banning the Mantis, meaning Na'Vi get their hands on Mantis.
And we have seen Na'Vi run 2-2 with a Mantis as well. Like, you can see some teams run Loki and just have like double Soul Resurgence to work with. I mean, Mantis Rocket with double damage boosts that you can start to run with. It really feels like some of those characters that felt like you had to slot in specific pieces alongside them are a little bit more robust now than they were maybe in Stage 2.
Going to see Adam taken away. We're, of course, not in the Guardians revival team up anymore. We don't need to worry about that with the triple res composition. We have a new version of that now with Loki. But taking that Adam away is still going to remove the opportunity for Na'Vi to go very heavily with damage boost and the opportunity to revive on defense. Psylocke will be taken out because with that Venom on the board, you're very scared of the chance of being dove with a Feast from the Abyss and Dance of the Butterfly combo, which will basically one-shot almost anyone in the game. On the side of Crazy Raccoon, they remove the Hela. Don't want to be dealing with that Namor Hela combo.
Also, I guess I assume that when you see Crisis being subbed in, you go, yeah, get rid of the hit scan characters now, please. Yes, like, thank you. It seems that that would be a very much go towards kind of strategy. Yeah, very, very sensible, especially when Naga was the one that was highlighting over it. It could be some like triple strategy stuff, but you have Crisis over on the Bucky because that's something that Na'Vi haven't really shown too much of, and certainly after that game with FlyQuest, might be like, let's give it a try ourselves. You never know.
Na'Vi secured themselves a Venom, meaning that Crazy Raccoon immediately respond with their own Psylocke ban out to avoid that one-shot combination, and they protect themselves a Star-Lord. We've already talked about how good NX is on that, and the Rocket is the final ban away by Na'Vi. They don't want to deal with revives when it's their turn to attack.
Crisis actually locking in the Jean Grey. I mean, it's a character that was very, very good in Stage 2. Has sort of taken a couple of hits, just animation cancels, like the left-click effect not actually happening off of the melees anymore. Not seen it as much, but that's kind of what I wanted to see and expected a little bit more. It does feel like Bucky might be, not seems to be the top dog, I think, when it comes to duelists at the moment, but when it comes to how versatile he is in all sorts of different compositions and in what kind of situation you can work with, you're mimicking the singing of this voice. I just want everybody at home to know that.
I'm absolutely not. How dare you even suggest such a thing?
It's a lovely voice. It's better me saying it than production putting the camera on and showing you do it.
That is true. I do appreciate that.
Trust me.
Oh boy. Let's keep an eye on that. Will he land it? He's landed it, I think, once out of all of the times it has been attempted. Can they do it? NX is also starting on the penny. Are they just going... They don't have rockets, so they're not going for armor. They're going to try and do a line matchup.
Which we've already seen some teams actually punish by taking the damage and letting the strategists.
Oh, it has evolved.
Yes, trust me, there's only one POV to be watching. Doesn't seem that there's any other parts of it. It might just be...
They look that way.
The Route 1 approach.
He goes across.
He gets one!
No!
Never mind.
It's not going to land. They just short of picking it up, but trust me, we will now see them rotate over to the Venom, swing back in, but that is smart. Crazy Raccoon take advantage of this moment, immediately moving over with the strange portal, meaning that they will actually reach the point before Trust Me gets back. The only way you beat Trust Me to the objective.
Yeah, for the portal play, and there was so many like barriers to make sure that the Strange wasn't the one that was picked up in that set play. But trust me, one of the reasons why he likes to go for that strategy, even if he goes down first, is because of how quickly he can be back in his fight. Unfortunately, two of his teammates have gone back in pretty quick succession. The Beerback is going to bring one of them, Rajaro, but you are missing out on Fate, one of your strategists out of the three that you're running. And Crazy could almost have the point.
They're so close, and suddenly Trust Me has to step onto it to try and contest this. Frenzied Arrival not yet available, so they have to run onto the point, but it's too late. Crazy Raccoon just sped run Na'Vi on first point.
Yeah, trust me, I think we ditched the strat now, because that's the one time that I've seen it actually really bully you through. The portal play just really creating this hot tempo, even with the B right back, it doesn't find too much, and Fate has gone down pretty early on, both cases. Whilst he was trying to reset, you can see just how far up they've pushed, and JMac trying to take this high ground all the way at the second checkpoint. There's 5 minutes on the clock, Tetcher, to push this objective as far as they can.
JMac keeping some pressure on, finding some people on the flank, but there's a few too many bodies for them to commit to this engagement at least yet. But they've got a great position. Rajaro trying to also target their team who is up there. Here comes Crisis, who has now moved over to that Jean Grey, the Phoenix, for a little bit of aerial counterplay with that hit scan. Regeneration Domain coming out onto Rajaro as Crisis trying to deal with that Starlord. Take them out early through the Galactic Legend. You'll be able to sustain through, but the Guardian Barrier is keeping NX topped up in this fight, but they're forced to roll away.
Forced to fight back. Feast of the Abyss used in combination with that Soul Resurgence to maybe allow a little bit more crunch from Trust Me, but nobody has gone down from Crazy Raccoon as of yet. And the Silent Seduction is a great thing. It's going to be traded out on both sides, and even the picks seem to be going in the same direction. 4 versus 4. You have got Fate with the God of Mischief that is involved in this engagement, but Crook, the MVP of mid-season finals, he was able to get 3 of the final hits in that fight for Na'Vi. Seems that they're able to be a little bit more comfortable, finally take control of the payload, but there's still 4 minutes for them to hold here.
NX finally goes down, but like you say, just how quickly Crazy Raccoon got that first point. Na'Vi, they get control, but they are very much slower in terms of actual point control here. Crazy Raccoon have so many attempts to re-engage here. They're going to have another portal before this timer goes down. Galactic Legend coming on out for Naga to try and pressure the backline, but this center area proving to be a little bit too difficult to assail. So Rejuvenation coming on in as Fate pushes down to the low ground. Instant Inferno not going to be able to find a good target, as so far no one's going down on either side, and Vital, perfect timing to wait out the end of that Endsong Inferno before going into Goddess of Death.
Everybody's been taken out very quickly and cleanly. It's like NX has the Galactic Legend handy, but there's a fight back. Rajaro and Trust Me, the Vanguard's able to find 2, so it's now looking like it's a little bit more like a 3 versus 4.
Now, though.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon able to maintain and regroup over on the objective, throwing some shots themselves, but Trust Me's not really being too afraid to take this fight. In fact, rather bullish to try and take the high ground away from Crazy Raccoon. Make sure that Na'Vi, with this double duelist setup with Crisis and Naga, they've got so much verticality that this high ground will become very important for them to hold on to.
Diving on in, trying to keep some pressure on, takes a lot of damage. Symbiotic Resilience will let them to tank on through though. And again, Na'Vi, they are holding, they are delaying this. His Invisible Boundary comes on out for the last row, met with the Soul Rejuvenation from level 1 Crook, who will get stunned up, but hold the line, keeps them sustained, keeps them healed. They've got that Loki and they've got that Loki and Mantis team up, meaning that those regeneration domains are extremely wide, but currently on cooldown. They're running out of defensive tools here as Trust Me is taken out by NX, but Crisis picks off JMac.
So far, Crazy Raccoon stalled out. 5.5 minutes on the clock when they took the objective, now down to 2. Now they have a Galactic Legend. Naga's just managed to grab it. He's taken a good chunk of damage too at the same point, but it is allowing Fate and level 1 Crook to farm stuff up. In combination, it is just going to be the Galactic Legend finding out these little pockets of space, and Naga just between all of the players swinging his way through from Crazy Raccoon to drop them one at a time. A reset is required from the attackers. And Naga only just using that Galactic Legend means that they can sit pretty back on this high ground with control of the payload.
We're down from over 5 minutes to 1 minute and 35 seconds, but there is only a sliver left on that point, because every time Na'Vi do win a fight, but Crazy Raccoon are gaining distance each time. The time is ticking down, and Na'Vi can't afford to lose any more fights, really. Facing the Abyss to the backline, see if they can get a stagger, which they do. Vital and Zhonghun taken down, which is huge for the side of Na'Vi, as now they are continuing to stagger members. While Crisis does fall, that is easily a worth trade as NX goes down as well.
It says a lot about Na'Vi that it just feels like they're farming up their ultimate so quickly, but I think it's just they're so good at like ultimate cycling out stuff that it feels that there's never a gap in these, like there's no downtime that they're waiting for something offensive or defensive to be working with. And now they're sat with quite a lot. Both strategists are looking to have those ultimates up on hand on this defense. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon have had quite a lot to work with for some time, but there's just not really been enough follow-through or a pick to really start off any momentum. Goddess of Death pretty much sent back from Vital, and he's sent back to spawn from Naga, who's 2/3 of the way of having a Galactic Legend. You have got Fate going for the copy and is taken out as he tried to copy the Mantis, goes for the Soul Resurgence. Now you have got Crisis moving in, his sort of debut on an international stage, debut on an offline event. Endsong Inferno's not going to find too much, but the actual Soul Resurgence is going to be used from Crook.
We're going to buy some time, keep that delay going as NX unable to find a lot with that Galactic Ledger. JT3 drops low, chased on down as Rajaro takes the brawl in diamond form, retreating to the objective now because overtime is about to be hit. If they can remove people from that board, then they remove overtime, which they do. Nicely done, Na'Vi with the hold, but the fact is that was a first point being taken and over halfway through second.
It was, I mean, have we seen teams being full held on Jalia?
Not for a while.
Yeah, and I'm thinking to Na'Vi, I think one of the main things that they did that caught our attention way back when they were rad is full holding Virtus Pro.
They did. It's their first loss, I believe, in its
first series loss for Virtus Pro at the hands of Rad that qualified ahead of them for the mid-season finals and then went to go and win the event. It just feels like poetry. It rhymes, as they say. But for Crazy Raccoon, they would, I think it would be a little bit more of a struggle, I suppose, to have to full hold Na'Vi here. But it depends on what kind of strategies they want to go for. And they actually do have the Penny here, but with the Rocket, they have the team up.
Is Fate going to try the mines? Because I'm hearing sounds. I'm not sure if that's just the mines coming out of the actual spider spawner, or if that is Fate attempting to land some mines onto Crazy Raccoon. But again, if Crazy Raccoon spot it, they can charge Strategist Ultimate. So it's always a gamble of how prepared your opponents actually are for this. Because if they are, they use it to their own advantage.
Really feels again that whilst this has been kind of one-sided for Na'Vi, there's not many eliminations in the server in comparison to what we've seen out of the Americas teams. Certainly earlier Na'Vi versus FlyQuest, it felt that Na'Vi were just a little bit behind on actually getting picks and eliminations.
No one got mined.
Nobody got mined. Yeah, going for a bottle play as well from the looks of it. Trust me, all of these barriers to go in, just in case the Spider-Man play was going to be used on the other side. But Crazy Raccoon going for the Hella Nemo comp.
Classic Trust Me play, actually. They're going to be portaling and they're swapping to Venom, so his team takes one angle and then he takes the other and creates a distraction. As once again, Venom, one of the fastest rolled out characters.
And he's got the help of Naga and Crisis that could be pretty much in the sky alongside. And there goes Naga, who has been very clean at finding up these picks. Rajaro is going to do the same on the ground. And whilst we saw Crazy Raccoon taking that first objective fairly quickly, Na'Vi are looking to match it.
Going to try and beat the time, and they may just do so because they are cleaning up. We're going to see J-Mac try and rush the point to buy some extra time and take some of that clock off. But there is the triple portal, not in time. Devastating cooldown to use for Crazy Raccoon. Trust me, is heading into their spawn right now as everyone teleports to the third location so they can get out of danger here. 5 minutes and 25, it's almost equal in terms of the actual time they had left.
I can hear his voice just be like, hey guys, how's it going? How are you doing? Sorry that you got eliminated.
This is not my spawn yet. I will be taking it later as they continue to push on up. Regeneration Domain has to be used from Fate as they do get dived a little bit. NX keeping the pressure on and will catch them out of position here.
He's trying to go for the stealth, see if he can get some information and maybe just use one of his copies to disengage if he was pushed. But I think that was a little bit of hubris, perhaps overconfidence. And now it's forcing out the Soul Resurgence from Na'Vi, but it means that this fight is so far up that you've still got the objective moving along. Up until now, that even though Crazy Raccoon have lost 5 of their players, the one that is still alive, which is NX, that has just been eliminated, was able to stall the payload for 5-10 seconds, a little bit of time.
NX, J-Mac just keep taking it in turns to delay. They're just rushing the point, creating delays, stopping Na'Vi from just pushing all the way through. But already, Na'Vi have massively outpaced Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon was significantly far back, and it looks like Na'Vi may in fact go for a hold in the gate to prevent anyone from touching the point, because they gotta move. You are out of time, Crazy Raccoon. 2 minutes and 49 as Venom is going to be the one to touch the point, Captain America, sorry, for the extra delay, but everyone else needs to rush it in. Invisible Boundary comes out for an extra delay. Vital Kraken impact to try and blast them off the point as in comes the Ensock Inferno, allowing Fate to take out NX. JT3 falls, and Na'Vi take a clean 2-0 off of Crazy Raccoon.
With 4 minutes still on the clock, they only lost a second for the allocated time right at the end there. But it means that Crazy Raccoon, they finish off their run in the grand finals here in Atlanta for Marvel Rivals Ignite with a series win, but unfortunately no maps on the board against Na'Vi, who aren't able to go out of their group as the top seed. But to be fair, they had to play in play-ins for mid-season finals and they ended up winning that event. Seeding is going to mean very little for them. They like to do things the hard way, as Fate says, and they're quite used to going through the gauntlet as it's required.
Also, this makes Crysis one of the only players to have a 100% map win rate in Marvel Rivals Ignite here, and very nicely done for these grand finals. A solid performance, topping the damage charts for his team, able to get 5 pickups, getting down 4 times, but still was able to set up several good Endsong Infernos, and there's so much more that Crysis has to give. A solid first performance, and that is the power of Na'Vi, that they can rotate through players when needed.
Yeah, and I think when you have got players like Jerky and Crysis that didn't have that like LAN offline experience that the rest of Na'Vi were able to get at the mid-season finals, just getting him in a game like this to just get acclimatized to the environment, how it's different. I don't know his background in previous esports of Crysis, whether he's been at offline events in other games perhaps, but for most players, they're typically pretty young, a little bit inexperienced from other stuff, like Marvel Rivals might be their first like esport that they've actually competed in. This is like the perfect time where you can actually play an official series on LAN, but it doesn't really add too much. But I do think it confirms Na'Vi to be the second seed to come out of Group B.
It does. They are 100% guaranteed to be second seed now, meaning that our groups, which we will be having a look at very shortly, I assume, are now set. And glancing over at the other side of production, it looks like the other side of the bracket is also done, meaning that we will potentially have a double setup, potentially a bracket? We'll have to see, because every team is now locked in.
So yeah, it's pretty much the end of the groups at this point. A pretty like, speedy day, yeah. And I will say for one thing, like before we start to close out stuff and see what the bracket is, like I know what people are thinking of, like it would be nice to see what the players have been playing from whilst we've been in this group stage stuff, but I think it's worth the wait. We're seeing how stuff looks for playoffs with the stage at Atlanta. And I've been doing this for quite some time now, 10 years, I think, in just like gaming and esports.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're in luck.
Dropping the 10 years, making me realize that we are
very old. We are very old.
We are old.
It's too late.
But what a performance, what a group stage. Even these games that were just for seeding today, we had some incredible matchups. Seeing Na'Vi really starting to continue to come out of their shell and keep putting the pressure on, even bringing in Crysis for that matchup was fantastic to see. That 100 Thieves and FlyQuest game made me so hyped for the playoffs, because FlyQuest took it to them for quite a few of those fights, really just dragging FlyQuest out to force them to throw everything at them.
Yeah, and I think like 100 Thieves, I think they're in the 4th seed for my group, judging how things are. So it's like, even then, I feel like it's not as if the 4th seed feels like it's significantly weaker than the 1st, really. But we can look at the standards to see exactly how it's going to wrap up Group B. FlyQuest, dominant, unlosable so far through this group stages after playing everybody else down here, and you could just see how the whole system seems to trickle down, meaning that we have our 4 squads for playoffs that starts on Halloween here at DreamHack Atlanta.
First place, FlyQuest, like you said, did not lose, only lost 2 maps total, an incredible run. Second place, we just saw them, Na'Vi, the current world champions, coming through second in a group, and that is definitely not something that they aren't used to, because we have seen them very often playing from behind in these big tournaments and performing well. In third, Citadel Gaming, 4th place from the mid-season finals, putting on quite the performance, still with some teaming problems, but they now have some time to iron those out, and the same can be said for 100 Thieves, the America's champions, scraping through the groups, but making all of their opponents work for it. We have a stellar lineup, and that's just this group.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones that the group of death actually kind of ended a little bit neat and tidy, I think.
It was very organized.
I don't think that's going to be the case for playoffs. If there's any more surprises to be shown, it might have not been in Group B necessarily. It's going to be in playoffs.
But the playoffs are over, and we thank you for joining us. We hope you did enjoy yourself, because we certainly did. A quick reminder that we will be taking a quick break tomorrow to move everything over to DreamHack proper, so make sure that you get yourself a little bit of sunshine during that time, make sure that you're rested and relaxed, and make sure that you book some time off work, because we are going to be back on Friday for the beginning of the playoffs. We thank you all for joining us for these group stages, and we hope that you are as ready and excited as we are for DreamHack Atlanta for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Global Finals. We will see you then.